Have you ever had one of those moments when the world just stops? Maybe it's the silence after a door slams, the pause between words during an argument, or that hollow stillness when you realize something important, maybe even painful, is out of your control. There's a strange clarity in those moments, almost like the world holds its breath and shows you something true, something raw, something you'd been too busy, too loud, too afraid to notice. It's in that stillness, that rawness, where the real work begins. You wake up. The day is ahead of you. Plans, obligations, messages, distractions. Already, your mind is racing. The coffee hasn't even kicked in, and you're thinking about that email you have to send, the traffic, the meeting you're dreading, the bill you forgot to pay. It's automatic. The brain just goes. But if you could pause right there, for even 5 seconds, and ask yourself a single question: what can I control? You'd begin to see your life in a very different way. Most of us live like we're sprinting on a treadmill someone else controls. We react. We overthink. We assume. We project. We try to fix things we can't fix. Chase people who don't want to be caught. Worry about futures we haven't even stepped into. But what if none of that is necessary? Not because the problems go away, but because your relationship to them changes. You begin to see there are two worlds. The outer one, loud, unpredictable, full of opinions, headlines, weather, traffic, failures, likes and dislikes. And then the inner one, quiet, steady, yours. Everything starts there. Every emotion, every reaction, every interpretation, every ounce of peace you'll ever feel begins not in the world, but in how you meet it. Someone cuts you off in traffic. You tense up. Your jaw clenches. Maybe you mutter something under your breath. Maybe more than that. But notice the event itself. A car changed lanes. That's it. The rest, your tension, your anger, your rising blood pressure, didn't come from them. It came from what you told yourself about what they did. They don't respect me. They're reckless. They're making my life harder. And all of that, all of it happens in you. That's your power and your responsibility. You start to learn through quiet practice that most of the battles you're fighting don't need to be fought. They just need to be let go. You can still have goals, still work hard, still care, but you learn to care in a different way. You stop tying your peace to outcomes. You stop tying your self-worth to applause. You stop tying your identity to what you cannot control. And that is a kind of freedom most people don't know exists. Maybe someone criticizes you. Their tone is sharp, their words unfair. The old you would get defensive, maybe even aggressive. But you pause. You hear the words. You let them land but not sink. You realize their words are theirs, not a reflection of your truth but of their state. You don't have to pick up what they've thrown. You can let it fall, not because you're weak, but because you're strong enough not to carry what isn't yours. And when someone praises you, when they call you brilliant, kind, talented, you smile. You appreciate it, but you don't let that go to your head either. You know who you are, with or without the praise, with or without the title, with or without the spotlight. You don't need the world to clap to feel valuable. This isn't detachment. This isn't apathy. It's presence. It's calm. It's returning to what matters. You begin to ask different questions. Not, will this make me look good? But, is this the right thing to do? Not, what if I fail? But, did I show up with integrity? Not, do they approve of me? But, am I being honest with myself? And those questions, they change you. Some days will be hard. No philosophy, no wisdom, no words will make pain disappear. You will grieve. You will hurt. You will lose. But even in those moments, there is still a light. You still have choices. You can choose to keep showing up. You can choose to sit with discomfort instead of running from it. You can choose to ask, what is this moment here to teach me? That is the kind of strength no one can take from you. Let the storms come. Let the winds rise. You are not the weather. You are the one who watches it. And maybe that's what real peace is. Not the absence of chaos, but the ability to remain rooted in the middle of it. So when you wake up tomorrow and your mind starts racing, try this. Pause. Feel your breath. Feel your feet on the ground. And quietly ask, what's in my control today? What kind of person do I want to be, regardless of how the world behaves? Live from that. When the world is loud, be still. When the world is fast, go slow. When the world is cruel, be kind. When the world is uncertain, trust that you are capable of walking through it anyway. Not because life is easy, but because your spirit is strong. And because, at the end of the day, there is one thing no one, nothing, not even time itself can take from you: the ability to choose how you meet this moment. So choose with intention, choose with courage, choose with grace, and walk forward, quietly, calmly, unshaken. There's a quiet kind of courage that goes unnoticed in this world. It's not in grand speeches or heroic acts. It's in the choice to stay steady when everything is pulling you in different directions. The choice to let someone have the last word, not because you couldn't respond, but because you've outgrown the need to win every battle. The choice to sit with discomfort rather than chase every distraction. The choice to take responsibility for your own mind when it would be easier to blame the world. That kind of courage, it doesn't draw applause, but it builds something unshakable within you. Life is unpredictable. You already know this. You plan a day and it rains. You count on someone and they disappoint you. You give your all and it still falls apart. But the question isn't whether life will surprise you. The question is, what will you do when it does? Will you resist what's already happened? Will you collapse into frustration? Or will you take a deep breath and meet the moment as it is? Because here's the truth: what is already is. Your resistance doesn't undo the event. It only adds suffering to the situation. So when something painful happens, acknowledge it, feel it, and then gently remind yourself, this too belongs to the day, and I am still capable of meeting it with wisdom. You're not obligated to carry the world. You're only responsible for your choices within it. You don't need to control what people think of you. You only need to make sure your actions reflect your principles. You don't need to chase perfection. You only need to remain committed to the path of progress. Every day, life will offer you situations that are outside your control. But within those situations, you'll find small choices, little openings to respond with patience, or with anger, with understanding, or with judgment, with presence, or with escape. And it's those small choices that shape the person you're becoming. Someone once said that character is who you are when no one's watching. But there's more to it than that. Character is also who you are in the middle of frustration, in the middle of grief, in the middle of waiting, when nothing seems to move forward. Because anyone can be kind when they're rested. Anyone can be patient when things go well. Anyone can be gentle when they're praised. But who are you when things fall apart? That's where the work happens. We tend to think we'll find peace when we finally fix everything around us. But that's backwards. Peace doesn't come from controlling life. Peace comes from controlling how we live within it. When you stop expecting the world to behave according to your script, you begin to experience a freedom you didn't know you were missing. You stop fighting reality. You stop demanding that people meet your expectations. You start accepting life not with defeat, but with quiet power. You begin to say, this is how things are. Now, who do I choose to be within it? When things go wrong, people often ask, why me? But a better question is, now that this has happened, how can I live rightly in the face of it? That doesn't mean you won't feel pain. That doesn't mean you won't cry or grieve or doubt. It means you don't let those feelings define you. You feel them, but you don't become them. You experience them, and then return to your values. Because that's what your anchor is, not your feelings, not your circumstances, but your principles. Imagine walking through a storm. The wind is wild. The rain stings. You can barely see. Most people run for cover. But the Stoic? They stand, if only for a moment. They feel the wind. They let the rain fall. And they say, this is part of the path. This too I can endure. Then they keep walking. Slowly, deliberately, without losing themselves. There is strength in stillness, not in action but calm, deliberate action, not passivity, but clarity. You don't need to match the chaos of the world. You don't need to mirror other people's noise. When someone yells, you can speak softly. When someone insults, you can remain silent. Not because you're weak, but because you understand that your peace is too precious to hand over for free. Every insult is an offer. Every provocation is an invitation. You don't have to accept. You don't have to attend every argument you're invited to. If someone throws anger at you, you can leave it on the floor. If someone mocks you, you can walk away untouched. Because their behavior doesn't define your character. Your response does. It's easy to feel strong when life is easy. But real resilience is born in the days that test you. When you keep going even though you're tired. When you stay true to your values, even when no one applauds. When you choose dignity over revenge. Forgiveness over bitterness. Grace over ego. You won't always get it right. That's okay. But you keep returning to the path. Over and over. Like the tide returning to shore. Let people say what they will. Let events unfold as they must. What matters is that you remain honest. That you act with courage. That you do your part with excellence and let go of the rest. And then sleep well. Not because everything is perfect, but because you lived this day with integrity. Time passes whether you resist or accept it. So accept it. Accept that people will leave. That things will change. That youth fades. That plans fall apart. This is not a reason for sadness. It's a reason to live with urgency, with presence, with love. To appreciate the morning sun on your skin. The sound of rain on your window. The laughter of someone you love. Even the ache in your chest because it reminds you that you're alive. Life doesn't owe you anything. And yet, here you are. Breathing. Capable. Awake. You have the power to think, to choose, to grow. That alone is a gift beyond measure. So take this day as it is. Take this moment without wishing it were different. And choose again and again to meet it with strength. Quietly, calmly, with the heart of someone who understands. The world cannot shake what is rooted in truth. There's a quiet strength in understanding that your mind is your domain. Not your possessions. Not your reputation. Not the approval of others. Just your mind, your thoughts, your responses, your will. Everything else can be taken. Your health, your job, even the people you love. But your judgment, what you choose to believe about what happens, that belongs to you. And that's where real freedom lives. When you internalize this, you stop trying to hold the world together with your hands. You stop chasing things that never belonged to you in the first place. Instead, you begin to cultivate the only thing you truly own, your character. People confuse peace with comfort, but they are not the same. Comfort is soft, temporary. It depends on circumstances, on conditions lining up just right. But peace, real peace, comes from knowing that you don't need everything to go your way to be steady. You don't need a perfect life to live a good one. You just need to show up with integrity, respond with wisdom, and trust that life, even in its difficulty, is still worth living fully. This peace is not passive. It is earned through discipline, through inner work, through letting go of the illusions that once ruled you. When someone criticizes you, pause. Ask yourself, is it true? If it is, be grateful. You've been given an opportunity to grow. If it's not, be calm. You've been reminded that your worth isn't based on someone else's misunderstanding. Either way, you win if you remain rooted in reason. Your ego may scream. It wants to defend itself, to lash out, to prove something. But your higher self, the one trained by practice and reflection, knows that silence can be stronger than 1,000 arguments. You don't need to prove your value by explaining yourself to everyone. You don't need to perform goodness to earn respect. Your life will speak for itself. If you are just, be just. If you are honest, be honest. If you are kind, let your kindness be enough, even if no one claps for it. Let your conscience be your applause. Let your peace be your reward. And let your actions be the answer to every question the world asks of you. Every morning, remind yourself, today I may meet arrogance. I may meet ignorance. I may meet selfishness. Not because the world is broken, but because people like you are still learning. So when you meet these things, let them remind you of who you want to be. Let them sharpen your resolve, not your resentment. Let them call you to patience, not to pride. Every difficult person is a test. Not a test of them, but a test of you, of your growth, of your discipline, of your grace under pressure. There is no shame in struggling. The only shame is in giving up on what's right because it's difficult. If the path feels steep, good. It means you're climbing. And every step, every stumble, every breathless pause is shaping you into something stronger. The Stoics didn't chase ease. They chased excellence. And excellence demands effort. It demands showing up even when it's hard, especially when it's hard. So do the right thing. Not because it's easy or rewarding or praised, but because it's right, and let that be enough. When you lose something, an opportunity, a relationship, a dream, you may feel emptiness, but what you're really experiencing is space. Space that life has cleared for something new, for growth, for resilience, for clarity. Grief is not your enemy. It is the teacher that brings you closer to what matters. Sit with it, learn from it, but do not become it. You are more than what you've lost. You are what you choose to build in the space it left behind. If you want to be unshakable, start with your habits. Because strength isn't found in a single moment of inspiration. It's found in what you return to daily, silently, without excuse. Rise early, speak less, listen more. Do what needs to be done whether you feel like it or not. Let your life be shaped by intention, not impulse. By rhythm, not reaction. When you train yourself this way, you become trustworthy to others and to yourself. And in a world full of noise, that quiet self-trust is priceless. Never underestimate the power of small things done well. A kind word spoken when you're tired. A task finished without being told. A temptation resisted in silence. These are not glamorous, but they form the foundation of a life well lived. Excellence isn't loud. It's not built in applause. It's built in the quiet moments where you choose your better self over and over again. That is discipline. That is freedom. You are not your thoughts. You are the awareness behind them. Thoughts will come, some helpful, some cruel, some ridiculous. Let them pass like clouds. Observe them, question them, but do not worship them. Not every thought deserves your belief. Not every feeling deserves your obedience. Train yourself to pause, to ask, is this thought serving my values or feeding my fears? And then choose wisely. Anger feels powerful, but it often makes you weak, pushes you to act before you think, to speak before you understand, to hurt when you could have healed. It doesn't mean you never feel anger, but it means you refuse to be ruled by it. Breathe, wait, let the fire cool before you act. True strength isn't in expressing your rage. It's in mastering it. The calm one sees more clearly, and the one who sees clearly chooses rightly. Whatever happens today, remind yourself, you've been through worse. You've survived storms you thought would swallow you. You've rebuilt yourself from ashes. You've kept walking when everything in you said to stop. So this is not the end. This is another test, another chance to respond with wisdom, another chance to remain unshaken. Even when the ground moves beneath you, you are not powerless. You are prepared. There will always be people who misunderstand you. Let them. Your job is not to be understood. Your job is to live in alignment with your principles. You will not be everyone's cup of tea. You are not meant to be. Your energy is not for convincing, but for creating. Live your truth and let others do what they will with it. Let death be a teacher, not a shadow. Not to scare you, but to sharpen you. When you remember that your time is limited, you stop wasting it. You stop arguing about things that don't matter. You stop chasing approval from people who don't care. You begin to choose more carefully, speak more kindly, live more deeply. Memento mori, not as a fear, but as a guide. You won't be here forever, so make this day count. What happens outside of you is never as important as what happens within you. You can be surrounded by chaos and still move with grace. You can be disappointed by others and still choose love. You can be in pain and still practice gratitude. The storm can rage, but your mind remains your own. Protect it, train it, let it with clarity. And when life grows loud, return to the stillness within. You do not need more time. You need more focus. You need to say no to the things that distract you from your purpose, to the noise, to the drama, to the endless scrolling and worrying and comparing. Say yes to what matters, to what builds, to what elevates your soul. This is the practice. Not once, not when you feel like it, but every day, quietly, consistently. The path is simple. It is not easy, but it is worth it, and you are capable of walking it. One breath, one step, one choice at a time. There's a moment right before you react where everything hangs in the balance. That pause, it's small, almost invisible, but inside it, you hold the entire weight of your freedom. React, and you are a puppet pulled by impulse. Choose, and you are a master moved by reason. Train yourself to stretch that pause, to breathe inside it, to ask, what's the wise response here? That's not weakness. That's power in its quietest form. Because anyone can lash out, but not everyone can hold their fire and speak only when their words are worthy. When someone wrongs you, it's easy to feel that burning need for revenge. But vengeance doesn't restore anything. It doesn't heal. It doesn't bring back justice. It only chains you to the same poison. Forgiveness doesn't mean excusing what happened. It means refusing to let someone else's darkness live rent-free in your soul. The Stoics weren't naive. They knew the world could be cruel, but they refused to carry hatred like a badge of honor. Because hate corrodes the vessel that holds it. Let them carry their own shame. You walk light, walk free. People talk of legacy, of being remembered. But the Stoic asks, by who? For how long? Even the greatest names, emperors, generals, thinkers, are dust now. And those who remember them, dust too. So don't live to be remembered. Live to be worthy. Worthy of your own respect. Worthy of the short breath you've been given in this vast, indifferent cosmos. Let your actions today be their own reward. Let your dignity be your legacy. You cannot control your reputation. You cannot control what others whisper when you're not in the room. But you can control the life you live. Live it so well, so plainly, that those whispers fade under the weight of your consistency. Be kind without posting about it. Be disciplined without showing it off. Be humble when praised, and steady when overlooked. You are not a brand. You are a being, and you don't owe anyone performance, only presence. You are not behind. There is no clock chasing you. That urgency you feel, it's not real. It's just the mind comparing itself to everyone else's highlight reel. Walk your path. Some rise quickly and fall just as fast. Others walk slowly and build something lasting. Neither is wrong, but only one is yours. Be loyal to your own pace. It's not about how fast you get there. It's about how deeply you understand where you're going. Suffering becomes unbearable when we believe it should not exist. But pain, discomfort, disappointment, these are not glitches. They are part of the human condition. The Stoic does not resist suffering. They meet it, they sit with it, and in that sitting, they ask, what can I learn from this? Pain reveals where you're still attached. It reveals what you still fear losing. So listen to your suffering. It has something to teach you, not about the world, but about yourself. You do not need to attend every battle you're invited to. Some arguments are traps. Some conflicts only drain you. You are not obligated to correct everyone. You are not a warrior for every cause. Pick your fights like a sculptor chooses their chisel. Only when it shapes you toward something better. Let others have their opinions. Let them think you're soft, wrong, naive. Let them believe what they must. Your peace is more valuable than their approval. Most people fear boredom, but the Stoic embraces it. Because boredom is space. Space to think. Space to observe. Space to become familiar with your own mind. That stillness is not emptiness. It's where you hear yourself again. Don't rush to fill every silence with noise. Let the quiet teach you something the world can't. You will be tempted by shortcuts, by the easy way, by comfort dressed up as wisdom, but you will know the difference, because shortcuts usually skip over your soul. Do what's hard, not for the sake of struggle, but because the long path deepens your character. Build slowly, build with intention. That way, when the storm comes, what you've built won't crumble. Gratitude is a practice, not a mood. It's the discipline of noticing what remains instead of what is missing. The Stoic doesn't wait to feel grateful. They choose it. They train their eyes to see the good, especially when it's hard. It's not about pretending everything is perfect. It's about saying, even in this, there is something to be thankful for. That's not delusion. That's depth. Do not fear solitude. It's where the real work begins. In solitude, your masks fall. You meet the parts of yourself you've hidden. You learn to be your own company. And in doing so, you stop looking to others to complete you. You become whole not because someone filled the gaps, but because you sat with them long enough to understand they were never broken. Discipline is love in action. Not the harsh kind, but the steady kind. The kind that wakes up early because it promised itself it would. The kind that says no when yes would mean self-betrayal. The world teaches indulgence. The Stoic teaches restraint. Not because pleasure is wrong, but because without limits it consumes you. Freedom isn't doing what you want. It's knowing what to want and keeping your word to yourself. Look closely at what you fear. Name it. Study it. Often, the fear shrinks in the light. Fear thrives in avoidance. It grows in the dark corners where we won't look. But courage doesn't mean feeling no fear. It means moving forward even while it whispers in your ear. Ask yourself, if this fear came true, would I still be me? If the answer is yes, then fear has no power. Most people seek comfort, but comfort can be a trap if it keeps you soft, weak, untested. Seek challenge instead, not chaos, not destruction, but the kind of friction that polishes you. Let your discomfort teach you. Let it show you your edges. Growth isn't found in ease. It's found in the parts of you that say, I can't, and then do it anyway. You don't have to feel like it to do it. This is one of the hardest truths to live, and one of the most liberating. Some days you'll feel heavy. Some days you'll doubt. But still you rise. Still you act. Still you honor your path. Let your feelings exist, but don't let them decide. You are not your moods. You are your principles, and those endure. There is a kind of strength in simplicity that the world has forgotten. Not the simplicity of ignorance, but the simplicity that comes from clarity. From cutting away what is unnecessary until only what matters remains. The Stoic learns to live simply, not because they reject comfort, but because they understand how little is truly needed to live well. A meal that nourishes, a roof that shelters, a mind that rests in its own company. When you stop chasing more, you begin to see how rich you already are. We often assume that others cause our distress, that their actions, their words, their failures are what disturb us. But it's not the events themselves, it's our judgment of them. If someone insults you, it is only noise until you decide it means something. If something is taken from you, it is only loss when you tell yourself it should have stayed. The Stoic returns again and again to this. No one can harm you unless you let them into your mind. You are the gatekeeper of your peace. Do not hand the key to anyone who hasn't earned it. Time is slipping through your fingers, even as you listen to this. Each breath, a grain of sand falling silently through the hourglass. You cannot hold it, you cannot slow it, but you can honor it. Not by doing more, but by being present in what you do. Do not confuse motion with meaning. A full calendar does not equal a full life. The Stoic asks, what am I doing with the time I have? Not in fear, but in reverence. Envy is a sickness of the soul. It convinces you that someone else's life is better, that their success diminishes yours, that their happiness is a theft of your own. But the Stoic sees through this illusion. Another's path has nothing to do with yours. Their triumph does not block your light. If you feel envy, trace it back. Ask what it reveals about your own neglected values. Maybe it's not that you want what they have, but that you've ignored something in yourself that needs your attention. Envy then becomes a teacher, one that redirects you home. You will be misunderstood. You will be judged unfairly. You will do your best and still be criticized. Let it happen, not because you enjoy it, but because your peace does not depend on being seen correctly. The Stoic does not perform for applause. They live by their principles even when the audience boos. Be silent where others scream. Be calm where others fight. Be steady where others waver. In time, your consistency will speak louder than their noise. Control is the great illusion. We spend years trying to manage people, events, outcomes, trying to bend the world into shapes that make us feel safe. But the Stoic learns that peace doesn't come from control. It comes from surrendering to what is beyond our reach and focusing completely on what is within it. You can control your response, your attitude, your integrity. That's enough, more than enough. It's tempting to wait for the right moment, to begin when the fear is gone, to act when things feel certain, to speak only when we're sure we won't be rejected. But the Stoic knows, clarity comes through action. Confidence grows through motion. The right moment rarely arrives. So we must begin anyway, even with shaking hands, even with a trembling voice, because stillness is not always peace. Sometimes it's paralysis. There will be loss. Things you care about will vanish. People you love will pass. Moments will end, no matter how tightly you hold them. The Stoic does not deny this. They embrace it, not with coldness, but with tenderness. They love fully, knowing it's temporary. They laugh deeply, knowing the joke will end. They live now, not later. This is what it means to practice death, to remember that nothing is promised, and therefore, everything is precious. No one is coming to save you. That's not a tragedy. That's freedom. When you realize that your life is your responsibility, you stop waiting and start creating. The Stoic builds their own foundation, brick by brick, habit by habit, choice by choice. They ask not, who will help me, but what is in my power right now? And then they do that, again and again. Anger feels powerful. It makes you feel alive, but often it's a mask for pain. The Stoic doesn't fear anger. They examine it. What has this emotion come to teach me? What belief was just challenged? Anger is a signal, points to your values, but you don't have to obey it. You can listen and then choose to respond, not react, to stand firm, not explode, to be a fire under control, not a wildfire that consumes everything in its path. Success is a dangerous drug. It whispers lies, that you are only as worthy as your achievements, that rest is weakness, that more is always better. But the Stoic knows, virtue is the true measure, not status, not wealth, not likes or fame. Are you honest when no one is watching? Are you kind when it costs you something? Are you courageous in silence? These are the real metrics, invisible to most, but not to you. A Stoic does not wait to feel motivated. They don't rely on mood. They rely on identity. They say, I am the kind of person who shows up, even when it's boring, even when no one notices, even when it's thankless. They show up because their word matters, because their life is a mirror of their choices. Discipline is not loud. It is quiet, invisible, and deeply powerful. You will fall short. You will fail. You will say the wrong thing, miss the mark, lose your way. It's part of the path. The Stoic doesn't seek perfection. They seek progress. They use failure as feedback. What matters is not falling, but what you do when you stand up again. Dust off the shame. Keep your eyes forward. Learn. Adjust. Return to your principles. That is strength. Forgo the need to be seen as good. Be good. Silently, privately, consistently. The world praises appearances. The Stoic cultivates substance. In time, the difference becomes clear. You don't own anything. Not truly. Not your house, your job, your titles. Not even your body. All of it can be taken. So hold it lightly, enjoy it fully, and never let your identity fuse with what can disappear. You are not what you possess. You are what you practice, and that cannot be stolen. Live so that you can say at any moment, if it all ended now, I'd be at peace. Not because everything was perfect, but because you showed up with honesty. You loved with courage. You acted with integrity. That's the Stoic life. Not flashy, not loud, but unshakable, rooted, whole. Solitude isn't loneliness. It's an opportunity, an invitation to meet yourself without noise, without performance, without the mirrors others hold up. The Stoic seeks solitude not to escape the world, but to understand their place in it. They don't run from silence. They rest in it, because in silence, the truth becomes louder, the distractions fade, and you begin to hear what actually matters. If you're always surrounded by noise, by people, by stimulation, how will you ever know what you truly believe? Solitude gives you space to observe your own mind, to confront your weaknesses without shame, to build inner strength without applause. This is where character is formed, in the quiet moments, when no one is watching. You don't need to argue with fools. You don't need to prove yourself to people committed to misunderstanding you. Let them talk. Let them mock. Let them believe what they want. The Stoic isn't concerned with winning debates. They care about winning back their peace. They care about protecting their energy. Every time you take the bait, you leave your center. Every time you fight to be right, you lose time that could be spent becoming better. The wise person knows that dignity speaks louder than ego. You cannot pour from an empty cup, but you also can't refill your cup by demanding that the world respect your boundaries. You refill it by honoring your own needs without apology. Saying no is not cruelty, it's clarity. The Stoic understands the value of energy. They don't waste it trying to please everyone. They don't say yes out of fear or guilt. They say yes with intention, and they say no with love. Love for their mission, love for their time, love for their values. Even the most ordinary day is full of sacred moments, if you're awake enough to notice them. The sunlight landing on your face, the breath entering and leaving your lungs, the sound of laughter from another room. These are not small things. They are everything. The Stoic doesn't wait for dramatic events to feel grateful. They train themselves to appreciate the simple, because they know it could vanish in an instant. They live like it matters because it does. You are not your emotions. You experience them, but they are not you. They come and go, like weather through a sky that does not change. The Stoic watches emotion like a wise observer. They don't suppress it. They don't obey it blindly. They investigate it. Why do I feel this way? What story am I telling myself? Is that story true? From this space, they find clarity. And with clarity, they choose the next right action. Not from reactivity, but from wisdom. You are part of something larger, a chain of existence that began long before you and will continue long after. The Stoic remembers this often, not to feel small, but to feel placed, anchored. Your role in the universe may not be grand. It may not be glamorous, but it is yours. And when you play it well, when you carry it with honor, you participate in the harmony of the whole. That's enough. Pity serves no one. The Stoic doesn't wallow in misfortune, and they don't encourage others to stay stuck in theirs. Instead, they offer strength. They offer example. They offer presence. Compassion, yes, but not indulgence. They lift without dragging themselves down. They help without becoming lost, because helping someone see their own power is more valuable than trying to rescue them forever. Humility isn't thinking less of yourself. It's thinking of yourself less. The Stoic lets go of the need to dominate conversations, to always be right, to be seen as important. They focus on truth, on usefulness, on service. They understand that pride often masks insecurity, that loudness is not strength, that the need to prove is a sign of inner imbalance. So they speak less, listen more, and act wisely. Wealth isn't evil, but attachment to wealth, That's the danger. The Stoic can enjoy prosperity without being enslaved by it. They don't measure their worth by their net worth. They use money like a tool, never as a mirror of identity. When they lose it, they remain stable. When they gain it, they remain grounded. Because they understand, the true treasure is self-mastery. Everything else is borrowed. Fame is a shadow. It moves with the light and disappears when the world turns. The Stoic doesn't chase recognition. They chase virtue. They ask, am I living in alignment with my values? Not, how many people approve? They know that public praise can corrupt the soul if you begin to crave it, that it can make you forget who you are in the silence. So they protect the silence. They nurture their solitude. They act from purpose, not applause. Your mind is a garden. What you allow to grow will determine what kind of life you live. The Stoic weeds out resentment. They plant seeds of patience. They water understanding. They trim judgment. It's not a one-time act. It's daily maintenance. And every moment is a choice. To feed the wolf of anger or the one of wisdom. To react like the world owes you peace or to create peace from the inside out. Words matter, but silence can be even more powerful. The Stoic speaks with intention. They don't waste words trying to convince the unwilling. They don't fill space to avoid discomfort. They let silence do its work. When they speak, it carries weight, because it's not for attention, it's for clarity, for truth, for service. A single well-placed sentence can shift a life. The Stoic knows this, so they choose their moments carefully. Nothing is ever truly yours except your character. Not your body, not your status, not your relationships. All of those can be taken. But who you choose to be when life strips everything away, that is yours to keep. The Stoic invests where it cannot be stolen, in self-respect, in inner peace, in integrity, and when storms come, they stand, because their foundation is not external. There is no finish line, no ultimate arrival, no final version of yourself that solves everything. The Stoic doesn't wait to feel ready to begin living well. They practice now, right in the middle of the mess, right in the discomfort, the grief, the frustration, because wisdom isn't sterile. It's forged in the fire. It's grown through living, one moment at a time, one breath at a time. The next time you're slighted, remember, forgiveness isn't for them. It's for you. Not because they deserve it, but because you deserve freedom. The Stoic doesn't carry grudges. Not because they're weak, but because they're strong enough to put the weight down. They don't let bitterness live rent-free in their mind. They choose peace over punishment, letting go, not forgetting, but releasing the rope that only burns their own hands. You will be tested, again and again, and not by grand trials, but by the small irritations, the unexpected delays, the tiny humiliations. These are the real opportunities to practice, to hold your center, to remain grounded. Anyone can be calm when all is well, but the Stoic shines when things unravel, because that's when the training matters most. This life is brief, but it can be beautiful, not because it's easy, but because you can choose to meet it with dignity. That is the Stoic path, and every moment, you are free to walk it. You don't need the world to slow down. You need to learn how to stand still while it moves. There will always be chaos, noise, conflict, and change. But inside you, there can be stillness, a steady flame, not easily swayed by storms. The Stoic cultivates this stillness deliberately. They don't wait for external peace. They build internal calm, and that calm becomes their compass. Not because they control the world, but because they've learned to stop trying. Most of the pain you carry comes not from what happened, but from how long you've held on to it. The Stoic sees pain clearly. They don't deny it. They don't dramatize it. They face it, feel it, and let it pass. Holding onto it only ensures it repeats itself internally, even when the original cause is long gone. So they ask, what am I still gripping that no longer needs to be carried? And they practice setting it down, even if their hands tremble as they do. No one can insult you without your permission. The words of others are not knives, unless you press them into your own skin. The Stoic has learned this. Offense is a choice, a reaction, not a truth. People will project their shadows, their fears, their frustrations. But that's not your responsibility. You don't have to absorb every word. You can hear it, understand it, and let it pass, like wind through an open window. Envy is a poison you drink, believing it will affect someone else. The Stoic recognizes envy as a distraction from their own path. Every time they compare, they drift from their own purpose. They trade presence for illusion. They forget the truth, that no one has everything. Everyone is carrying something unseen. Everyone is paying a price for what you think you want. So instead of looking outward, they return inward, to their own steps, to their own values, to their own quiet growth. Don't let urgency make your decisions. The Stoic sees how pressure can distort judgment. When the world shouts, now, 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 they breathe and ask, what's actually necessary? What will I be proud of tomorrow? They don't rush because others panic. They move with clarity, not fear. Even when the fire alarm is ringing, they look for the door, not the flames. The opinions of others are not your compass. They shift too often. They are shaped by ignorance, emotion, and projection. The Stoic does not reject advice, but they filter it through wisdom. Does this serve my principles? Is this spoken from love or control? Would I follow this path even if no one approved? They respect others, but follow reason, and in doing so, they walk with freedom. Comfort is not the same as peace. Sometimes comfort is the prison. Sometimes it's the thing keeping you from becoming who you could be. The Stoic doesn't chase comfort. They use it sparingly, like seasoning, not the whole meal. They seek strength, not ease. Clarity, not sedation. They stretch themselves, knowing that peace grows in responsibility, not in avoidance. You do not rise to the level of your goals. You fall to the level of your habits. The Stoic knows that daily actions form character, not grand resolutions, not future dreams, but the small decisions. Do I wake up when I said I would? Do I treat others with respect even when tired? Do I do what's right even when no one sees? This is the training ground. This is where virtue becomes real. Justice isn't just for courts or governments. It begins with how you treat the person in front of you. The Stoic doesn't ignore the power of small interactions. They see that kindness in traffic, patience at the store, and fairness in conversation are all reflections of justice in practice. They don't need a title to do what's right. They just do it, quietly, consistently. Regret is a teacher, not a jailer. Its purpose is to show you where you lost your way, not to chain you to the past. The Stoic listens to regret. They learn from it, and then they move forward. They don't keep replaying what can't be changed. They act differently now. They use the pain as a guide, not as a weight. Anger is not power. It's often the loss of it. The Stoic feels anger, but does not become it. They step back. They examine. They wait for the fire to cool, so they can see clearly. They understand that reaction is not strength. Discipline is. To act with restraint, when everything in you wants to lash out, is true mastery. Gratitude isn't about ignoring pain. It's about refusing to let pain blind you. The Stoic wakes up each day asking, what do I still have? Not to deny struggle, but to keep perspective. Because even in hardship, there is always something left. A breath, a lesson, a chance to begin again. Time is your most precious currency. Spend it well. The Stoic treats time with reverence. They don't waste it chasing things that do not last. They do not waste it arguing, complaining, or scrolling away their life. They ask, does this matter? Will this choice age well? Because how you spend your time is how you spend your life. You won't always feel brave. You don't need to. You just need to act as if you are, until courage arrives. The Stoic moves forward even when afraid. They acknowledge fear, but don't obey it. They remind themselves, fear is a signal, not a stop sign, and they take the next small step. No moment is guaranteed. You know this, but you forget. We all do. So the Stoic lives as though each moment counts. Because it does. They say the words they've been meaning to say. They forgive while they can. They take nothing for granted. Not the sunrise, not the breath, not the people they love. You are the sum of what you repeat, not your beliefs, not your dreams, your patterns. The Stoic is mindful of their rituals. They don't leave character to chance. They practice presence, restraint, reflection, not when convenient, but especially when it's hard. This is how peace becomes muscle memory, how wisdom becomes instinct. Let others chase what they want. You are here for something deeper, not for applause, not for control, but for truth, integrity, alignment. This path may be quieter. It may go unnoticed, but it leads somewhere the world cannot touch, to a freedom no one can take. And the Stoic walks it, one step at a time, one breath, one choice, one day lived fully and with virtue. You are not what happens to you. You are how you respond to it. The Stoic trains the mind like a sculptor-shaped stone, chipping away what is unnecessary, sharpening what is useful. While others wait for the world to calm down so they can find peace, the Stoic learns to remain steady regardless of the storm. Not because they are numb, but because they have chosen clarity over chaos. Let others be pulled by the current of emotion. You are not driftwood. You are the oar. You guide your ship. Even the strongest tree sways in the wind, but it does not uproot itself. There is strength in yielding without breaking. The Stoic does not resist every blow life throws. They absorb, adapt, endure, because they know that suffering comes less from events and more from our refusal to accept them. Acceptance isn't surrender. It's understanding. This is where I am. Now, how shall I move forward? True freedom is not the ability to do what you want. It's the ability to choose what is right, even when you don't want to. The Stoic is not obsessed with liberty, but with mastery of the self. Because until you've learned to govern your impulses, your desires, and your pride, you are still a slave, not to chains, but to your own undisciplined mind. Discipline is not a punishment, it's a path. Each time you follow it, you get lighter, clearer, freer. Loss is not failure. It is part of the contract of living. The Stoic mourns, but they do not collapse. They feel grief, but they do not allow it to define them. They know that every person, every moment, every gift is on loan. To expect permanence in a world of change is to demand the sea hold still. They don't cling, they cherish, and then they let go when life asks them to. You don't need to prove anything, not to them, not even to yourself. The Stoic does not perform virtue for applause. They live it quietly. They act with kindness, patience, and truth, even when no one is watching, because the reward is not admiration. The reward is being able to look at your own reflection and feel no shame. That is the highest kind of peace. Happiness is not found in adding more. It is found in needing less. The Stoic examines their desires like a gardener examines weeds. What has grown wild? What is crowding the space for good fruit? They do not envy luxury. They are not seduced by status. They ask, what would I still have if all of this were taken from me tomorrow? They measure wealth in integrity and success in peace of mind. Do not wait for the world to be fair. Act fairly anyway. The Stoic does not match energy. They don't sink to bitterness. They don't respond in kind to cruelty. They respond in kind to their own standards. Because if they let the world dictate their behavior, they are no longer living according to principle. They are reacting, and reaction is the territory of the untrained. Some things will never be resolved, but you can stop letting them control you. The Stoic doesn't waste their life chasing closure. They accept that some chapters end without explanation. that some people leave without apologies, that some wrongs will never be made right. Still, they choose to move on, not because it's easy, but because stagnation is worse than the unknown. Emotions are not enemies. They are messengers, but they are not masters. The Stoic listens to fear, anger, sadness, but does not kneel to them. They ask, "What are you trying to show me?" And then they act from reason, not from panic, because wisdom is not coldness. It is warmth guided by clarity. You are already enough for the work that matters. Growth does not require you to become someone else. It asks you to become more fully yourself. The Stoic does not chase transformation as a performance. They refine, they return, they remember the values that have always been within them. Growth is not about addition. It's about subtraction, removing what isn't truly you. Time is slipping through your fingers, whether you notice or not. The Stoic keeps death in view, not to be morbid, but to be awake, to realize this moment will never come again. This conversation may be the last. This morning, this breath, could be the final one. And so they live as though every hour counts, because it does. The Stoic forgives, not because others deserve it, but because they do. They understand that resentment is a second prison, a shackle that locks you to someone else's mistake. Forgiveness is not forgetting. It's refusing to carry the burden another step forward. It is saying, "You wronged me, but I will not let that define me." You cannot control what others think of you, but you can control whether their thoughts enter your soul. The Stoic has no need for universal approval. They know that to live according to your values will inevitably displease someone, and so they remain rooted, even when misunderstood, because their compass is within, not in the shifting tides of opinion. Patience is a weapon, not a weakness. The Stoic does not panic when things take longer than expected. They understand that what is built slowly lasts longer. They are not rushed by the world's clock. They move with intention, with rhythm, with depth. Even when the outcome is uncertain, they stay the course. Clarity often arrives in silence. The Stoic carves out space for reflection. They step away from the noise. They sit with their thoughts until they can hear the signal beneath the static. Because wisdom speaks in stillness, not in speed, not in reaction, but in quiet observation. They do not fill every space with noise. They welcome the gaps, knowing that emptiness makes room for truth. You don't need certainty to act. You need courage. The Stoic acts with incomplete information. They don't wait for perfect plans. They understand that life moves, and they must move with it. Mistakes will happen. That's part of being human. But inaction, that is a greater cost, one that erodes the spirit. So they choose motion over perfection. You are not your past. You are what you do with it now. The Stoic reflects, but does not dwell. They use memory as a tool, not a prison. Every misstep was training, every regret, a map. And so they walk forward, not as someone broken, but as someone refined. Let discomfort be your teacher. The Stoic welcomes challenge, because it is the forge of character. They ask, what is this difficulty shaping in me? What can I learn that ease would never teach? Pain is not always punishment. Sometimes it's preparation, a sharpening stone, a fire revealing what's real. Power is not control over others. It is control over yourself. The Stoic understands that the greatest empire is the one within, to govern your thoughts, to restrain your words, to redirect your habits. This is true power, and unlike kingdoms or crowns, can never be stolen from you. Let your legacy be one of character, not achievement. The Stoic is not concerned with building monuments. They care about the impact they have on the lives around them. Did they act justly? Did they live honorably? Did they lift others through their example? These are the marks that endure, and these are the seeds they plant. Every day, the Stoic rises each morning with a quiet vow, not to control the world, but to meet it with virtue, no matter how it arrives. They don't expect things to go smoothly. They prepare to meet resistance. They rehearse adversity in the mind, not out of fear, but out of readiness. Because when misfortune knocks, it doesn't start with a warning. It enters as fire, as illness, as betrayal, as loss. And the mind that has trained to face the unexpected does not collapse when the door swings open. They say, "I've met you before in thought. Now I meet you in life." There's strength in restraint. The Stoic knows how to pause. In arguments before the reply, in anger before the outburst, in temptation before indulgence. That pause is power. Not everything must be said. Not everything deserves a reaction. Not every impulse should become action. Silence can be sharper than a sword, and the decision not to retaliate can be the most courageous one of all. It's easy to be kind when you're rested, respected, admired. It's much harder when you're tired, ignored, or insulted. That's where the Stoic's virtue is tested. Not when life is agreeable, but when it isn't. They don't base their actions on the behavior of others. They don't treat people well because people are kind. They do it because they are. Their goodness is not a mirror, it's a flame. It lights the room even when no one else brings warmth. Every moment offers a chance to practice. While standing in line, while someone interrupts, while stuck in traffic, while facing failure. The Stoic doesn't separate philosophy from daily life. It's not a lecture or a quote. It's in how they carry themselves, how they handle pressure, how they hold their tongue when the easy option is to lash out. They don't wait for perfect conditions to be their best. They act in the mud, in the noise, in the struggle. Justice is not about punishment. It's about fairness consistently applied. The Stoic defends what is right, not what is convenient, even when their friends are in the wrong, even when they are the ones at fault, even when silence would protect their image. They choose truth, even when it hurts, because without truth, there is no justice, and without justice, there is no honor. Don't wish for life to be easier. Wish to be more capable. The Stoic doesn't ask the world to lighten its burdens. They ask themselves to grow stronger shoulders. They trust that the trials ahead contain the material for growth. And instead of asking, "Why me?" they ask, "What can I become because of this?" Your reputation is not who you are. It's only what people think. The Stoic doesn't chase image. They work on substance. A polished mask might impress a crowd, but it cannot comfort you in solitude. Character is what remains when no one is looking. It is quiet and often unnoticed, but it is the foundation of a good life, and it cannot be borrowed. It must be earned day by day, decision by decision. Envy is a poison with a sweet taste. It disguises itself as ambition, but it eats the soul from within. The Stoic avoids comparison. They don't measure their value by what others have achieved or acquired. They know that each person walks a different path, under different conditions, with different burdens and gifts, and so they focus inward, not out of selfishness, but out of wisdom, because only your own actions are within your grasp. Time spent complaining is time lost forever. The Stoic feels disappointment like anyone, but they don't dwell on what can't be changed. They move quickly to what can be done. They don't argue with reality. They work with it, and when the obstacle appears, they do not curse the path. They study it and ask, "How can I turn this into strength?" When praised, the Stoic remains steady. When criticized, the Stoic remains steady. Not because they are indifferent, but because they have learned not to outsource their sense of self. They don't become arrogant with applause, nor broken by insult. Their compass points within, calibrated by conscience, not clamor. And so they walk a straight line, regardless of the noise around them. Forgo urgency. The Stoic moves with purpose, not panic. They are deliberate. They know that rushing rarely yields clarity, that speed can scatter the mind, and scatter the soul with it. So they breathe, they anchor themselves in the present, and they act with care, not just with speed. Even when the world screams, "Hurry," they listen for the quieter voice of reason. Your past is a book already written. You can't tear out the pages, but you can write the next ones differently. The Stoic acknowledges their mistakes, not with shame, but with resolve. They don't pretend, they don't run, they face their failings and use them as fuel to be better today than they were yesterday. Regret is not the end, it's the beginning of something honest. Not all pain is to be avoided. Some is to be endured. Some is even to be welcomed. The Stoic does not seek suffering, but they know that growth lives on the far side of comfort. They don't ask for comfort above all things. They ask for strength to endure hardship when it serves something greater, because an easy life often makes a soft soul, and the Stoic aims for depth, not ease. The Stoic does not hoard. They share, not only possessions, but time, wisdom, and presence, because they know that generosity is not about wealth, it is about spirit. They give without needing recognition. They help without demanding gratitude. And in doing so, they embody one of the purest forms of freedom, to give without fear of loss. Some people are rude. Some will lie. Some will betray. This is part of the nature of things. The Stoic does not act surprised. When people fall short, they prepare the mind to meet imperfection with calm and impermanence with grace. They don't excuse bad behavior, but they don't become it either. They maintain their principles, even when others forget theirs. All you have is the present. The Stoic returns to this truth again and again, not out of sentiment, but out of urgency. You are not owed another day. You are not guaranteed another sunrise. And so you must live, not in nostalgia, not in anticipation, but in presence. This moment is your life. Spend it wisely. A wise Stoic understands that control is an illusion except for one thing, their own mind. Everything else is borrowed. Your health, your possessions, your reputation, even your relationships. You hold them for a while, but they are not yours by nature. That doesn't mean you love them less. It means you love them more clearly, without clinging, without fear, without illusion. When you truly grasp this, life becomes lighter. Not because it hurts less, but because you're no longer crushed by the need to possess or preserve what was never truly in your hands. The Stoic walks through life not as an owner of fortune, but as a guest at its table. They accept the food placed before them and give thanks, even when it is bitter. There is a difference between pleasure and peace. Pleasure is loud. It demands attention. It fades quickly and often leaves a craving in its place. Peace, however, is quiet. It doesn't shout for your focus. It arrives when you align your actions with your values, when your conscience is clean, when your desires are tempered, and your duties are met. The Stoic prefers peace over pleasure. They know that pleasure can be stolen by age, by chance, by the will of others. But peace, once cultivated, resides within. And while others chase excitement, they return again and again to the stillness at the center of things. Every relationship is a mirror. The way you treat others reflects your own state of mind. If you speak with cruelty, it is because cruelty lives in you. If you speak with calm, it is because you've made space for calm inside. The Stoic doesn't blame the mirror for the face it shows. They correct the source. They seek harmony in themselves, not in the behavior of everyone they meet. This doesn't mean they accept abuse, but it means their dignity is not contingent on winning every encounter. They can walk away without hatred. They can forgive without permission. They can love without possession, because their peace is not up for negotiation. Impressions come quickly. Reactions come fast. The mind is like a river, always flowing, always shifting. But the Stoic learns to pause before they believe. They learn to examine before they react. Is this really so terrible? They ask themselves. Or is it simply unpleasant? The distinction matters. Much of what disturbs us is not the event itself, but our judgment about it. When you begin to observe that process, space opens. Space to choose a better response. In that space, there is freedom. Fame is wind. It lifts you one moment and drops you the next. The Stoic doesn't seek the applause of the crowd. Not because they're aloof, but because they know how easily it corrupts. When your worth is measured by popularity, you become a slave to the moods of others. You speak not your truth, but what will be cheered. You act not from virtue, but from calculation. The Stoic would rather be right in silence than adored for falsehood. They may be overlooked, misunderstood, mocked, but they walk with their integrity intact. Pain is part of nature, so is healing. The Stoic does not deny pain. They allow it to exist without letting it define them. They sit with sorrow when it comes. They mourn loss with full heart, but they do not make suffering their identity. They move through grief, not by escaping it, but by embracing its truth, then releasing what they cannot keep. Their heart is open, but their steps are firm. They know that healing is not forgetting. It is remembering differently, with wisdom, with softness, without the chain of bitterness. The Stoic does not chase the perfect moment. They perfect the moment they are in. They don't say, "When I have more time, I'll start living right." They don't wait for the promotion or the apology or the peace and quiet. They begin now, even in small ways, especially in small ways. They clean their space. They speak with honesty. They tend to their duties. They smile sincerely. They hold the door open, because how you do anything is how you do everything. And the present moment is where the soul is shaped. Humility is not weakness. It is precision. The Stoic does not pretend to know what they do not. They are not threatened by the brilliance of others. They do not inflate their achievements. They are learners always, because wisdom is not a mountain you climb. It is a road you walk endlessly. They seek correction without shame. They welcome feedback without ego. They admit error with grace. In doing so, they remain light, adaptable, and closer to truth. Sometimes the world moves faster than your heart can follow. In those moments, the Stoic returns to their breath. Inhale here, exhale now. They do not chase the rush. They ground themselves in the rhythm of nature, of life, of their own being. No storm lasts forever. And if you can anchor yourself in the present, you will not be torn by winds of panic. Stillness is not an action. It is poised readiness, the ability to act from calm, not chaos. There is no shame in starting over. The Stoic knows that failure is a teacher, not a tombstone. They do not carry the past like a weight. They study it, learn from it, and move forward lighter. Every day is a blank scroll. What you wrote yesterday need not dictate what you write today. What matters is your direction, not your delay. And no matter how many times you fall, you are not diminished, so long as you rise with purpose. The Stoic prepares for loss, not with dread, but with reverence. They love fully, knowing it will end. They embrace today, knowing tomorrow is uncertain. They hold nothing so tightly that its departure destroys them. This makes their love deeper, their joy richer, because it is not rooted in possession, but in presence. The flower that blooms for one day is no less beautiful. Its fragility is part of its splendor. And so the Stoic walks through life with open hands. Justice, courage, temperance, wisdom, not just virtues but companions. They walk beside the Stoic like trusted friends, whispering when pride rises, when fear tempts, when indulgence calls. They are not abstract. They are practiced every hour in every choice. To be just is to give what is due. To be courageous is to act rightly, even when afraid. To be temperate is to know what is enough. To be wise is to live in accordance with truth, no matter the season, no matter the cost. And finally, the Stoic remembers death, not to be morbid, not to fear it, but to live better, because when you understand that your time is limited, you stop wasting it on trivialities. You forgive faster, you love more honestly, you listen more fully, you speak more carefully, you let go of what doesn't matter. Memento mori, not to dread, but to awaken. because life is short, but meaning is long, and in every breath you are writing your legacy. Imagine waking each day not to the chaos of demands or the endless scroll of distractions, but to a quiet resolve. This is not an escape from reality, but a courageous step into it, grounded, aware, and intentional. The Stoic does not cling to certainty, for they know certainty is a stranger in a world that changes like the wind. Instead, they cultivate resilience. Resilience not as a hardened shell, but as a flexible strength that bends without breaking. Life will test you. It will throw storms your way, sometimes gentle rains, sometimes hurricanes. But the heart trained in Stoic wisdom is like bamboo, rooted yet supple. When disappointment visits, the Stoic greets it with a calm that surprises. They do not drown in what might have been, nor do they rage against fate's decree. Instead, they accept the moment fully, then move forward. The distinction is subtle but profound. Acceptance is not surrender. It is seeing clearly what is before you, without the fog of denial, then choosing how to act with clarity. Consider the inner dialogue, the voice inside your head that narrates your day. The Stoic listens to this voice carefully, not as a judge, but as a guardian. When that voice speaks with anger, the Stoic pauses and asks, "Is this thought true? Is it helpful? Is it mine to own?" Often, the loudest thoughts are neither true nor necessary. They are echoes of fear, habit, or old wounds. By examining the voice within, you reclaim your mind. You stop being a passenger tossed by every thought and become the captain steering through the storm. Imagine your emotions not as enemies, but as signals. The Stoic does not suppress sadness or joy, fear or excitement. They welcome these feelings as messengers from the soul, but they do not allow emotions to hijack their reason. Instead, they observe. "This feeling is here," they say, "but it will pass. What shall I do with it?" This space between feeling and reaction is where freedom lives. Your goals are important, but not at the expense of your peace. The Stoic does not sacrifice their inner calm on the altar of ambition. Ambition without virtue is like a ship without a rudder. It may travel far but will drift aimlessly. When you pursue goals, pursue them with integrity, with patience, with kindness to yourself. Celebrate progress, not perfection. And when obstacles arise, and they will, meet them with courage, not despair. What about anger? The storm that can cloud the brightest mind. The Stoic knows that anger is a fire that burns from within, often fueled by unmet expectations and false beliefs. They remind themselves, anger does not change the past, poisons the present. When anger rises, the Stoic breathes deeply, steps back, and remembers their power is in their response. They do not deny anger, but they refuse to be its prisoner. Think of your time as a river, flowing, relentless, impossible to hold. How will you spend these precious moments? The Stoic values time as the most sacred resource. They reject trivial distractions that steal life's richness. Instead, they choose actions aligned with their highest values. They say no to what diminishes them so they can say yes to what nurtures their soul. Gratitude is not just a polite habit. It is a radical act of clarity. The Stoic practices gratitude not because life is perfect, but because life is here. Each breath, each heartbeat, each small kindness is a gift. When you recognize this, even hardship becomes a teacher. Gratitude shifts your gaze from scarcity to abundance. It roots you in the present moment, the only moment where life truly unfolds. What if you could meet every criticism with calm curiosity? The Stoic hears criticism without shrinking or lashing out. They ask, what truth does this hold? What can I learn? This does not mean accepting harm or injustice, but it means not allowing the opinions of others to dictate your self-worth. Your value comes from your character, not from the fleeting judgments of strangers. Control your desires or they will control you. Desires unchecked become chains, binding you to endless pursuit. The Stoic learns to desire only what is within reach, what aligns with virtue. They find joy not in possession, but in freedom. Freedom from craving, from comparison, from the false promise of more. In this freedom, peace grows. Imagine the power of living as if this day were your last, not with fear, but with urgency. The Stoic lives with this awareness, not morbid, but clarifying. It cuts through procrastination and distraction. It reveals what truly matters: kindness, courage, honesty, presence. Each moment is a chance to be fully alive, fully awake, fully yourself. Remember, your reputation is a story others tell. The Stoic focuses on the story they tell themselves. Integrity is not about appearances but about truth lived inwardly. You cannot control gossip or rumor, but you can control your actions. Act as if all eyes are on you, not to impress, but to practice virtue. Consider adversity not as punishment, but as opportunity. The Stoic welcomes trials as exercises for the soul. Without difficulty, growth is shallow. Without resistance, strength is untested. When hardship comes, they ask, "What can this teach me? How can I become better through this?" This question turns suffering into a forge. Be mindful of your judgments. Often, suffering comes not from events, but from how we label them. The Stoic trains themselves to see events neutrally first, then apply reasoned judgment. If someone criticizes you, do not rush to feel insulted. Ask, "Is this criticism true? Is it useful?" By managing your judgments, you manage your emotions. You become the master of your inner world. Compassion is a quiet strength. The Stoic recognizes that all people struggle. Everyone wrestles with fears, desires, pain. Instead of contempt or impatience, they offer understanding. They do not excuse harm, but they see beyond it. Compassion frees the heart from bitterness. It opens a space where healing begins. Practice the art of voluntary discomfort. Choose small hardships, cold showers, waking early, simple meals to train your spirit. This is not punishment but preparation. When larger storms come, you will stand firmer. You will know you are stronger than your fears. Let go of attachments that do not serve your growth. Material things, status, approval, they are like shadows. Chase them and you run in circles. Release them and you step into light. The Stoic embraces what is essential: virtue, wisdom, freedom. Everything else is passing. Silence is a friend, not a void. In silence, the mind clears. In silence, you hear your true self. Cultivate moments of quiet in your day. Let the noise of the world fade. Find strength in stillness. Control your expectations, for they shape your happiness. Expectations that exceed reality breed disappointment. The Stoic holds hopes lightly, prepared for many outcomes. This is not pessimism, but realism balanced with hope. They welcome whatever comes with a steady heart. True wealth is found within. No amount of money or possessions can replace peace of mind. The Stoic treasures contentment above all. They are rich in gratitude, rich in self-mastery, rich in purpose. And so, you walk this path with patience. Patience with others. Patience with yourself. Growth is slow. Change is gradual. The Stoic is not hurried by the clock, but guided by the compass. Steady steps, steady heart. This journey is deeply personal. It asks for courage to look inward. It asks for honesty to face your shadows. It asks for gentleness to hold your imperfections. Yet it offers freedom in return. Freedom from anxiety, from chaos, from needless suffering. Know that you are not alone. The Stoic tradition stretches across centuries. Its wisdom is a lantern handed down through time. When the night feels long, look to this light. Let it guide you home to yourself. In every moment, the choice is yours. To be ruled by passions or to rule them. To be carried by circumstance or to carry your own soul. To live fragmented or to live whole. So breathe deeply now. Feel your feet on the ground. Remember your power lies within. And step forward with quiet strength. The world is waiting. There is a quiet revolution that takes place when you begin to understand that your true nature is not shaped by what happens around you, but by how you choose to respond within. This subtle shift is the heartbeat of Stoic wisdom, the realization that while the external world can be unpredictable and uncontrollable, your inner fortress remains steadfast if you build it carefully. Let us consider the power of perception. Every experience is filtered through your mind, and how you frame it shapes your reality. A harsh word, a failure, a loss, these are not inherently good or bad. They become so only through the meaning you assign. The Stoic invites you to practice seeing things as they are, without the tint of judgment or emotional exaggeration. It's a skill, a habit of the mind to catch yourself when the story begins to spiral and pull you under. Imagine a tree bending in the wind. It does not fight the storm but yields gracefully, holding firm without breaking. Your mind, like that tree, can withstand life's tempests not by resisting, but by adapting and enduring. There is also a profound liberation in understanding the limits of your control. The Stoic draws a clear boundary between what is within your power and what is not. Your thoughts, your choices, your actions, these belong to you now and always. What others do, what fate unfolds, the passage of time, these lie beyond your command. By focusing your energy on what you can influence, you conserve strength and foster peace. Worry and frustration dissolve when you stop wrestling with the uncontrollable. Instead, you turn inward to your own virtues: wisdom, courage, justice, temperance, and nurture these as your true possessions. This does not mean disengaging from life or becoming passive. Far from it. The Stoic walks fully into the world's challenges with clear eyes and steady heart. They act decisively where they can make a difference, but without attachment to results. Effort, not outcome, is the measure of their endeavor. Reflect, too, on the fleeting nature of all things. Time flows onward, and nothing is permanent. No joy, no pain, no success, no failure. The Stoic holds this truth gently, neither clinging nor fearing. This awareness brings a deep humility, a respect for the present moment's preciousness. In each breath, you live your life once. There is no replay, no second chance. This understanding sharpens your focus, softens your regrets, and invites gratitude. Now, turn your attention to your relationships. The Stoic sees others as fellow travelers, each carrying their own burdens and illusions. They do not expect perfection, nor do they allow others' faults to disturb their inner peace. When conflict arises, the Stoic listens first, not to respond but to understand. They recognize that anger and judgment only widen divides. Instead, patience and empathy open the way for connection and resolution. At the same time, boundaries are honored. Loving others does not mean surrendering your dignity or values. The Stoic holds love and reason in delicate balance. Another cornerstone is self-awareness. The Stoic practices continual reflection, not as a chore, but as a path to clarity. They observe their impulses, their motivations, their habits. They ask, why do I act this way? What fears or desires drive me? Am I aligned with my principles? This honest inquiry is a lifelong journey. It reveals hidden patterns and offers the chance to grow beyond them. Consider also the practice of acceptance, not as resignation, but as a recognition of reality without distortion. When events are not as hoped, the Stoic meets them with equanimity. They do not waste energy resisting the inevitable, but instead focus on adapting wisely. This acceptance opens space for creativity and resilience. It is in this space that true freedom arises. Pause for a moment and contemplate the power of silence in this process. In the quiet, away from the noise and haste, you find your center. The Stoic treasures solitude not as loneliness but as communion with the self. In silence, insight blooms and clarity dawns. In daily life, this translates into simple acts. A moment of stillness before reacting, a breath held steady in tension, a pause before speaking. These small gestures anchor you in presence. Now think about the role of desire. The Stoic warns against being enslaved by wants, especially those dictated by fleeting pleasure or societal approval. True desire is aligned with what is good and just, not what is merely gratifying. By mastering desires, you avoid the endless cycle of craving and disappointment. This mastery leads to contentment, a deep wellspring that no external circumstance can drain. Consider the virtue of courage, not the absence of fear, but the willingness to face it. The Stoic teaches that fear often exaggerates dangers and paralyzes action. By acknowledging fear and stepping forward anyway, you claim your power. Every challenge becomes an opportunity to practice courage, to affirm your values in the face of uncertainty. Another reflection: how often do we place our happiness in the hands of others? The Stoic insists that your well-being is your responsibility alone. No one else can grant or take it away unless you allow it. This is both a heavy burden and a profound gift. You are the author of your inner state. Others' opinions, actions, or neglect need not dictate your peace. To live well is to live in accordance with nature, the nature of the world and your own human nature. This means recognizing the interconnectedness of all things and your role within the whole. When you act with integrity, contribute positively, and accept your place in the grand design, you find harmony. Let go of the illusion that you are isolated or separate. Instead, cultivate a sense of belonging and responsibility to the world around you. Consider the art of indifference not as apathy, but as freedom from excessive attachment. Some things merit your care, others do not. The Stoic discerns this wisely. By choosing what matters and releasing what does not, you conserve your emotional resources and maintain tranquility. There is also a profound power in embracing impermanence. Life is a series of changes, losses, and gains. The Stoic does not cling to what fades but learns to appreciate the moment while it lasts. This teaches you to savor joys fully and endure losses with grace. In all, Stoicism is a practice of living deliberately. It asks you to awaken from the trance of habit and distraction. It invites you to meet life's challenges not as obstacles, but as essential elements of growth. And so, as you move through your day, carry this quiet strength within you. When faced with frustration, remember your power to choose your response. When overwhelmed by emotion, return to the calm observer inside. When tempted to judge harshly, cultivate understanding. When chasing after what slips away, hold fast to what endures. Your character, your wisdom, your peace. The path is not easy. It is a lifelong journey of self-mastery and reflection. But with each step, you build a life of meaning, resilience, and true freedom. Pause now. Breathe. Feel the steady beat of your heart. This moment is yours. Walk forward with courage and grace. You are ready. Let us dwell now on the quiet strength found in accepting our own mortality. The Stoics remind us that life is fragile and fleeting, and that awareness does not bring despair but rather clarity. To truly live is to live as if each day might be the last, not with anxiety, but with intention. Imagine how this perspective changes your priorities. When you see that time is limited, the trivial fades away. Petty grievances, endless worries, distractions lose their grip. What remains is what truly matters. Living according to your values, nurturing your relationships, contributing your best to the world. This awareness invites a gentle urgency, not frantic or desperate, but steady and purposeful. It softens regrets and fuels gratitude. There is a unique peace in embracing the cycle of life and death as natural and inevitable. In this, the Stoic finds freedom from the fear that so often governs human behavior. Death is not an enemy but a part of the greater whole, a transition rather than an end. Next, consider the importance of self-discipline. The Stoic life is not one of rigid asceticism but of deliberate moderation. It is the practice of governing your impulses, training your mind and body to serve reason rather than fleeting desire. Discipline is not punishment but empowerment. It strengthens your will and frees you from chaos. Through daily habits, you build resilience and character. Over time, small choices compound, shaping a life of integrity and calm. Yet, discipline is balanced with compassion for yourself and for others. Stoicism does not demand perfection but persistent effort and kindness. When you stumble, you forgive yourself and begin again. This reminds us that growth is a journey, not a destination. There is no shame in struggle, only in abandoning the path. Now, reflect on the role of adversity. The Stoics do not seek suffering but recognize its value as a teacher. Hardship reveals your true nature, stripping away illusions and exposing your strengths and weaknesses. When faced with difficulty, you have a choice: to be crushed or to be forged. By facing trials with courage and wisdom, you become more resilient, more compassionate, more alive. Adversity is the crucible of virtue. Without challenge, virtues like patience, courage, and humility remain abstract ideas. Through hardship, they become embodied. This mindset transforms obstacles into opportunities. Instead of lamenting misfortune, you ask, "What can this teach me? How can I grow?" This question opens a path forward, even in darkness. Consider, too, the power of detachment. The Stoic teaches not indifference but a healthy separation from things that do not serve your flourishing. You can enjoy pleasures and attachments without being enslaved by them. When loss or change comes, you grieve, but you do not lose yourself. This detachment is a form of freedom, the freedom to experience life fully, without being tossed about by every emotional wave. It is the wisdom to hold things lightly, so that when they leave, your peace remains intact. Now, imagine your mind as a garden. What you plant and nurture grows. The Stoics encourage cultivating thoughts that serve your well-being and uprooting those that harm it. Negative thoughts like envy, resentment, or excessive fear are weeds. They crowd out peace and clarity. Positive seeds include gratitude, kindness, patience, and humility. Tend these daily, and your inner landscape blossoms. This mental cultivation requires attention and care, but the harvest is rich. Pause to consider your inner dialogue. Are you gentle or harsh? Encouraging or critical? The Stoic invites you to become your own wise friend, offering support and truth. This compassion towards self lays the foundation for compassion toward others. Let's also touch on the nature of control in relationships. You cannot govern how others behave or feel, but you can govern your own reactions. When you release the need to control others, you find serenity. You accept that everyone walks their own path, shaped by their perceptions and choices. This acceptance does not mean passivity, but rather respect for autonomy, theirs and yours. In this space, relationships grow healthier and more authentic. Think about your role in the world, no matter how small it seems. The Stoics believe every person is a part of a larger whole. By fulfilling your duties with integrity, no matter how humble, you contribute to the harmony of the whole. This gives your actions meaning beyond immediate gain. Even the simplest kindness or honest word echoes in ways unseen. Reflect now on the attitude of gratitude. It is not merely politeness, but a profound recognition of life's gifts. Even in hardship, gratitude shifts your focus from what is lacking to what is present, nurturing contentment and joy. This practice deepens your connection to life and softens resentment. When you start your day with gratitude, you set a tone of openness and peace. Finally, consider the importance of presence. The Stoic life unfolds moment by moment, never in the distant past or future. Dwelling on what cannot be changed or worrying about what might come steals the vitality of now. Presence means fully engaging with this moment, whatever it brings. It means listening deeply, acting wisely, feeling honestly. In presence, you meet life as it is, rich, complex, and alive. Let these reflections settle. The path of Stoicism is not a destination but a living practice. It asks you to cultivate wisdom daily, to meet life with courage and compassion, to live in harmony with yourself and the world. Walk forward with steady heart, knowing that peace lies within, and every moment is an invitation to return. There is something deeply humbling and freeing in realizing how small we are within the vastness of time and space. The Stoics often remind us to look at the stars, to contemplate the endless cycles of nature, to recognize that our troubles, while real and urgent to us, are but fleeting ripples on the surface of a grand ocean. This perspective doesn't diminish your experiences. Rather, it frames them within a larger order, one where your role, though modest, is meaningful because it is yours to fulfill with dignity and care. Imagine yourself as a single thread in an immense tapestry. Alone, your thread might seem insignificant, but together with countless others, you contribute to a pattern far greater than any one strand. Your actions, your choices, your attitude, they influence the weave around you. The Stoics urge us to embrace this interconnectedness, to act not out of selfish desire but with regard for the common good, understanding that your flourishing is bound to the flourishing of others. When you begin to see your place in this grand design, the petty conflicts and personal slights that once seemed so crushing lose their power. You understand that some things simply fall outside your control and that the world unfolds in ways beyond your influence. This is not cause for despair but for tranquility, a calm acceptance that frees your energy to focus where it truly matters, on your character, your judgments, and your actions. It is in this realm, the realm of your own choices and responses, that your power lies. The Stoics call this your domain. No matter how chaotic the world becomes, within this domain you can cultivate virtue, wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance. These are not abstract ideals but practical tools, guiding you to live a life aligned with reason and nature. Consider courage, for example, not the absence of fear but the mastery over it. To be courageous is to acknowledge your fears without surrendering to them, to face difficulty with resolve and clarity. This kind of courage shows itself not only in grand acts but in everyday moments, in standing up for what is right, in speaking honestly, in persevering when circumstances are tough. Wisdom, too, is practical. It is the ability to discern what is good, what is bad, and what is indifferent. It is the quiet voice that reminds you to pause before reacting, to see beyond the immediate impulse, to weigh your options with a mind unclouded by passion. Wisdom keeps you grounded, helping you avoid the traps of rash judgment or self-deception. Justice, in the Stoic sense, extends beyond legal frameworks. It calls for fairness, kindness, and respect for others. It is a daily practice of recognizing the dignity inherent in every person, acting with integrity in all your dealings, and contributing to the social fabric that sustains us all. Temperance is the mastery of desires and impulses. It teaches moderation and balance, not denial of pleasure but freedom from being controlled by cravings or aversions. Temperance allows you to enjoy life's gifts without losing yourself in them, maintaining inner equilibrium regardless of external circumstances. These virtues are not goals to be attained once and for all but habits to be cultivated continually. They form the foundation of a life well lived, a life that does not depend on fortune or favor but stands firm on the bedrock of character. Now, let's speak about judgment. The Stoics insist that it is not events themselves that disturb us, but our opinions about them. When a difficulty arises, it is your interpretation that determines whether you are troubled or at peace. This insight is powerful because it reveals a space of freedom between stimulus and response. In that space lies your choice. You can choose to view challenges as threats or as opportunities for growth. You can choose to see setbacks as failures or as lessons. By training your judgment to be clear, objective, and aligned with reason, you reduce the unnecessary suffering caused by misperceptions. This is not a call to numbness but to clarity, seeing things as they truly are, without exaggeration or distortion. Another teaching worth reflecting on is the idea of living in agreement with nature. This means recognizing the world as a rational and interconnected system and seeing your own nature as part of it. You are not a separate entity but a piece of the whole with your own role and function. To live according to nature is to live authentically, accepting the cycles of change, embracing your human capacities for reason and virtue, and fulfilling your duties to yourself and others. There is serenity in this acceptance. You stop fighting the inevitable flow of life and instead move with it, adapting with wisdom and grace. In moments of frustration or sorrow, return to this idea. What does nature ask of you right now? How can you act in harmony rather than resistance? Reflect on the importance of preparation. The Stoics often practiced a mental rehearsal called premeditatio malorum, or premeditation of evils. This is not pessimism but a practical strategy to prepare the mind for difficulties. By imagining possible challenges before they arrive, you reduce their power to surprise and unsettle you. You build resilience so when hardships do come, you meet them with steadiness rather than panic. This practice also helps you appreciate the good moments more deeply, knowing that fortune is uncertain and transient. Now, think about the practice of gratitude in the face of adversity. The Stoics did not shy away from hardship but met it with a spirit of appreciation. not for suffering itself, but for the chance it offers to exercise virtue and to learn. When you encounter pain or loss, you can still find reasons to be grateful. For the strength you gain, for the compassion that hardship fosters, for the clarity it brings. This attitude transforms suffering from a curse into a teacher. Consider also the role of silence and reflection. In a world overflowing with noise and distraction, the Stoics valued moments of quiet, where the mind could turn inward. This stillness is essential for self-awareness and for cultivating the virtues. It allows you to observe your thoughts and emotions without becoming entangled, to discern what truly matters. Carve out time each day for this inner dialogue. Use it to realign yourself with your values and to prepare for the challenges ahead. Finally, remember the impermanence of all things. People, possessions, status, even your own thoughts and feelings. Nothing is fixed or guaranteed. This awareness invites a radical freedom. You are not chained to outcomes, to others' opinions, or to fleeting pleasures. You can release attachment and find joy in the present moment, in the effort rather than the reward, in being rather than having. In this freedom lies peace. Let these teachings wash over you slowly. There is no rush, no final destination, only the unfolding practice of living wisely, courageously, justly, and temperately. The Stoic path is a daily commitment, a way of being that meets life fully, without illusion, with strength and grace. Walk it steadily. There is a quiet power in recognizing that the world will not always bend to your will, that events unfold independently of your desires. The Stoics teach us not to rail against this reality, but to meet it with acceptance and clarity. When you face disappointment, anger, or loss, pause for a moment. Feel the weight of those emotions, but do not let them dictate your actions. Instead, remind yourself that your true power lies not in controlling what happens to you, but in controlling how you respond. Imagine your mind as a fortress. Outside forces may batter its walls, but inside you hold the command center. No matter how fierce the storm, you decide which doors to open and which to keep shut. This inner sovereignty is the essence of freedom that Stoicism offers, a freedom from being enslaved by external circumstances or fleeting passions. In everyday life, this might look like a disagreement with a colleague, a sudden setback, or even a personal loss. Your initial reaction might be frustration or despair, natural human responses. Yet, the moment you realize that your judgment about the event creates your suffering, you begin to reclaim your peace. You tell yourself, "This event is neutral. My feelings about it are my own choice." Through this lens, what once seemed unbearable becomes manageable. You are no longer a passive victim, but an active participant in shaping your experience. This shift is subtle yet transformative. It requires practice, patience, and kindness toward yourself as you learn to observe your thoughts without becoming captive to them. Another profound teaching is the Stoic understanding of desire and aversion. Most of our distress comes from chasing what we don't have or fleeing what we fear. The Stoics advise us to train our desires, to want only what is within our control, and to accept everything else with equanimity. This doesn't mean renouncing goals or passions. It means aligning them with reason and virtue, so they do not lead us into turmoil. Think about this in the context of daily challenges. Waiting in traffic, facing criticism, or dealing with illness. Instead of wishing these things away or resenting them, practice directing your desire toward your own actions and attitudes. Desire the effort you can make, the patience you can cultivate, the understanding you can develop. When your focus turns inward in this way, external hardships lose their sting. Consider also the value of focusing on the present moment. The Stoics warn against being trapped in regrets about the past or anxieties about the future. Life happens now, in this breath, this thought, this choice. To live fully is to inhabit the present with awareness and intention. This does not mean ignoring consequences or planning foolishly, but grounding your attention in what is happening now. When you walk, walk. When you eat, eat. When you listen, listen. By practicing this kind of mindfulness, you free yourself from distraction and the endless chatter of worry. Reflect too on the practice of voluntary discomfort. The Stoics would sometimes subject themselves to cold, hunger, or physical exertion, not to punish themselves but to build resilience. By exposing yourself to small hardships voluntarily, you train your mind to endure greater ones when they inevitably come. This preparation cultivates a toughness that is gentle and wise, not harsh or rigid. In your own life, this might mean stepping out of comfort zones, facing difficult conversations, or embracing challenges with openness. Each act strengthens your capacity to meet life's uncertainties with calm and courage. A deeply resonant idea is the Stoic view on death. Far from morbid fixation, they see reflecting on mortality as a way to clarify what truly matters. Life is brief and fragile, a spark in the vast dark. This awareness should not paralyze but motivate you to live authentically and with urgency. When you acknowledge your mortality, petty worries shrink. You realize that fame, wealth, and superficial success hold no lasting value. What endures is your character, the quality of your relationships, and the integrity with which you face each day. Embrace this awareness not as a source of fear but as a call to presence. Let it inspire gratitude for each breath and humility in your ambitions. The Stoics also teach us to view obstacles not as hindrances but as opportunities. The very things that block your path become the path itself. When life presents a difficulty, it is a chance to practice patience, wisdom, or courage. Imagine a boulder on your trail. You can curse it and waste energy wishing it away, or you can use it as a step to climb higher. This mindset transforms adversity into growth. It invites you to be creative, resourceful, and steadfast. Notice how this attitude applies in relationships. When conflicts arise, they test your ability to listen, forgive, and empathize. When frustrations mount, they challenge your patience and humility. Each moment of tension is a classroom where you can cultivate virtue. Consider your own thoughts as visitors to a house. Some come with gifts, insight, peace, joy, while others arrive with burdens, fear, envy, anger. You do not have to entertain every visitor or give them a seat by the fire. You observe, greet, and decide whether to engage or let them pass. This practice of mental discipline fosters serenity and clarity. It reminds you that you are not your thoughts. You are the awareness behind them. The Stoics also remind us that true happiness comes from within. External goods, money, status, pleasure are fleeting and unreliable. Lasting contentment arises from living in accordance with reason and virtue, from fulfilling your nature as a rational being. This means cultivating a mindset where you are grateful for what you have, where you seek to improve yourself daily, and where you accept the world as it is, not as you wish it to be. In doing so, you discover a peace that no external circumstance can disturb. It is a sanctuary built from wisdom and strength, always accessible regardless of fortune. Lastly, remember the power of example. The Stoics understood that living virtuously is the most powerful teaching. Your calm in crisis, your kindness in difficulty, your integrity in temptation, they speak louder than words. By embodying these qualities, you inspire others and contribute to a more just and humane world. So, in the quiet moments, reflect on these teachings. Let them seep into your being like gentle rain nourishing the roots of a tree. Over time, they will shape how you see yourself and the world, transforming struggle into growth, confusion into clarity, and fear into freedom. Walk this path steadily and patiently. It is not easy, but it is deeply worthwhile. You are not alone in this journey. Many have walked it before, and their wisdom is a lamp to guide you through the shadows. Breathe in this truth. You have everything you need within. Your journey is to remember it. There is a rhythm to life that often escapes us. The push and pull of fortune, the ebb and flow of joy and sorrow, the shifting tides of circumstance that no one can predict or fully control. The Stoics ask us to attune ourselves to this rhythm, not by resisting or lamenting it, but by becoming fluent in its language. To be Stoic is to listen deeply to the unfolding moment, to understand that change is not an enemy but the very fabric of existence. Think about how the seasons change without effort. The trees do not fight the coming winter, nor does the river try to hold back the flood. They move with nature, adapting, surrendering, yet continuing their cycle. This is a profound lesson. Your own life is a series of seasons, each with its own gifts and challenges. Embrace them all, knowing that resistance only breeds suffering. When disappointment arrives, instead of recoiling, allow yourself to feel it fully and then shift your gaze toward what you can learn. Every challenge is an invitation to practice patience and endurance. Every setback reveals where attachment and expectation have woven illusions. There is also a gentle strength in simplicity, a clarity that comes when you reduce the noise of want and distraction. The Stoics encourage a life stripped of unnecessary desires, focusing on essentials: virtue, wisdom, community, and purpose. This does not mean deprivation, but a deliberate choice to treasure what is truly valuable, freeing yourself from the tyranny of endless craving. Imagine your mind as a calm lake. When stirred by storms, the water becomes turbulent and obscured. Yet given time, it settles, revealing clarity and depth. Your thoughts and emotions are like waves, temporary, rising and falling. The practice is to let them pass without clinging, returning always to that stillness beneath. This stillness is your foundation. It is the quiet confidence that comes from knowing who you are beyond circumstance. It is the space where your reason and values reside, untouched by the chaos outside. Another dimension of Stoic wisdom lies in its approach to relationships. We often expect too much from others, forgetting that they too are navigating their own storms. The Stoics teach compassion and forgiveness, recognizing that everyone acts according to their understanding and condition. When someone wrongs you, pause before reacting. Ask yourself if their action reflects their nature or a momentary failing. Respond not with anger but with calm resolve and, when possible, kindness. This perspective liberates you from bitterness. It transforms conflict into opportunity for growth, for both yourself and the other. You come to see that the true power in relationships is not control but acceptance and understanding. In moments of success or praise, the Stoics remind us to remain grounded. External approval is fleeting and does not define your worth. Pride based on external validation leads to fragility, for it ties your sense of self to unstable foundations. Instead, cultivate an inner dignity, a steady knowing that your value comes from your character and effort. Celebrate progress quietly, without arrogance or need for applause. This humility strengthens resilience and fosters genuine peace. Consider too the role of judgment. Often, our suffering is less about what happens and more about how we interpret it. By examining our judgments, we gain the power to change our experience. If you find yourself trapped in negative thinking, step back and ask, is this thought true? Is it helpful? Is it kind? This questioning creates space between stimulus and response, allowing wisdom to guide you rather than impulse. Over time, this practice reshapes your perception, aligning it more closely with reality and your deeper values. There is also an inherent dignity in embracing your imperfections. The Stoics do not demand perfection but progress. Recognize that you are a work in progress, capable of change and growth. When you falter, respond not with harsh self-criticism but with renewed commitment. This self-compassion is not indulgence but strength. It opens the door to transformation, freeing you from cycles of guilt and shame that imprison the spirit. The idea of living according to nature is central yet profound. It calls you to align your life with reason, virtue, and the recognition of your role within the larger whole. You are part of a vast interconnected system where each action ripples outward. This awareness invites responsibility without burden. It asks you to contribute your best, to act with integrity and care, knowing that your small deeds matter in the grand tapestry of life. In moments of uncertainty, when the future feels opaque and frightening, the Stoics suggest grounding yourself in what you can control. Your thoughts, your choices, your intentions. Let go of what you cannot predict or change. This is not resignation but liberation. It frees you from futile worry and opens your heart to peace. The practice of gratitude is also woven deeply into Stoic life. Amid hardship, find the small gifts, the breath, the warmth of the sun, a kind word, the capacity to learn. Gratitude turns what we have into enough. It softens the heart and expands the soul. Reflecting regularly on these blessings trains the mind to seek light even in darkness. Ultimately, the Stoic path is one of profound empowerment. It asks you to cultivate a spirit that is unshakable, not by controlling the world but by mastering yourself. This mastery is quiet, patient, and humble. It is not about conquest but about harmony with yourself, with others, and with the flow of life. Walk this path with courage. Let each day be a practice in presence, virtue, and wisdom. The road is long, the journey demanding, but the destination is peace. A peace no storm can take away. Rest now in this truth. Breathe deeply, knowing that you carry within you a light that no darkness can extinguish. The world may shift and change, but your center remains steady. Here, in this moment, you are free. In the quiet of your mind, imagine a garden. One that you tend with care, planting seeds of thought, uprooting weeds of distraction and negativity. This garden is your inner world, and Stoicism invites you to be a vigilant gardener. Notice how often you allow invasive thoughts, anger, envy, fear, to grow unchecked. These are not strangers. They are familiar patterns, but you hold the power to choose which ones to nourish. When frustration rises, consider that it is often born from expectations unmet. Yet, expectations are projections into the future, fragile and uncertain. Shift your attention back to the present moment. What is actually happening right now? By anchoring yourself here, you reduce the power of imagined disappointments and find clarity in what is. It can be helpful to remember that the true measure of a person lies not in external success or failure, but in the manner in which they meet life's challenges. Courage is not the absence of fear, but the decision to act rightly despite it. Stoicism encourages you to face adversity as a teacher, to regard hardship not as a curse but as a forge for character. Reflect also on the idea of control. Much of human suffering arises from the desire to control what is inherently uncontrollable. Others' opinions, the weather, the past, all outside your sphere. Instead, focus on your own judgments and actions. Here lies your sovereignty. Consider how much energy is wasted on regretting the past or worrying about the future. The past is gone, unchangeable. The future uncertain. What remains is this breath, this heartbeat, this moment. When you fully inhabit it, you reclaim your power. Another subtle but powerful teaching is to embrace impermanence. All things, pleasures, pains, possessions are fleeting. When you grasp this deeply, attachment loosens, and with it, suffering. You begin to appreciate things not because they will last forever, but because they exist now. This appreciation enriches experience without entangling you in desire. This leads to a paradoxical freedom. The more you accept loss and change, the less fearful you become of them. You become resilient, like the oak tree that bends with the wind but does not break. There is also the notion of inner dialogue. Notice the conversation you have with yourself. Is it harsh and condemning, or gentle and wise? The Stoics teach us to be our own mentors, to cultivate a voice within that guides us toward patience, courage, and temperance. When you catch yourself in self-criticism, pause. What would you say to a dear friend in your position? Often, that same kindness can be offered inward. This practice nurtures your soul and builds self-trust. Consider, too, the importance of small daily actions. Great virtue is not revealed only in grand gestures, but in the mundane choices we make each day. How you treat the cashier, how you respond to a minor irritation, how you maintain your commitments. All these reveal and shape your character. Approach your daily routine as a sacred opportunity. Every moment contains the seed of excellence. By living deliberately, with mindfulness and intention, you transform ordinary life into a canvas of meaning. There is a quiet dignity in accepting your limits. You are human with imperfections and vulnerabilities. Stoicism does not demand perfection but an honest acknowledgement of what you can and cannot do. This humility opens the door to growth without the heavy burden of shame. In your interactions, remember the interconnectedness of all. Your actions ripple beyond what you see. Practice generosity, not only of material goods but of time, attention, and compassion. This generosity enriches both giver and receiver, weaving a web of mutual support. The Stoics also urge you to reflect on your mortality, not to provoke fear, but to inspire urgency and clarity. Life is brief and each day is a gift. Let this awareness sharpen your focus on what truly matters. Let trivial worries fall away, replaced by purpose and presence. When faced with difficult emotions, do not flee from them. Instead, observe them with curiosity. What do they teach you about your desires, fears, and attachments? This gentle inquiry transforms pain into wisdom. Remember, too, the power of acceptance. Acceptance is not passive resignation but active recognition of reality as it is. This acceptance frees you from fighting shadows and redirects your energy toward what you can influence. In moments of temptation or distraction, recall your values. What kind of person do you wish to be? Aligning your actions with your principles fosters integrity and self-respect. Finally, cultivate gratitude for your capacity to choose. Even when external events are harsh, you always retain the freedom to choose your response. This freedom is the cornerstone of Stoic resilience. Breathe these teachings in. Let them settle in your heart. Know that each step on this path brings you closer to a life lived with courage, wisdom, and peace. There is a quiet strength in understanding the difference between things that demand your energy and those that do not. The Stoics remind us that our attention is a precious resource. Once given, it cannot be reclaimed. Imagine your mind as a room with limited space. Who or what do you allow inside? Is it the anxious chatter about what others think? Is it the endless stream of what-ifs about tomorrow? Or is it a calm, focused presence on what truly matters, right here, right now? It is natural to be pulled in many directions, yet the discipline lies in choosing where to place your focus. This choice shapes your inner world and, by extension, your experience of the outer world. When distractions arise, let them come and go like clouds passing in the sky, without gripping them tightly. In this way, you cultivate equanimity, a serene steadiness regardless of external storms. Equanimity does not mean indifference but a balanced engagement, an inner calm that allows you to respond rather than react. Think now about the role of desire. Desire can be a source of motivation but also a root of suffering. When desires become demands, they imprison us. The Stoics teach the art of wishing for things as they are. This is not surrender but acceptance, finding peace with the present condition while still acting virtuously. Try to notice the moments when you are caught in wanting something other than what is. How often does this lead to frustration or disappointment? By gently shifting this desire into a wish for what is, you allow yourself freedom from needless tension. Consider your judgments about events and people. Often, pain arises not from events themselves but from how we interpret them. Two people can face the same situation and experience it entirely differently. This is a powerful insight. Your perspective shapes your reality. You hold the capacity to reframe, to see challenges as opportunities to grow rather than as obstacles. This reframing is not magical thinking but an exercise in reason and choice. It requires practice, patience, and a willingness to observe your thoughts. Let your values be your compass. When external circumstances are confusing or overwhelming, return to the principles that guide you. Honesty, kindness, courage, wisdom. These are your North Star, steady and unchanging amid life's flux. Practice gratitude not only for joys but also for difficulties. Each trial is a lesson cloaked in disguise, a chance to cultivate resilience and virtue. When you find yourself resisting hardship, pause and ask, what might this teach me? How might this shape me into a better version of myself? Remember, the Stoics teach that suffering is not a punishment but a natural part of life's fabric. Your task is not to avoid it but to engage with it wisely. Suffering, when met with courage, refines the soul. In your daily encounters, practice kindness without expectation. Acts of generosity and compassion deepen your connection to others and affirm your shared humanity. Such kindness is a reflection of your inner state, a mirror of your values. Observe the fleeting nature of praise and blame. Both are external and often unreliable. True worth arises from integrity and self-consistency, not from the approval or condemnation of others. This understanding lightens your emotional burden. When conflict arises, seek to understand before being understood. This approach diffuses tension and opens space for genuine dialogue. Listening becomes an act of humility and strength, revealing the shared struggles beneath surface differences. Notice how often you hurry through moments, chasing future goals or replaying past events. The Stoic approach invites you to slow down, to inhabit time fully. In stillness, clarity emerges. Cultivate patience, not as passive waiting but as active endurance. Patience is the steady flame that keeps your spirit burning through darkness. It is closely tied to perseverance, the willingness to keep moving forward despite difficulty. Reflect on the power of choice in your reactions. Between stimulus and response lies a space, a moment where your freedom resides. This space is your realm of power. Use it to respond with wisdom rather than reflex. Practice humility by recognizing your own fallibility. You will err. You will face moments of weakness. Accept this with kindness and resolve to improve. Humility is the soil in which true growth takes root. In moments of joy, do not cling tightly, for they will pass. Instead, savor them fully and let them go with gratitude. This openness to experience without attachment nurtures peace. Consider also the role of silence. In silence, you hear your own thoughts clearly. You find a refuge from the noise of the world and the clutter of your mind. Make room for silence daily. It is a source of renewal. In social life, remind yourself that everyone is acting according to their nature and circumstances. When others behave poorly, it reflects their own struggles, not a personal attack on you. This perspective fosters compassion and reduces resentment. Be wary of impatience with others. Stoicism teaches gentleness and understanding as expressions of strength, not weakness. This gentleness extends inward as well, toward your own imperfections. Think about your ambitions. Are they aligned with your values or shaped by external pressures? Ambition rooted in virtue brings fulfillment. Ambition driven by fame or wealth often leads to emptiness. When you face temptation, recall the image of the wise person who values freedom above fleeting pleasure. Each choice to act with integrity strengthens your character and expands your inner freedom. Look upon time as your most valuable possession. Waste none of it on petty grievances or idle distractions. Invest it instead in meaningful pursuits, in relationships, in learning, and in kindness. Finally, cultivate joy not as a constant state, but as a deep sense of fulfillment arising from living well. This joy is quiet, steady, and immune to external chaos. Carry these teachings gently, like a trusted companion walking beside you. They are not rules but invitations, tools to live with courage, wisdom, and peace in a world that is often uncertain and unpredictable. In this way, you move through life not as a passive observer but as an active participant, shaping your experience through the choices you make, moment by moment. Let the journey itself be your teacher, and may you find in it a profound and enduring peace. Have you ever looked out a window during a storm, not rushing to close it, not trying to shut it out, but just watching the rain slam against the glass, the trees bending with the wind, the sky split open with lightning, and in that chaos, felt something still? Not because the storm isn't real, but because you're not trying to fight it. Just watching, aware, steady. That's what this is about. There's a quiet kind of power in not reacting. Not because you're indifferent or numb, but because you've learned that not everything deserves your energy. Most things, in fact, don't. You might be carrying 1,000 things today. A decision that won't make itself. A conversation you've been dreading. A disappointment you didn't see coming. Maybe it's anger that won't let go, or fear that keeps whispering in the back of your mind. Maybe the world just feels too loud right now, too fast. And in the middle of all that, you're wondering how to stay grounded, how to find clarity when everything feels out of your hands. Start here with what is in your hands. There are very few things you can actually control in this life. Your opinions, your choices, how you respond. That's it. Everything else, what other people do, what happens tomorrow, the past, the weather, your reputation, even your body to a large extent. None of it is up to you. That truth might feel uncomfortable at first, but sit with it. Let it sink in, because it's not a limitation. It's a freedom. You don't have to carry what isn't yours. The next time someone speaks harshly to you, remember, their words don't belong to you unless you accept them. You can hear them without becoming them. You can observe the sting without feeding it. You can let it pass through you like wind through an open field. Notice it, feel it, and let it go. This doesn't mean you don't care. It means you've learned not to be held hostage by things you can't control. It means you've chosen to own your mind, your peace, your path. Life is going to test you. People will disappoint you. Plans will fall apart. That's the rhythm of things. You can fight it, get swept up in frustration, demand the world be different, or you can meet life as it is with calm eyes and steady hands. Think about the last time you were overwhelmed. What was it that truly shook you? Was it the event itself, or your thoughts about it? You missed the opportunity. The relationship ended. You got the bad news. But what made it unbearable wasn't just what happened. It was the story you told yourself about what it meant. This shouldn't be happening. This is unfair. This ruins everything. But here's something powerful. Events are neutral. The meaning comes from you. Always from you. You can choose to see a setback as a door closing, or as a chance to build your own door. You can treat criticism as an attack or as a mirror. You can see a delay as wasted time, or as unexpected space to prepare. The event doesn't change. You do. That's the practice. Moment by moment, watching your mind, returning to what matters. And yes, it is a practice, not a one-time insight. You're going to forget. You'll slip into old habits. You'll get pulled into the noise. That's okay. What matters is that you return. Over and over. The work is in the return. You wake up in the morning already worrying. That tightness in your chest, that spiral of thoughts. Before you even get out of bed, the world feels heavy. Stop. Breathe. Ask yourself, what's mine to carry today? Not in some poetic way, but literally. What is mine to carry? Not what might happen. Not what someone else might think. Just what I can do now. And maybe what you can do is get up and make the bed. Maybe it's answering that email. Maybe it's choosing not to react to someone else's chaos. That's it. That's enough. Later, something will go wrong. You'll feel it rising, the urge to snap, to complain, to tighten your grip. That's your cue. That's the moment to pause. To recognize that your power isn't in what's happening, but in how you meet it. You'll feel grief too. Real grief. Not everything can be shrugged off. Not everything can be reframed. Some losses are just losses. Don't run from those. Sit with them. Let the sadness move through you, but don't let it become you. Don't build your home there. Just visit. Feel it. And when it's ready to pass, let it. Strength isn't the absence of emotion. It's being able to feel fully without being ruled by it. Now, there will also be moments of joy, unexpected laughter, a quiet evening, someone looking at you with love. Don't miss those. Don't be too busy chasing what's next that you forget to live what's now. Stoicism isn't cold. It's not detachment for its own sake. It's presence, awareness, gratitude without dependence. The moment is enough when you learn to see it. You'll be tempted to compare. They have more. They're doing better. They're younger, stronger, further ahead. Stop. Their path isn't yours. Their timeline isn't yours. You don't need more time. You need fewer distractions. You don't need more approval. You need more honesty with yourself. What do you actually want? Not what you're supposed to want. Not what gets the most applause. What do you want when the world is quiet? When no one's watching? Hold that. It's easy to be wise in theory, but real wisdom shows up in the small things. When you're stuck in traffic and choose not to rage. When someone misunderstands you and you don't need to prove your point. When life doesn't go according to plan and you nod, smile, and adjust. That's the work. And don't wait for motivation. That's fleeting. Do the thing anyway. Show up anyway. Discipline is love. Routine is freedom. Start your day with intention. End it with reflection. Look back not with judgment, but with curiosity. Where was I asleep today? Where did I wake up? Keep a journal. Not because it's trendy, but because it makes you pay attention. And when you fall short and you will, don't spiral. Don't scold yourself. Just return. Quietly, kindly, like a traveler coming home. The world will keep spinning, people will keep rushing, but you can be still, not passive, still, anchored, watching the storm through the window, because storms will come. That's life. You can't stop the rain, but you can learn to breathe in the middle of it. And in that stillness, you'll find what you were chasing all along. Not control, not certainty, but peace. Not because the world changed, but because you did. And when you start to understand that peace is not something you find, it's something you practice, you begin to see life differently. You stop waiting for circumstances to align perfectly. You stop chasing the fantasy that everything will finally calm down when you finish the project, get the job, find the person, fix the thing. Because even when you reach that milestone, something else will arise. Always. That's the nature of life. It flows, changes, tests. The goal is not to outpace difficulty, but to meet it wisely. There's an old idea worth remembering. You become what you practice. If you practice complaint, you become bitter. If you practice blame, you become resentful. If you practice gratitude, patience, courage, those qualities become your nature. So when the day feels heavy, carry it with grace. Not for the world's sake, but for your own. Because every moment, no matter how mundane or chaotic, is an opportunity to return to the path. A chance to say, here I am, still breathing, still choosing, still walking forward. Even when the path isn't clear, especially when it isn't. There's wisdom in uncertainty if you stop trying to force clarity before it's ready. Some answers come only after the silence. Some paths reveal themselves only after the fog. You don't need to rush to understand everything. You only need to stay awake, stay honest, and stay open. When someone frustrates you, ask, not why they did it, but why you're letting it linger. Anger is like holding a hot coal with the intention of throwing it. You're the one getting burned. Let it go. And if you can't let it go yet, at least stop feeding it. Don't rehearse the argument in your mind. Don't rewrite the past. It's already done. You can choose now whether to be dragged by it or to release yourself. The same goes for regret. You made the choice. You said the thing. You were wrong, or you were just human. Either way, it's part of the story now. Learn from it. Let it shape you, not define you. You are not frozen in time. You're allowed to grow. You're allowed to change your mind. You're allowed to start again, today, this hour, this moment. The only real failure is refusing to try again. And understand this too. Not everything that feels good is good for you. Ease isn't always a gift. Comfort can lull you into forgetting who you want to become. Seek what strengthens you, not what soothes you. Seek the kind of life that leaves you proud, not just satisfied. That might mean doing the harder thing. Saying no, saying yes, speaking up, staying silent, walking away, staying put. Only you know what that looks like. But when you face those decisions, remember, choose the kind of discipline that liberates you. Choose the kind of discomfort that refines you, because ease never built anything worthwhile. Times you'll feel lonely, not because you're unloved, but because the path you're walking requires solitude, reflection, integrity. Sometimes you'll be misunderstood. That's part of it too. If you live by your values, not everyone will clap. That's fine. Approval isn't the compass. Conscience is. Walk quietly. Do your work. Let your character speak louder than your words. And when the world tries to drag you into noise, arguments, opinions, distractions, pause. Ask yourself, is this mine? Does this need my attention? Or am I borrowing a burden that isn't meant for me? Clarity often comes when you step back. Not out of fear, but out of understanding. You don't have to attend every battle you're invited to. You don't need to prove your worth to anyone. The work is its own reward. The calm is its own power. You know you're on the right path when peace starts to feel more important than recognition. And yes, life will sometimes feel unfair. People less honest might get ahead. People more cruel might win praise. That's not yours to fix. Stay aligned. Keep your soul intact. The world doesn't need more outrage. It needs more steadiness. More people who can stand in the storm and still be kind. Still be clear. Still be grounded. And when doubt visits, and it will, don't see it as a weakness. See it as a check-in, a moment to ask, am I living from fear or from principle? Am I hiding or am I evolving? Even in stillness, there's motion. Even in silence, there's growth. Sometimes the bravest thing is simply to stay the course when nothing around you is encouraging it. Sometimes resilience is just breathing deeply and doing the next small thing. Not the grand gesture, not the dramatic change, just the quiet discipline of staying faithful to what you said you'd do. Over time, that becomes a life, a worthy one. Let go of the illusion that things have to be perfect to begin. Begin now. Begin messy. Begin uncertain. That's how all real beginnings start. You don't need permission to align yourself with what matters. Just a willingness to show up again and again. And in the middle of that process, forgive yourself. Not as a way to avoid responsibility, but as a way to keep moving. Shame adds no value. It only weighs you down. Take responsibility. Make amends. Then let it go. Carry only what helps you grow. And remember, not all progress is visible. Sometimes it's a shift inside. Calmer response. Quieter mind. A faster recovery from anger. A deeper breath before you speak. That counts. That's growth. Celebrate that. You're not here to impress anyone. You're here to live deeply, truthfully, with integrity. That means your choices won't always be easy, but they'll be yours. That's what Stoicism teaches, not through theory, but through living. By rising early not to conquer the world, but to greet the day with intention. By working not for glory, but for mastery. By speaking less and listening more. By showing up for others not to save them, but to serve them. And when the sun sets, you ask, not what did the world give me, but how did I live today? Was I honest? Was I kind? Did I live in alignment with my values? That's enough. No medals, no spotlight, just a quiet nod to yourself. You did what you could. You stayed true. And tomorrow you'll begin again. That's the path. When you stop rushing to escape discomfort, you begin to see that discomfort itself holds a kind of wisdom. You feel frustration not because the world is broken, but because you expected it not to be. You feel anxious, not because the future is uncertain, but because you believed certainty was ever possible. What if you could meet those feelings, not with resistance, but with observation? This is the turning point, when you stop clenching your fists at reality and begin to see it for what it is. Unpredictable, imperfect, unfinished, just like you. And that's not a flaw. That's the shared experience of being human. There is freedom in letting go of the illusion of control. Not in apathy, but in acceptance. Not in passivity, but in clarity. You stop wasting energy trying to rewrite the external world, and you begin investing that same energy inward on your habits, your reactions, your principles. You become the calm center in a spinning wheel. Notice how much of your day is spent reacting: emails, messages, news, other people's moods. But reaction is not direction. Noise is not purpose. Every time you rush to respond, to defend, to explain, you abandon your own ground. Stillness isn't inactivity. It's the foundation from which wise action emerges. Start there. Begin your day not by grabbing your phone, but by grabbing your presence. Before you offer yourself to the world, offer yourself a moment of reflection. Ask quietly, what kind of person do I want to be today, regardless of what happens? Let that guide you, because the world may never reflect back exactly what you want. People may misunderstand your silence, your firmness, your restraint. But you're not here to manage perceptions. You're here to live rightly. You don't need loudness to live powerfully. Think of a tree, grounded, quiet, and yet enduring storms, seasons, time. His power comes from what's beneath the surface, roots that no one sees. Cultivate those roots. Values, discipline, clarity. Don't chase the wind. Grow beneath it. And remember, comparison is a thief. Creeps in quietly. You see someone else's path and begin to doubt your own. But their path is not yours. Their timeline, their battles, their progress, it has nothing to do with your journey. You are not late. You are not behind. You are exactly where your lessons are. Stay there. Learn them. You will gain more by mastering your current moment than by fantasizing about another. And yes, there will be pain. That is not failure. That is not punishment. That is the cost of staying awake. To love, to try, to care deeply, all of this invites pain. And it's worth it, because a numb life is not a peaceful one. It's just quiet suffering. Real peace comes not from avoiding pain, but from knowing you'll survive it. Not just survive, but grow. Not just grow, but transform. Through each wound, each failure, each letting go, you are shaped into something steadier. When you lose something you thought you needed, a relationship, a role, a certainty, it is tempting to collapse inward. But this is when you call forth your deeper strength. Not with bravado, but with calm. You breathe, you let it ache, and you do the next right thing. That's courage. Not charging into battle, but walking forward while your heart still mends. Life doesn't require you to feel strong before acting. It only asks that you act in alignment. Integrity is not a mood, it's a practice. Speak the truth when it's easier to stay silent. Keep your word when it would be convenient to abandon it. Show up when it would be simpler to disappear. In time, your actions become your nature. There is no need to brand yourself as a good person. Just do good. No need to declare your discipline. Just live it. Let your life be the quiet echo of your principles. Because talk is fleeting, character remains. And when others disappoint you, as they will, don't rush to judgment. They too are walking their own unseen battle. Extend understanding, not to excuse, but to stay light. Carrying resentment only slows your own path. You can forgive and still walk away. You can care and still say no. You can lead with kindness without surrendering your boundaries. Strength and softness are not opposites. They are companions. When you hold both, you no longer swing between extremes. You walk the middle path, steady, measured, clear. And that's what this practice teaches over and over. Not how to dominate the world, but how to master the self. Not how to escape reality, but how to live wisely within it. To notice your thoughts, but not be ruled by them. To feel emotions, but not obey them blindly. To live deliberately, rather than by default. No one sees this work, but it is the most important you will ever do. It's in the choice to pause before reacting. In the courage to apologize when you're wrong. In the decision to stay true to your values when it costs you comfort. These are the victories that matter. Quiet victories, private ones. You don't need a crowd to witness them. Just your own honesty. And yes, you will slip. You will forget. You will fall into old patterns. That is not the end. That is part of the practice. What matters most is not how many times you fall, but how sincerely you return. Return again, each time with a little more awareness, a little more humility, a little more strength. That's the rhythm of a life well lived. Not a straight line, but a spiral upward. And in the end, when you look back, not at your possessions or your praise, but at your soul, you'll want to be able to say, I lived with courage. I lived with discipline. I lived with peace. No one can take that from you. So return to the practice. Begin again. The wind doesn't ask for permission before it changes direction. Neither do the seasons wait until you're ready. Life unfolds on its own terms, not yours. And this is where the strength of your inner posture matters most. Not when everything is aligned, but when nothing is. Disappointment often begins where expectation is too rigid. You picture how things should go. You imagine how someone should respond. You design a path in your mind, and anything that diverges feels like a failure. But the failure is not in the event. The failure is in clinging to an image of how the world must be in order for you to be okay. There is no freedom in needing the world to cooperate with your hopes. Real freedom is adapting without bitterness. Moving forward without dragging resentment behind you. Surrendering the illusion of control not in defeat but in wisdom. Try this the next time you're let down. Don't rush to fix it. Don't rush to fix yourself. Just sit quietly and observe what's present. The sting, the sadness, the disbelief. Let them rise, then let them pass. Don't resist. Don't react. Witness. That space between stimulus and response. That's where your strength lives. We often overestimate the importance of what happens to us and underestimate the power of how we meet it. Two people can face the same setback. One crumbles, the other becomes stronger. The difference isn't the event. The difference is the lens through which they see it. Train your lens. Don't ask, "Why is this happening to me?" Ask, "What is this showing me?" Let every difficulty become a mirror, every obstacle a lesson, every interruption a question. Who am I in this moment? That question will follow you for a lifetime. In traffic, in conflict, in silence, in loss. And every time you answer with steadiness, you deepen the roots of your being. Remember, you are not your job. You are not your name. You are not the roles others assign to you. You are the choices you make when no one is watching. You are the standards you hold yourself to even when it's inconvenient. You are the quiet courage to live by truth, even when no reward is offered. Let others chase applause. You chase alignment. Let others seek status. You seek integrity, not because you're better, but because you understand. No amount of praise can replace the peace of a clean conscience. There will be days when your mind feels noisy, when worries hum like a swarm, stinging your attention. This is not a failure. This is the moment to practice. Close your eyes. Breathe slowly. Anchor yourself in the present. This breath, this body, this choice. Nothing else is guaranteed. Not tomorrow, not approval, not comfort. All of it can vanish. And that's not a threat. That's a reminder of what's real. When you grasp this fully, not as an idea but as a lived experience, your priorities begin to shift. You stop waiting for the right time. You stop needing more before you begin. You start living with urgency, not panic. Because time is not a resource you manage. It's a gift you honor. Do you honor your time? Not by filling every second with busyness, but by showing up fully in what matters. By having the hard conversation. By saying what needs to be said. By doing what's uncomfortable but right. Most people postpone their lives waiting for permission, waiting for clarity, waiting for someone to say, "Now is the time." But the Stoic knows now is the only time, and virtue does not wait. Act with justice even when no one returns the favor. Act with courage, even when fear whispers louder. Act with moderation even when indulgence is easier. And above all, act with wisdom, not because it guarantees success, but because it aligns you with your highest nature. You will not control the outcomes. You may lose what you love. You may face betrayal, illness, death. But no one, not fate, not chance, not time, can take from you the dignity with which you respond. That's your province, your domain. Guard it. Speak less of what you know. Show it. Speak less of what you believe. Live it. Let your life be a quiet demonstration of your principles. Others may never understand. Let them. Others may mock or misread your silence. Let them. The Stoic does not require agreement, only the courage to stand alone if necessary. You will notice this too. The more you align with your principles, the less you need from the world. You no longer seek constant reassurance. You no longer fear being misunderstood. You become sufficient, not in arrogance, but in clarity. You do not isolate yourself, but you stop outsourcing your peace, your identity, your direction. And strangely, this inner detachment allows for deeper connection. You love without grasping. You help without controlling. You show up without expecting to be filled, because you're already full, full of presence, full of awareness, full of resolve. This is where your true strength lies, not in muscle, not in intellect, but in this unwavering clarity. I may lose everything, but I will not lose myself. And when the storms come, as they will, you don't panic. You don't flee. You stand quietly and ask, "What now?" You tend to the broken pieces. You carry the weight. You walk forward not with ease, but with dignity. The world may never reward you for this. That's not the point. The point is to become someone you respect, not just in moments of triumph, but in the quiet hours, in the unseen choices, in the way you respond to the smallest interruption. In that moment, ask yourself, what would a wise person do here? then do it, even if no one sees, especially if no one sees. That is the work. That is the path. You won't find peace by rearranging the world to suit your preferences. You'll find it by removing the need for the world to do so. This is perhaps one of the most difficult truths to accept, and yet one of the most freeing. When you no longer demand that life bend to your expectations, you open the door to real calm. Not the fragile calm that exists only when all is quiet, but the resilient calm that persists even when everything is loud. Most people spend their lives trying to avoid discomfort. They dodge difficult conversations. They run from uncertainty. They numb themselves with distractions. But the Stoic knows, comfort is not the goal. Character is. It is not enough to survive life. You must meet it well, with grace, with discipline, with humility. Consider the way you start your day. Is your mind immediately hijacked by what's missing, what might go wrong, or who might disappoint you? Or do you begin with gratitude for the chance to try again, to live with purpose, to sharpen your soul against the rough edges of life? Even something as simple as getting out of bed can become a practice. Are you sluggish, resisting the pull of the day? Or do you rise with quiet determination, knowing that the world does not owe you ease, and that your duty is not to your mood but to your values? The body may ache, the sky may be gray, but you rise, not because it feels good but because it is right. Many chase motivation. The Stoic practices discipline, because discipline doesn't ask how you feel. It asks what is the right thing to do now, and then it does it. This is how strength is built, not through occasional bursts of effort, but through consistent alignment with your principles. One choice at a time. Each moment is a chance to practice. Practice patience when the queue is long. Practice honesty when a lie would be more convenient. Practice calm when anger flares up. Practice listening when you want to speak. Practice presence when your mind wants to escape. You don't need a temple or a retreat. Life itself is the training ground. Even suffering can become sacred if you approach it with the right attitude. Not by romanticizing pain, but by recognizing what it offers. A confrontation with your assumptions, an invitation to maturity, a mirror for your inner world. Pain strips away illusions, clarifies, it humbles, and in that space something noble can take root. The Stoic does not deny emotion. They simply refuse to be ruled by it. It's okay to feel sadness, fear, frustration. These are part of the human experience. But don't let them steer the ship. Let them pass through you like weather across a mountain, noticed, felt, but not obeyed. You are not your passing moods. You are the mountain. In relationships, Stoicism teaches you to love freely, but not desperately. You care deeply, but you do not cling. You give without keeping score. You listen without needing to be heard. And when someone leaves or changes or fails you, you grieve, but you don't collapse. Because you never claimed ownership of what was never yours to keep. People are not possessions. Love them as they are. Appreciate them while they're here. But do not place your stability in hands that do not belong to you. What about criticism? Praise? Rejection? Let others speak. Let them praise or condemn. Let them misunderstand. That is their right. Your task is to remain anchored, to know who you are and who you are not, regardless of what others say. Seek not to be liked, but to be good. There is a quiet strength in self-respect, in doing what aligns with your soul, even when no one claps. Especially then, beware of needing too much. The more you need to be seen, applauded, reassured, the more power you give away. But when you reduce your needs to what is essential, truth, courage, kindness, clarity, you become harder to shake, harder to tempt, harder to buy, harder to break. This is not coldness. This is stability. When adversity comes, and it will, be slow to speak. Don't curse the wind. Don't flail against what you cannot change. Stand still. Look inward. Ask, asterisk, what part of this is mine to carry? What part is not? Asterisk, let go of what is not. The Stoic learns to distinguish what is up to them and what is not. This is the key. This is the doorway to peace. You cannot control the storm, but you can adjust your sail. You cannot control others, but you can govern your reactions. You cannot change the past, but you can meet this moment well. You don't need to have all the answers. You just need to ask better questions. Like, am I acting out of fear or principle? Is this necessary? Or am I doing it to be seen? Asterisk, will this matter tomorrow? A year from now? At the end of my life? Asterisk. Let your life be shaped by questions that elevate you, not shrink you. And be wary of your own mind. It will deceive you. It will exaggerate threats, inflate slights, invent stories. You must learn to observe your thoughts without blindly trusting them. A thought is not a truth. A feeling is not a command. Let them arise. Let them pass. Hold only what serves. You are not a puppet to your impulses. You are a steward of your character. Make time for silence. Not the silence of emptiness, but of reflection. Step back from the noise, the headlines, the feeds, the endless commentary. There is power in withdrawal, not as escape, but as recalibration. Recalibrate often. Examine yourself. Not to shame, but to sharpen. Not to punish, but to prepare. Ask, asterisk, where did I act from ego today? Where did I honor my values? What can I do better tomorrow? Asterisk. The Stoic life is not about perfection. It is about progress. Each day, a little less driven by fear, a little more guided by wisdom. Each day, a little less reactive, a little more reflective. Each day, a little less concerned with outcome, a little more focused on right action. This is how you build a life of meaning, not all at once, but moment by moment, choice by choice. Stay steady, stay awake. Let your days be simple. Let your word be enough. Let your presence speak louder than your promises. When it's all said and done, let your soul say, I was here and I lived with honor. Do not chase the feeling of control. Chase clarity. Most of the anxiety we carry is born from the illusion that we can or must control everything. The future, the outcome, the reactions of others. But clarity does not come from controlling more. It comes from needing less to feel secure. The Stoic looks not outward, trying to manipulate events, but inward, seeking stability of mind. You can hold a calm mind in the midst of chaos if you stop believing that calm must come from your surroundings. A noisy world cannot disturb a still soul unless the soul invites the noise in. So train yourself to pause before reacting. That pause is your freedom. It's the space where wisdom enters. Most people don't pause. They feel something and immediately act. But you must become different. You must become deliberate. You must become someone who does not hand over their peace so easily. Be mindful of the stories you tell yourself. You were cut off in traffic. Do you assume malice or mistake? A friend is distant. Do you invent betrayal or consider that they're lost in their own storm? Your peace depends on the interpretation, not the event. Stoicism teaches you to live in reality as it is, not as your emotions paint it. It doesn't ask you to deny what's happening. It asks you to meet it with discernment, to choose the response that serves your integrity, not your ego. And yes, ego is a shadow you must constantly observe. It's the voice that demands to be right, to be noticed, to be above discomfort. It's the impulse to defend your image at the cost of your growth. But what good is a polished exterior if your foundation is cracked? Let your ego be dissolved by truth. The truth that you are not always right, that you still have much to learn, that your importance is not self-evident, and must be proven each day by your actions, not your self-image. Humility, then, is not weakness. It is strength tempered by truth. The Stoic wears humility like armor. Quiet, unshakable, impenetrable to flattery and insult alike. Do not rely on constant stimulation to feel alive. Many today are addicted to noise, to novelty, to being busy. But that isn't vitality, it's restlessness. Learn to sit with yourself in stillness. Learn to enjoy your own company. If you are always fleeing silence, you are fleeing yourself. And if you cannot stand your own mind in quiet, it is not the silence that needs fixing. It is the mind. The Stoic does not see time as something to kill, but something to honor. You will never get today again. How will you use it? What will you allow to steal it? Guard your attention as you would guard something sacred, because it is. Do not waste it arguing on things that don't matter, defending opinions that change nothing, or proving points that serve only pride. A wise person does not speak to be right. They speak to be useful, and sometimes they do not speak at all. Choose when to speak. Choose when to hold silence. Both are acts of power if used with care. Now consider adversity, true adversity. The betrayal, the illness, the loss, the uncertainty. These are not punishments. They are summons. They call something out of you that comfort never could. Ease rarely makes you better, but hardship refines. Do not wish for lighter burdens. Wish for stronger shoulders. Then work on those shoulders daily, not by lifting weight in a gym, but by carrying each difficulty with patience and resolve. There will be days you are misunderstood. Good. Practice self-respect. There will be times you fail. Good. Practice humility. There will be nights when sleep avoids you and all your thoughts feel heavy. Good. Practice endurance. What you practice in hardship becomes your instinct in peace. Do not envy others' lives. Envy blinds you. You see only the surface, the curated version. But the Stoic sees deeper, sees the cost behind the image, sees the restlessness behind the smile, and remembers that no outward fortune is worth inner turmoil. Happiness is not having more. It is needing less, and not in a performative way. Not in the way that posts about minimalism while clinging to approval, but in the quiet kind of way that simply feels content in the present moment. Right here, without spectacle. This contentment, it doesn't come from acquiring. It comes from aligning. Aligning your life with what you value. Aligning your actions with your beliefs. Aligning your thoughts with what is true. And that's hard work. Harder than most people want to admit. Because it means facing your contradictions. It means admitting when you're not as noble as you claim to be. When you gossip. When you judge. When you choose the easy path. The Stoic doesn't deny these moments. They observe them, and they use them to grow. You are not judged by one moment, but by your direction. Keep turning toward what is just, toward what is honest, toward what is right. Let your days be measured by your efforts to embody virtue, not by how much you achieved or how many liked you or how easy it was. You will age. You will change. You will lose things. This is not cruelty. This is the natural shape of life. Resisting that change only creates suffering. Embracing it brings wisdom. Everything is borrowed. Your youth, your strength, even the people you love. You do not get to keep them forever. You only get the chance to cherish them now. So cherish deeply, but do not cling. Love with full presence, but do not build your identity on what must eventually pass. There is freedom in this. A fierce, liberating peace that comes when you stop gripping what cannot stay. You begin to see beauty in what is fleeting. You begin to live not just pastime. And in that living, you become dangerous, not to others but to the illusions that kept you small. The illusion that you need approval. The illusion that you are your past. The illusion that peace will come when the world finally gives you what you want. No, peace is here when you realize you already have what you need. A mind capable of reason, a heart capable of virtue, a day full of choices. Use them well, not for applause, not for status, but because you are training yourself to be the kind of person who does what is right, simply because it is right. Not easy, never easy, but always worth it. And with time, it becomes natural, a quiet strength, a steady flame, not flashy, not loud, but unmistakably powerful. You become like a tree in the storm, not because storms don't come, but because you've sunk your roots deep into what matters. And the winds, they pass, but you remain, still, grounded, unshaken. This is the gift of Stoicism. Not a life without storms, but a soul that is prepared for them. There's a silence inside you that most people never touch. Not because it isn't there, but because they keep running from it. Distractions are loud. The world is loud. But the voice of wisdom, it whispers. You must quiet the world to hear it. Stoicism invites you into that silence, not as an escape, but as a return. a return to the place where clarity begins. This silence isn't empty. It's full of questions you've been avoiding. What are you chasing? What are you avoiding? What part of you is still waiting for the world to heal a wound it didn't cause? When you stop running, you meet yourself. That's where the work begins. Not in changing the world, but in changing how you meet it. The Stoics didn't believe in avoiding pain. They believed in understanding it. Pain has a message, not always a punishment, sometimes a prompt. To change, to let go, to face the truth. You can numb pain, or you can learn from it, but you can't do both. Suffering, for the Stoic, isn't what happens to you. It's the resistance to what is. It's the story layered on top of reality. A Stoic doesn't say, "This shouldn't be happening." A Stoic says, "It is happening. So what now? What is within my power?" And that shift from victim to agent is the doorway to strength. You will be criticized, sometimes fairly, sometimes not. The weak man obsesses over reputation. The strong man concerns himself with character. What you are will always matter more than what others think you are. Reputation fades, but virtue leaves a shadow that lasts. You can walk through this life like a feather in the wind, blown by praise, flattened by rejection. Or you can root yourself in principles. Ask, is this true? Ask, is this just? Ask, would I be proud of this choice if no one saw it? The Stoic doesn't live for applause. They live so that they can look at themselves in silence and feel at peace. And when peace isn't there, they do not distract themselves. They investigate. Where did I act out of fear? Where did I betray my values? Where did I choose the easy path instead of the right one? Self-inquiry is not punishment. It's responsibility, because if your peace depends on others, it will always be fragile. Practice being okay with not being understood. Practice being okay with disappointing those who want you to abandon your values. Not to become hard or cold, but to become grounded. Empathy and boundaries are not enemies. A Stoic can be kind without being submissive. They can be open without being hollowed out by others' expectations. You are not obligated to carry every burden handed to you. Learn the difference between helping and self-abandonment. And even when you help, help with detachment. Help without needing thanks. Help without shaping your identity around being the good one. Do good and let go. So much of Stoicism is learning to release. Not only the outcomes, but the image you built of how life should be. It's letting go of the fantasy where things are always fair, where people always behave, where your effort guarantees success. You're not owed ease. You're not owed results. You are given this moment. You are given your will. You are given the capacity to respond with integrity. That's enough. There will be days when your progress feels invisible. You'll slip. You'll fall back into anger or fear or despair. Don't add shame to the stumble. Catch yourself. Forgive. Continue. You're not practicing Stoicism to become perfect. You're practicing to become consistent, to fall less deeply, and rise more quickly. This is how you build resilience. Not by pretending to be invincible, but by learning that you can face hard things without being broken by them. Time passes. People change. You will be left behind. You will be misunderstood. You will be hurt by those you've loved well. And yet, this is not cause for bitterness. It is cause for depth. Pain can make you narrow, but it can also make you wide. Can make you guarded, but it can also make you wise. The Stoic accepts impermanence not with cynicism, but with reverence. What is brief becomes sacred. What can end becomes precious. And so they love fully, knowing love may fade. They give freely, knowing what they give may never return. They forgive quickly, because resentment is a burden on the soul. Do not wait for closure from others. Grant yourself peace. Do not wait for certainty before you move. Act with courage in the fog. Do not wait for motivation to do what matters. Discipline is more reliable. And remember, not all emotions are your enemy. Stoicism doesn't mean you feel nothing. It means you feel deeply but are not led blindly. You don't suppress fear. You recognize it, question it, challenge it. You don't banish grief. You honor it without letting it define your identity. You don't reject joy. You embrace it without needing it to last forever. You become the vessel, not the storm. The storm comes. The storm goes. You remain. And while you remain, you practice. You keep showing up, even when it's dull. You keep acting with principle, even when no one's watching. You keep returning to what matters, even when everything else screams for attention. Because in the end, the Stoic life is not flashy. It's not about grand gestures. It's about small, daily victories over the chaos of impulse. The choice to be patient when irritation is easier. The choice to speak gently when you could dominate. The choice to listen when your ego wants to interrupt. These choices shape your soul. And the soul is what carries you when all else falls away. That is the real preparation. Not for success, not for status, but for the one certainty that life is uncertain. You train your mind not to predict, but to endure. Not to control, but to navigate. Not to be safe, but to be ready. And when the time comes, when the day tests you, you'll meet it with strength. Quiet, still, unmoved. A mind sharpened by hardship. A heart softened by truth. You will not flinch. You will not flee. You will simply be rooted in wisdom, steady in purpose, free in spirit. That is the Stoic life. There is a profound freedom that comes from recognizing the boundary between what you can change and what you cannot. This boundary is not a prison wall, but a threshold. A door you open every moment with your attention and intention. The more you practice stepping through it, the more you inhabit a space where your power lives. Imagine, for a moment, the countless hours wasted chasing shadows, trying to control the uncontrollable, worrying about what others think, or fixating on outcomes that slip beyond your grasp. The Stoic's invitation is to redirect that energy inward, to the realm where your choices reside. To choose your thoughts, your attitudes, your actions. This is where sovereignty begins. But sovereignty is not isolation. It's a delicate balance between self-possession and connection. It does not close you off from the world. Rather, it allows you to engage with it clearly and wisely, to act with care, without being ensnared by attachment or fear. This balance reveals itself in everyday moments. When someone speaks harshly, the instinct might be to retaliate or to withdraw in hurt. But the Stoic pauses. They consider, what is within my control here? How can I respond with integrity rather than impulse? Often, the simple act of choosing silence or measured words transforms conflict into understanding, or at least preserves your own peace. When faced with uncertainty, whether about health, career, relationships, the temptation is to panic, to imagine worst-case scenarios. Yet panic is a thief. It steals presence and clouds judgment. Instead, ground yourself in the present moment. Accept what is unknown without surrendering your calm. Remember that the future is a landscape yet to be shaped by your actions, not a predetermined script. This acceptance is not resignation. It is clarity. It frees you to focus on what you can do now. The Stoic mind is like a garden. You cannot control the weather, storms, droughts, sunshine come as they will. But you can tend the soil, plant the seeds, and nurture the growth within your care. Some days will be harsh. Some efforts may not bear fruit. But steady cultivation yields resilience and beauty. In this garden, your thoughts are the seeds. Cultivate those that nourish wisdom, courage, temperance, and justice. Pull out those that choke with bitterness, envy, or despair. You don't ignore difficult emotions. You don't trample them. You acknowledge them, learn from them, and choose which ones to feed. There is power in this choice. It turns the inner world from a chaotic battleground into a sanctuary of strength. You will meet people who try to pull you into their storms. Through gossip, drama, or complaint, the Stoic's shield is a quiet refusal. Not arrogance, but a peaceful detachment. You do not absorb their turbulence. You do not reflect their negativity. You offer your presence calmly and then return to your center. Life will present injustice and cruelty. The impulse may be to rage or despair, but the Stoic asks, how can I respond so that I am not diminished by it? How can I preserve my character and act with kindness, even when wronged? Forgiveness is not weakness. It is a reclaiming of power. It releases the poison that festers within and frees you to move forward. There is a certain humility in this approach, not the false humility that shrinks from responsibility, but a genuine humility that recognizes our shared human fragility. We all err. We all suffer. We all strive. This humility fosters compassion, not only for others but for yourself. You are not your mistakes. You are not your failures. You are the awareness that observes and chooses beyond them. This awareness grows through practice. Begin with your morning. Before you leap into the day's chaos, take a moment to steady your mind. Reflect on the challenges ahead and the virtues you want to embody. See obstacles as opportunities to practice patience, courage, or self-control. Throughout the day, return to this inner dialogue. When frustration rises, slow your breath. When impatience strikes, remind yourself of the greater picture. When fear whispers, lean into what you know is true, that your strength lies in how you face, not how you flee. Evenings offer another chance to review the day, not with judgment but with curiosity. What did you handle well? Where did you fall short? What will you carry forward? What will you release? This cycle of reflection, action, and renewal is the rhythm of Stoic living. Death, often a shadow in our thoughts, becomes a teacher rather than a terror, not as a morbid obsession, but as a reminder that life is fleeting. This perspective sharpens your focus on what truly matters. It calls you to live fully in each moment, not distracted by trivialities, not postponing joy or kindness for some distant future. You might wonder, what about ambition? What about desire? The Stoic does not reject these. Rather, they temper them with reason. Desire without discipline is a flame that consumes. Ambition without wisdom leads to hollow victories. The Stoic cultivates a desire for growth, for virtue, for meaningful connection. This desire is steady and enduring, not frantic or grasping. There is also a quiet joy that arises when you recognize how small your worries are in the grand scheme. The vastness of the cosmos humbles the ego and puts everyday troubles into perspective. This cosmic perspective encourages gratitude, not for the things you have, but for the sheer gift of existence, the chance to experience, to learn, to love. Gratitude opens the heart and softens the mind. It's a gentle reminder that nothing is owed to you, yet everything is possible. Your role is not to command the universe, but to serve it by living in harmony with its flow. In this service, find purpose. Purpose rooted not in external accolades, but in the quiet certainty that you are acting rightly moment by moment. When distractions come, as they will, return to your breath. Return to your principles. Return to the simple question, what is within my power right now? This question is a beacon in the fog. It lights the path when confusion clouds your mind. It grounds you when emotions surge like waves. In the end, the Stoic life is a commitment to presence, to choice, and to courage. Not the absence of hardship, but the mastery of response. Not the denial of feelings, but the wisdom to hold them lightly. Not a fortress of solitude, but a harbor of peace within the storm. Walk this path patiently, with kindness toward yourself and others. And know that every step, no matter how small, is a victory. This is your journey. This is your strength. This is your freedom. Consider for a moment how often the mind rushes ahead, chasing future moments like a child chasing fireflies, glittering hopes that vanish the instant you grasp them. This restless reaching steals the calm that belongs to the present. The Stoic invites you to pause, to root yourself deeply in the now, not to deny plans or dreams, but to meet each moment fully awake. Life's unpredictability can unsettle even the strongest. Yet the Stoic does not seek to predict or control fate, but to welcome it. Like a sailor who cannot command the wind but can adjust the sails, you navigate circumstances by steering your attitudes and choices. This acceptance is not passive surrender, but an active engagement with reality as it is. You may feel overwhelmed by challenges that seem beyond your strength. Here, the Stoic teaches a subtle courage, not the absence of fear, but the willingness to act despite it. Each difficulty becomes a training ground, not a punishment, but a lesson designed to shape your character. Think of adversity as the whetstone sharpening the blade within. In conversations, conflicts arise. The urge to defend yourself or prove others wrong can dominate. Instead, imagine responding with curiosity and calm, listening not to respond, but to understand. This shift transforms exchanges from battles into bridges. Anger, that fierce fire, can scorch your peace and cloud your judgment. Stoicism suggests meeting anger with reason and reflection. When you sense it rising, pause and ask, will this feeling serve me? Can I let it go without losing my dignity? Such questions are gentle reminders of your power over your inner state. Humility is another pillar. It is not self-deprecation, but the recognition that no one is infallible. This humility allows you to accept feedback, to learn, and to grow without defensiveness. It frees you from the trap of ego, which often blinds us to truth. Gratitude, too, is a practice. Not the shallow thank you when things go well, but a deep appreciation for the simple fact of existence. For the air in your lungs, the beat of your heart, the chance to see a sunrise or hear a friend's laughter. This gratitude anchors you in abundance rather than scarcity. The Stoics also remind you to examine desires carefully. Not all desires are equal. Some tether you to fleeting pleasures or harmful attachments. Others align with your highest values and well-being. Learning to discern between these is essential. To desire wisely is to cultivate inner freedom. You may encounter people whose actions frustrate or hurt you. The Stoic teaches that their behavior reflects their nature, not your worth. Holding resentment only chains you. Instead, offer understanding where you can and release the rest. This does not mean condoning harm, but preserving your peace. When life's pace threatens to sweep you away, step back. Simplify. Return to what is essential. In a world that celebrates excess and distraction, the Stoic calls you to focus on what truly matters: virtue, wisdom, and the quality of your character. Your mind is like a garden, as fragile as it is fertile. Guard it against weeds of envy, greed, and fear. Nurture seeds of kindness, patience, and honesty. This tending is ongoing, gentle, and deliberate. Each morning, remind yourself of your intention: to live with purpose and calm. Each night, review the day without harsh judgment. Celebrate progress, acknowledge missteps, and renew your commitment. Remember that control is often an illusion. What truly matters is your response. The way you carry yourself through uncertainty, pain, and joy. This response shapes your experience more than external events ever can. Find solace in the understanding that you are part of a larger whole. Your actions ripple outward, affecting others in ways you may never fully see. Let this awareness inspire humility and compassion. When faced with loss or change, the Stoic heart grieves, yes, but does not despair. It sees impermanence as natural, a cycle that invites acceptance and resilience. Change becomes a teacher rather than a tormentor. In moments of success, temper joy with modesty. Recognize that fortune is fleeting, and true worth lies in your character, not accolades. Celebrate quietly and remain steady. Your time is limited. This is neither a warning nor a lament, but an invitation to presence. To live each moment fully, with intention and grace. Slow down, breathe, observe your thoughts without judgment. Cultivate an inner sanctuary where peace and wisdom reside. Through this practice, you reclaim your life from chaos and distraction. You become a beacon of calm amidst the noise. This is the Stoic path, not a quick fix, but a lifelong journey toward mastery of self, freedom from needless suffering, and a heart open to the world's beauty and complexity. Walk this path steadily, with patience, with courage, with compassion, and know that each step, each breath, each choice is a quiet victory. There is a profound clarity that arises when you shift your gaze inward, away from the external noise that clamors for your attention. The world is filled with distractions, demands, and endless streams of information that pull you in countless directions. Yet none of these things hold the key to your peace. That key lies in the way you choose to see, to interpret, and to respond. The Stoic perspective encourages you to cultivate this inner clarity by training your mind to distinguish between what truly matters and what is merely noise. This discernment is not a harsh judgment, but a gentle sorting, learning to recognize which thoughts deserve your attention and which are better released like leaves carried off by the wind. When difficulties arise, as they inevitably will, the Stoic teaches that your suffering is not caused by the events themselves, but by the stories you tell yourself about those events. You are free to tell yourself a story of defeat, or you can choose one of resilience. This freedom to choose your narrative is the essence of your power. Think about how often your mind replays past mistakes or fears future failures. These rehearsals rarely serve you. They keep you trapped in cycles of anxiety and regret. Instead, focus on what you can do now. What action is available in this moment? How can you act with integrity here, no matter the outcome? In relationships, the Stoic path invites you to practice patience and understanding. People are complex and imperfect, just as you are. When others disappoint or frustrate you, remember that their actions stem from their own struggles and limitations. Respond not with judgment or anger, but with compassion and calm resolve. This does not mean accepting harm or injustice blindly. It means holding a steady heart that chooses its battles wisely, preserving energy for what truly deserves your attention and effort. Your emotions are powerful signals, but they need not control you. The Stoic practice is to observe them as passing weather, clouds that come and go, sometimes stormy, sometimes bright, without losing your footing. When anger, fear, or sorrow arise, acknowledge them without letting them define you. They are guests, not rulers. To cultivate this mastery, develop the habit of reflection. Set aside moments each day to examine your thoughts and actions honestly. Where did you live according to your values? Where did you falter? What can you learn? This honest self-examination is not self-criticism but a commitment to growth. You may notice a tendency to seek external validation, praise, recognition, or approval. The Stoic reminds you that these are fleeting and often unreliable. True validation comes from living consistently with your own principles, regardless of others' opinions. When you align your actions with your values, you stand firm, unshaken by praise or blame. There is a serene dignity in this self-reliance. It allows you to walk through life's changes with steady eyes and an open heart. Consider also the role of preparation in Stoic practice. This is not about anxious worry but about thoughtful readiness. Visualize possible challenges and how you might meet them with courage and wisdom. This mental rehearsal strengthens your resolve and reduces surprise and panic when difficulties arise. Yet preparation is balanced by acceptance. After you have done what you can, release attachment to the outcome. The world unfolds according to many forces beyond your control. Your task is to focus on your own effort and attitude. In your work, seek purpose rather than mere profit. Excellence and integrity in small acts build a foundation far stronger than chasing accolades. When your actions reflect your highest self, satisfaction follows naturally, independent of external reward. This focus on purpose anchors you through mundane routines and repetitive tasks. Even the smallest act, done with care and attention, becomes a thread in the fabric of a meaningful life. The Stoics also teach that time is your most precious resource. It flows relentlessly, never to be reclaimed once spent. This awareness calls for conscious use of each moment, free from procrastination and distraction. When tempted to waste time on trivialities, recall that every hour is a gift, a chance to practice virtue, to connect with others, to appreciate life's beauty. Speak kindly to yourself. The inner dialogue shapes your experience profoundly. Replace harsh self-judgment with encouragement and understanding. This compassion fuels resilience and openness. At times, life will bring loss of loved ones, opportunities, or dreams. The Stoic embraces loss not with despair but with acceptance and gratitude for what was shared. This perspective softens grief, allowing it to transform into a deeper appreciation for the fragility and preciousness of existence. In moments of joy, allow yourself to be fully present without clinging. Joy is a guest that visits and departs. By welcoming it gently, you savor it more deeply and remain balanced when it fades. Remember that wisdom is a lifelong journey, not a destination. You will stumble, forget lessons, and struggle. This is part of the path. Treat yourself with the same patience you offer to others. Ultimately, the Stoic way is an invitation to live with courage, clarity, and kindness, to meet life's uncertainties with a steady heart, to find peace not in external conditions, but within. You are the guardian of your own mind. With mindful practice, you can cultivate a sanctuary of strength, compassion, and calm that no storm can overturn. This inner fortress is your true home. Return to it often, nourish it, trust in it, and through this you will discover the quiet, enduring freedom that is the gift of Stoic living. When you awaken each morning, pause before reaching for your routine. Let the day greet you, not with urgency, but with stillness. In this quiet, remember, the hours ahead are unknown. They may bring frustration, joy, disappointment, or delight. But none of these things, not even the most unexpected ones, have the power to shake the core of who you are unless you hand them that power. The Stoic begins the day not by hoping for ease, but by preparing for reality. You may face rudeness, delays, or unfairness. The Stoic does not curse these things, nor flee from them. Instead, they are expected, absorbed, and met with the steady force of self-possession. You don't need to control others to live well, and you never really could. Their choices, moods, actions, they are theirs to bear. Your peace lies in how you respond. Do you react with fire or respond with wisdom? Do you seek to dominate or to understand? When you feel slighted, when someone's words cut deeper than they should, remember, what offends you often reveals your own unhealed places. Let it teach you rather than break you. Not all wounds are enemies. Some are messengers. In the marketplace of attention, where status, wealth, and appearance scream for dominance, Stoicism invites you to look inward and ask, what do I truly value? Is this applause I chase aligned with my nature, or am I drifting from myself, playing a role to win affection I don't even need? Your worth is not something others confer. It is revealed in the choices you make when no one is watching. Live for the approval of your own soul, not the applause of the crowd. And if you find yourself among those who don't understand your values, do not despair. The path of virtue is often walked in silence, and always by choice. When misfortune comes, as it will, the Stoic does not ask, why me? But rather, what now? Pain is part of life, but suffering multiplies when we resist reality. Grief has its place. Let it move through you, but do not let it define you. You are not your losses, your scars, or your missteps. You are the one who chooses what to make of them. That power is never taken from you. And in choosing your response, you shape your character. Day by day, choice by choice. This is not dramatic or grand. It's in how you speak to the cashier, how you handle a missed deadline, how you forgive yourself for a restless night. Stoicism doesn't ask you to be perfect. It asks you to be aware of what you can control and willing to act on it with courage and with care. You will encounter pleasure too. Do not fear it, but do not cling to it either. Pleasure is not evil. But if you begin to crave it as if you cannot live without it, it begins to possess you. Enjoy what life brings, but hold it with open hands, ready to let go. A Stoic walks among beauty with appreciation, but without greed. Among riches, but without arrogance. Among pain, but without despair. When others wrong you, your instinct may be to retaliate, to make them feel what you feel. But the Stoic pauses. The Stoic asks, what kind of person do I want to be? You can answer hate with hate and multiply it. Or you can choose the discipline of calm and end the cycle where it stands. In this, you don't become weak. You become unshakable. True strength is not in force, but in restraint. There will be times when you are misunderstood, when your intentions are questioned, when your silence is misread as arrogance or coldness. In these moments, hold fast to your integrity. Let your actions speak. Time is a faithful ally to the honest. Let others chase speed. The Stoic moves with deliberation. Let others chase more. The Stoic chooses enough. Each evening, When the day begins to dim, return again to reflection. Not as self-blame, but as clarity. What did I do today that reflected my best self? What could I improve tomorrow? No one else needs to hear these answers, but you must. In this quiet practice, you become your own teacher, your own compass. And the more you return to this ritual, the more the noise of the world begins to quiet. Not because it has changed, but because you have. Time reminds us of our limits, of how brief this life truly is. We don't know how many mornings we have left. And that is not meant to frighten you, but to sharpen your vision, to wake you up. Look around. Are you living according to your deepest values? Or are you postponing your peace for some imagined future? Some final moment when everything will be perfect? That moment never comes. The Stoic does not wait for ideal conditions. They begin now with what they have. Look also at your attachments. Are they based on the truth of what something is, or on the illusion of what you want it to be? When you let go of needing things to be a certain way, you become freer to see them clearly. Freedom is not the absence of all limits. It is the mastery of your response within them. In your solitude, you can find strength. But do not isolate out of fear. Connection is part of our nature. Seek companions who walk with purpose, who speak not to flatter, but to challenge and elevate. And be that kind of friend in return. But even when you walk alone, you are not abandoned. Your reason, your values, your ability to choose, these are companions that never leave. Practice gratitude not just for what brings ease, but also for what tests you. It is the friction that reveals your shape, the storm that teaches your sails. Without resistance, you cannot strengthen. Even in a world of chaos, you can live with grace. Even among confusion, you can choose clarity. Even in the darkest night, you can keep your inner flame alive. Stoicism is not a shield to hide behind, but a posture to stand with. Upright, aware, willing. It is the art of living without illusion, the discipline of choosing what is right, even when it's hard, and the quiet courage of facing each day as it is, not as you wish it were. Let this be your practice. Every sunrise, a chance to begin again. Every challenge, a chance to act with honor. Every breath, a reminder. You are alive now. Do not waste it. And so, as the day unfolds, remember, the world does not owe you comfort. It does not arrange itself according to your desires. And yet, you are not powerless. You are the one who decides how to move through it. You are the one who decides which thoughts you cultivate, which actions you allow, and which principles you protect. The Stoic understands this responsibility, not as a burden, but as a gift. To live with intention is the highest privilege. Not everyone claims it. Most drift, reacting to every wave, swayed by praise and wounded by blame. But you can be different. You can anchor yourself in what matters. Think of reputation. It rises and falls like the wind. One day you are praised for your strength. The next, you are criticized for your boldness. To build your life around public approval is to build a house on sand. Let your character be your foundation. Let your actions be their own reward. If you do good only for applause, you're not free. But if you do good because it's right, because it aligns with your inner compass, then you are untouchable. No insult can reach you. No silence can rob you. Examine your reactions. When you are irritated, what are you clinging to? When you are angry, what expectation was violated? Often, it is not the event that wounds us, but our insistence that the world behave differently. The Stoic trains themselves to see these moments clearly, to step back, to ask, was this in my control? If the answer is no, then release it. If yes, then act with wisdom. This is the constant discipline, separating the internal from the external and giving energy only to what belongs to you. This practice creates space between stimulus and response, between impulse and action. In that space is your freedom, the freedom to pause, to breathe, to choose. And from that choice, your character is shaped, not by chance, not by circumstance, but by conscious, repeated action. When you suffer, be wary of telling yourself too many stories. This always happens to me. I'll never get past this. These are not facts. They are interpretations. The Stoic watches the story forming and asks, is this helpful? Is this true? Replace drama with observation. Replace resentment with reason. It's not about being cold. It's about being clear. You may love deeply. You may feel loss with your whole chest. But the Stoic does not lose themselves in their emotions. They allow them to pass through like weather, intense, maybe even overwhelming, but temporary. They do not push the feeling away, nor do they identify with it. They witness it, understand it, and then act, not from the emotion, but from virtue. This is not detachment. It is depth without drowning. You are allowed to grieve. You are allowed to fall. But always remember, you are also able to rise. And rising does not mean ignoring your pain. It means you choose not to be ruled by it. In relationships, the Stoic offers love freely, not as a transaction. They understand that no one can complete them because they are already whole. To give is not to lose, and to be alone is not to be empty. They do not control others, nor seek to fix them. Instead, they remain steady, a model of presence and principle. And in doing so, they offer something rare, an unshakable calm in a world of emotional storms. Even in the face of betrayal or injustice, the Stoic does not surrender to bitterness. Bitterness is a poison taken in hopes it will harm another. Let it go, not for them but for yourself. Justice matters, but revenge is not justice. The Stoic pursues what is right, not out of vengeance, but out of duty. In your daily tasks, be thorough, be honest. Even in the smallest duties, act as if the world is watching. Not because you crave attention, but because your own soul is watching. The habits you build in silence become the structure of your being. Let your craft, whatever it may be, reflect excellence. Whether you are sweeping a floor or writing a letter, whether you are comforting a friend or correcting a mistake, do it with care. The Stoic does not seek grand gestures, but consistent integrity. Life will challenge your patience. Train it like a muscle. Frustration is a signal, not a command. When others move too slowly, when plans unravel, when the internet cuts out, observe your instinct. Then choose calm over chaos. Time spent angry is time you never get back. This discipline requires vigilance. The world will pull you toward comparison, urgency, vanity. The Stoic returns again and again to the center, to stillness, to intention. Meditate on your mortality, not to darken your mood, but to brighten your priorities. Let it remind you, this day is not a rehearsal. Every conversation, every decision, every quiet moment matters. What will you do with this hour? What kind of presence will you bring into the room? Let your presence be grounded. Let your words be few but true. Let your silences be spacious, not empty. You will face misunderstanding. You will make mistakes. The Stoic accepts this. They correct course without drama. No need to defend pride. Just adjust. Pride resists growth. Humility invites it. Don't chase a life that looks impressive. Chase a life that feels aligned. The Stoic is not flashy. Their strength is quiet, but deep. They don't need to broadcast it. It shows in how they move, how they listen, how they hold the room without dominating it. They live not to impress, but to embody wisdom. That is their aim, to be wise, to be just, to be strong, and to be kind, even when it's hard, especially when it's hard. Look at your fears, not with judgment, but with honesty. What are you truly afraid of? Failure? Rejection? Pain? These are not enemies. They are teachers. The Stoic walks toward them, not away. Because courage is not the absence of fear, it is action in its presence. Practice discomfort. Take cold showers. Walk without your phone. Sit with silence. The more you train your mind to endure, the less you fear the unpredictable. Freedom is built through discipline, and discipline is not punishment. It is the daily act of saying, I choose what I become. Speak less of what you'll do. Do more. Speak less of what you believe. Live it. Let your example speak for you. The Stoic doesn't chase inspiration. They build routine. They don't wait for motivation. They act from values, because inspiration fades, but habit, once rooted, sustains. And in the end, when your time here closes, The measure will not be how much you achieved or accumulated, but how well you lived. Did you face life honestly? Did you stand for something? Did you love without clinging? Did you act with courage, even in fear? These are the real questions, the ones that follow you beyond applause, beyond gain, beyond even breath. So live now in a way that answers them, not with words but with action, with the quiet strength of someone who has chosen to live with wisdom, no matter the weather. And as the hours pass unnoticed by the world, remember, not all progress is loud. The deepest changes happen quietly. Like roots growing underground, your strength builds in stillness, out of sight, but not out of meaning. The Stoic does not seek to rush transformation. They understand that time is not the enemy. It is the material through which you sculpt yourself. When the world demands immediacy, the Stoic moves deliberately, not slowly but with care, because speed without direction is chaos. Momentum alone is not mastery. So they pause often to ask, what am I becoming right now? That question keeps the path clear. There will be people who misunderstand your quiet. They will assume indifference where there is discipline. They may call your calm a mask, your restraint a weakness. Let them. You are not here to convince. You are here to live by principle. The opinion of the crowd cannot shape your soul unless you hand it over. There is a kind of joy, too, that the Stoic treasures, not the excitement that depends on luck or weather, but the joy that comes from harmony with yourself. A joy untouched by outcomes. It is the contentment of knowing you have done your best with what you had, where you were, even when no one saw it. Especially then, we are not taught to seek this kind of joy. We are trained to chase approval, applause, outcomes. But Stoicism invites us to consider another source of happiness: alignment. When your values match your behavior. When your inner voice doesn't need to shout to be heard because you're already listening. So many spend their lives trying to silence their conscience with distractions. But the Stoic welcomes the inner voice. They sit with it, even when it brings discomfort, because discomfort often signals where the work is. Examine your use of time, not with guilt, but with sincerity. How much of your life is spent reacting, scrolling, comparing, escaping? Time is not something you own. It is something you are entrusted with. And each hour you spend unconsciously is one you will never hold again. The Stoic sees time not as a pressure, but as a gift, a canvas. You don't need to fill it with noise. Let it breathe. Let moments pass without rushing to the next. Watch the sun move. Listen to the quiet between sounds. This is not idleness. This is presence. In presence, there is power. Because when you are fully where you are, choices become clearer. You stop living on autopilot. You respond instead of react. You act from intention, not impulse. When you are wronged, and you will be, the Stoic does not waste time plotting revenge or holding grudges. They see those acts as chains, not weapons. To carry resentment is to give your peace away, to chain yourself to someone else's behavior. The Stoic chooses to release it, not because the wrong wasn't real, but because freedom is more valuable than vengeance. And still, forgiveness doesn't mean passivity. It means refusing to be poisoned. It means protecting your energy for what truly matters. Every morning is an invitation, not a command, not a demand, but a quiet offering to begin again. The Stoic receives it with reverence. They know that the past cannot be changed, but today can still be shaped. So they return to their principles, not perfectly but persistently. Persistence, after all, is not about never falling. It's about choosing to rise without bitterness, without theatrics, just one honest step forward, then another. They don't argue with reality. If it rains, they get wet. If they fail, they learn. They don't pretend the world should adjust to their expectations. They adjust themselves to the world. This isn't resignation, it's strength. To see clearly and act anyway. To lose and still live nobly. To be misunderstood and remain kind. That is Stoic power. When you speak, speak less of what you hate. Speak more of what you aim to build. Destruction is easy. Cynicism costs nothing. But to create, even in small ways, that takes courage. Let your words nourish. Let them be careful and true. Silence, too, can be a gift. The Stoic does not fear it. They rest in it. In silence, you hear your own motives, your own truth. The noise fades and what's essential returns. And from that place, you can meet the world again. Calmly, clearly, with your inner compass steady. When wealth comes, the Stoic enjoys it without clinging. When it goes, they do not despair. Because nothing external defines them. They are not their status, nor their possessions, nor their roles. These are tools, not identity. This detachment allows them to be generous without fear. They can give freely because their sense of self isn't tied to accumulation. They can live simply because their joy isn't in things. They find luxury not in excess, but in self-command. The Stoic trains their attention. In a world addicted to distraction, this is rebellion. They resist the pull of endless stimulation. They choose depth over noise, focus over frenzy. And so, when they work with full presence. When they rest without guilt. Balance is not a matter of schedule, but of alignment. There will be days when your emotions run strong, when you feel the sting of disappointment or the fire of injustice. The Stoic does not deny these feelings. They acknowledge them fully, then ask, what does this feeling want to teach me? Not to suppress, but to integrate. Not to control, but to understand. This understanding gives birth to wisdom, not from books alone, but from lived experience. Wisdom that is worn into the soul by time, like water carving stone. Let your pain be part of that carving. Let it shape you, not shrink you. And remember, even the greatest among us were once lost. Were once beginners. What separates the Stoic is not genius, but commitment. They return to the practice again and again. They fail, reflect, refine. It is the long path, but it is the surest one. Let your mind be your ally, not your enemy. Speak to yourself with the clarity you would offer a friend. Correct yourself with honesty, but also with care. If the day went poorly, don't dramatize it. Ask what can be learned, then let it go. If the day went well, don't become arrogant. Be grateful, then let it go. Each evening, the Stoic examines themselves quietly, not with punishment, but with purpose. They ask, did I live with courage? Did I act with justice? Was I true to my principles even when it was hard? They ask, not for praise but for alignment, so that tomorrow they can walk with just a little more clarity. This is how strength is built, quietly, steadily, with humility and will. And so the practice continues. Even when the world seems to spin out of control, when chaos rises and comfort disappears, the Stoic remains rooted. Not because they are untouched by the storm, but because they have trained their mind to stand within it. Chaos outside is not a justification for disorder inside. The Stoic holds fast to what they can govern. Their thoughts, their actions, their choices. This is not about denial. It's about discernment. About knowing where to place your energy so that it nourishes you, not drains you. And in that awareness, you begin to notice the traps that once consumed your time. Arguments that don't lead anywhere. Drama that promises meaning but delivers only emptiness. The need to always be right. The hunger for recognition. These are heavy loads. You don't need to carry them. Let them fall. They are not yours. The Stoic walks lighter not because life is easier, but because they no longer clutch what doesn't belong to them. Freedom is found in surrendering what you never truly controlled. You cannot own another person's opinion. You cannot guarantee how others will treat you. You cannot dictate the events of tomorrow. But you can choose your response, the attitude you meet each moment with. That is the birthplace of strength. And strength is not loud. It's not in domination. It's not in the last word. It's in restraint. In walking away when your peace is more valuable than being right. In letting go of the urge to retaliate because your character matters more than your ego. We live in a time of urgency, of instant reaction. But the Stoic practices the pause. Before speaking, before acting, they breathe, they weigh. They return to the question, is this up to me? If it is, they do it with integrity. If it isn't, they release it. This constant filtering becomes a way of life. a method of preserving energy, of avoiding the slow erosion that comes from caring too deeply about what is outside your hands. It also teaches humility, because so much of what we suffer for stems from the illusion that we are the center of every story. The Stoic dissolves that illusion. They remember how small they are in the vast web of life. And from that smallness comes grace, the freedom to stop performing and start simply being. Being honest, being kind, being silent when silence is wise, being firm when justice demands it. Stoicism is not a cold philosophy. It is full of warmth once you understand its core. It asks you to love deeply but not possessively, to act justly but not for applause, to care but not to be consumed. It asks you to build an inner temple, a place no noise can reach, so that even when everything is taken from you, you remain whole. And you will lose things. Everyone does. Relationships, jobs, health, youth. The Stoic doesn't pretend otherwise. They prepare their heart for these inevitabilities, not in sadness, but in reverence. For what is more human than knowing all things change? Gratitude becomes sharper in this awareness. You stop taking the morning sun for granted, or the voice of someone you love, or the quiet way your body carries you through the day. Nothing is too small to notice when you know it won't last forever. And when grief does come, as it surely will, the Stoic does not turn away. They feel it. They welcome it as part of the contract of being alive. They do not run. They do not numb. They sit with it, and from it they gain compassion. That is what Stoicism offers. Not escape from life's pains, but the strength to face them with open eyes and a steady soul. So what then is progress? The Stoic does not define it by success or milestones. Progress is the ability to be calm where you once were reactive, to be gentle where you once were harsh, to forgive what you once carried, to try again even after failing. It's not linear. Some days will feel like setbacks, but no effort is wasted. Every act of discipline, every moment of reflection, builds your inner architecture. And the beauty of Stoicism is that it's always accessible. You don't need the perfect conditions. You don't need to retreat to the mountains. It can be practiced in traffic, in arguments, in illness, in the mundane and the painful and the miraculous. Because the essence of Stoicism is not in theory. It's in how you live when life isn't cooperating. It's the choice to meet adversity not with bitterness, but with bravery. It's the discipline to see someone else's anger and not mirror it. It's the strength to be still when every part of you wants to flee. And it's the grace to keep going, day after day, even when no one sees your effort but you. You'll notice over time, the noise quiets, not outside but inside. Where once your mind spun with fear or comparison or worry, you now find room to breathe, a stillness, clarity. This is not because the world changed. It's because you did. And with that shift, you begin to see more clearly what matters. Not everything deserves your attention. Not every invitation to conflict must be accepted. Not every thought deserves belief. You become the gatekeeper of your inner world. And with that role comes responsibility not to be perfect, but to be honest. When you fall short, admit it. When you succeed, be humble. When you doubt, seek stillness before seeking answers. The Stoic walks forward not with arrogance, but with quiet resolve. They accept hardship as training. They treat ease as temporary. They embrace solitude without loneliness, because their own company has become enough. There's a power in being grounded when everyone else is drifting, a dignity in choosing discipline in a culture of indulgence, a peace in choosing silence when noise surrounds you. You don't need to broadcast your journey. The results will speak. Over time, people may ask why you seem so composed, so thoughtful, so unfazed. You won't need to explain. It will be in the way you listen, in the way you speak, in the way you live. And still, this practice is never complete. That's the beauty of it. You are not aiming for some final state of enlightenment. You are learning to live well now and again tomorrow and again the next day. One decision at a time, not for the crowd, not for the reward, but because it is right. And in that simple commitment, again and again the Stoic life unfolds. It's strange how much time we spend worrying about what others think. Their opinions, their reactions, their judgments, we hand over pieces of our peace just to protect an image. But what is that image worth if it costs you your freedom? The Stoic understands that reputation is fragile and borrowed. You don't own it. You don't even shape it fully. It lives in the minds of others, where you have no control. So instead of sculpting a public mask, they focus on the private truth. Character over appearance, substance over style. There is a quiet courage in not needing to be understood. The world may misread your silence, your choices, your restraint. Let them. Your duty is not to be legible to everyone. It is to live with integrity, even when no one is watching, even when no one applauds, especially then. And in moments when you are misjudged, the impulse may rise to defend, to explain, to fix the misunderstanding. But the Stoic asks, is it necessary? Is the cost worth it? Often, silence is not weakness. It is mastery. Let others speak. Let the storm pass. Truth does not need to rush. Much of life is noise, urgent, seductive noise, opinions fired like arrows, outrage marketed like candy. The Stoic trains themselves to hear beneath it, to listen for what matters, to respond with clarity, not mimic chaos. This requires discipline. The mind is a wild thing. Left unchecked, it chases everything. Fear, fantasy, regret, distraction. But the Stoic does not allow their mind to roam freely. They train it, not once but daily. Like a garden, it must be tended, weeds pulled, soil nourished, seeds of wisdom planted again and again. And with time, the fruits appear, not in grand displays but in subtle shifts. You no longer panic at delays. You stop chasing applause. You learn to enjoy stillness. Stillness, that is not laziness. It is clarity without urgency, motion without waste. The Stoic moves through the world with presence, not frenzy. They walk into each moment as if it were enough, because it is. Even the hard moments, especially the hard ones. You see, hardship is the forge of the Stoic. Not a punishment, but a teacher. Not something to escape, but something to meet. With eyes open, with shoulders square. Pain comes, grief comes, injustice comes. But these are not the enemy. Your reaction is, will you grow bitter? Will you lash out? Or will you use this moment to grow roots? The Stoic chooses the deeper path. They ask, what is this difficulty shaping in me? Patience? Fortitude? Humility? You cannot buy these in times of ease. They are earned in the fire. And while others chase comfort, the Stoic chases truth. Even when it's sharp, even when it hurts, they don't flinch from their flaws. They study them. They don't excuse weakness. They build strength. It is not cruelty, it is care. A refusal to let yourself decay through softness. And this strength is not rigid. The Stoic bends. They adapt. They adjust. But they do not break. Because they are rooted not in fantasy, but in reality. They understand impermanence. That nothing, not joy, not sorrow, not wealth, not poverty, lasts. Everything is on loan. Everything flows. And so, they practice letting go even before the world forces them to. They let go of pride, of entitlement, of the idea that they are owed anything by the universe. They replace complaint with action, wishfulness with work, anxiety with preparation. And when things go wrong, they ask, what can I still do? Where do I still have agency? Not because it guarantees success, but because it honors their role as a rational, moral being. Control is an illusion, but effort is not. The Stoic wakes each day not demanding a smooth path, but ready for a difficult one, ready to show up, to respond with reason, not reflex, to embody virtue, not chase validation. This daily commitment is quiet. There is no ceremony, no badge, just the slow, steady shaping of a life not ruled by emotion, but informed by it. A life not dictated by fortune, but guided by values. And what are those values? Courage, not the absence of fear, but action despite it. Temperance, not denial, but balance. The art of knowing when enough is enough. justice, not vengeance but fairness. A commitment to act rightly even when it costs. Wisdom, not knowledge but insight. The ability to discern what matters. These are not abstract ideals. They are practices, habits, decisions made one breath at a time, 1,000 small moments stitched together into character. And in this way, the Stoic builds a life of meaning not through big declarations, but through how they treat the cashier, how they respond to failure, how they speak when angry, how they act when no one is watching. They hold themselves to a higher standard, not out of arrogance but out of reverence for what it means to be human, to be capable of reflection, to be responsible for their own soul. And yes, they fall short, they fail, but they return, again and again, because perfection is not the goal. Progress is, integrity is, and so day by day they shape themselves. In solitude they find strength. In restraint they find power. In acceptance they find freedom. There is no need for applause, no hunger for legacy. The Stoic does not live to be remembered. They live to be right with themselves. They walk the path not because it is easy, but because it is true. And in doing so, they become the rarest kind of person, not merely successful but wise, not merely admired but grounded, not merely alive but awake. And that, in the end, is what Stoicism offers. Not a shield from life, but the tools to live it fully, wisely, and well, whatever may come. Time doesn't stop, not for grief, not for joy, not even for regret. Yet how often do we find ourselves clinging to a moment already past, or leaning too far into a future that hasn't yet arrived? The Stoic doesn't pretend to stop time, but they do stop themselves from being ruled by it. They meet the present as it is, not as they wished it were, not as they fear it might be, but as it stands right here, breathing with them. Presence is not a mood, it's a discipline. To look your life in the face and not flinch. To notice when your mind drifts into illusions, fantasies, resentments, and then to gently, persistently return. Because the moment you are in, this one is the only one you can touch, shape, or live in. And still, so many waste the present by carrying the weight of what they can't control. Someone else's anger, the weather, the economy, an unchangeable past, a distant outcome. But the Stoic draws a line, not to separate themselves from the world, but to clarify where their responsibility ends and where it begins. What is mine to carry? What must I set down? There is immense relief in this question. Not passivity, not laziness, but precision. Energy directed only where it can do good. We are finite beings. Our energy is limited. So is our attention. The Stoic spends neither on things they cannot influence. They reserve their strength for what's within their grasp. Their actions, their attitudes, their words, their choices. That alone is a lifetime's work. And in that work, they learn to distinguish between what is merely difficult and what is harmful. Pain is part of life. So is discomfort. But suffering, prolonged, self-inflicted suffering, often comes from resisting reality. You lost something. Someone disappointed you. Life turned out differently than you planned. It hurts. Let it. But the Stoic does not live there. They feel it, yes, but then they choose not to build a home inside their wound. They choose to move forward even if limping, because every wound is also a teacher, and every scar a map of lessons survived. They don't avoid pain. They refine themselves through it, like iron in flame. And so, the Stoic becomes more than merely calm. They become resilient. Not because they deny emotions, but because they've trained themselves to respond rather than react. To feel anger and not be ruled by it. To feel sadness and still act with grace. To feel fear and step forward anyway. This training isn't glamorous. It happens in silence. In moments no one else sees. When you choose not to complain. When you keep your word. When you forgive even without apology. When you walk away from gossip. When you speak truth without cruelty. These are victories, and yet, they're not counted by the world. The world may never notice. That's fine. The Stoic doesn't perform for applause. They act rightly because it's right. And that's one of the hardest things. To do what's good even when no one's watching, even when there's no reward. But if your goodness depends on external recognition, then it's not goodness. It's a transaction. The Stoic isn't in the business of trading their soul for approval. They find peace in being self-directed, in choosing what's honorable over what's easy, in anchoring themselves to principles rather than outcomes. Outcomes are fickle. You can work hard and still fail. You can love deeply and still lose. You can prepare wisely and still be surprised. So you don't measure your worth by results. You measure it by how you showed up. Did you face the challenge with integrity? Did you speak truth even when your voice trembled? Did you remain kind when it was easier to be cruel? These are your metrics, not the bank account, not the fame, not the praise of others, because all these things come and go. But who you are, that follows you everywhere. So you cultivate your character, you protect it like a sacred fire, and you stay mindful of your inner citadel, that quiet place within you that no storm can reach. It's there always, even when the world feels loud, even when your emotions threaten to overwhelm. Return to it, breathe, pause, ask, is this within my control? Is this aligned with my values? Is this the person I want to be? Not to freeze, but to respond wisely. And in your daily life, you'll find many chances to practice. When someone cuts you off in traffic, when you're interrupted mid-sentence, when plans unravel, when someone insults you, each moment is an invitation, not to perfection, but to presence, to virtue. You won't always get it right. That's fine. The Stoic doesn't aim to be flawless. They aim to be better than they were yesterday. They reflect at day's end, not to shame themselves, but to learn. They ask, what did I handle well? Where did I fall short? What can I do differently tomorrow? And in this quiet accountability, growth happens. They don't wait for motivation. They rely on discipline. They don't seek to control others. They master themselves. And from that self-mastery comes a strange kind of freedom. The freedom to remain steady when others are shaken. The freedom to choose patience when provoked. The freedom to live simply in a world obsessed with more. Simplicity, that's another Stoic practice. Not in the sense of owning nothing, but in the sense of being owned by nothing. Desiring less, needing less, finding richness in what you already have. To eat with gratitude, to walk without distraction, to listen fully, to be content. Contentment is not complacency. It's clarity, the clarity to know what matters and let go of the rest. And in letting go, you gain more. Not more stuff, but more space, more peace, more time for what truly matters. Friendship, virtue, contemplation, presence. The Stoic sees death not as a distant shadow, but as a constant companion, not to scare them, but to sharpen their appreciation for life. Memento mori, remember you must die, not to dwell in fear, but to live with urgency and care, to say what needs to be said, to love fully, to waste no time, because no day is guaranteed. And the Stoic, knowing this, wastes none. They live as if each day were their last, not in reckless indulgence, but in disciplined gratitude, in meaningful presence. They give their attention to what is timeless, wisdom, justice, courage, kindness, and let the rest flow by like a river. And so, they move quietly through the world, not needing to dominate, not needing to be seen. Their strength lies not in volume, but in depth. A strength that bends but does not break. A mind that reflects but does not obsess. A heart that feels deeply but loves wisely. And in the end, the Stoic leaves behind no statue, no grand legacy. Only the imprint of a life lived with calm, courage, and clarity. A life that touched others not by force, but by example. And that, perhaps, is the most lasting mark of all. True Stoicism is a quiet revolution of the soul. It doesn't require ceremony, spectacle, or slogans. It is the art of becoming unshakable in a world that constantly shifts, not by resisting change, but by becoming fluid in character and solid in virtue. One of its most profound teachings is the distinction between what is up to us and what is not. Epictetus reminds us, some things are within our power, while others are not. This foundational awareness allows for a life lived without the chaos of false expectations. To mourn the weather, the choices of others, the passing of time, is to cry over the wind. Instead, the Stoic tunes their compass toward what can be governed. Their will, their judgments, their responses. Clarity of perception is a key Stoic practice. It is not merely to see the world, but to see it rightly, stripped of assumptions, illusions, and the colorings of ego. When something happens, the Stoic does not rush to label it good or bad. They first observe. A delay is just a delay. An insult is only noise unless it finds a listener. A loss is a removal, not necessarily a punishment. In this space between stimulus and judgment lies freedom. Freedom, then, is not the ability to do whatever one pleases, but to rise above one's lower impulses. The Stoic trains the self as a sculptor would refine marble. Slowly, precisely, with an image in mind. That image is not of pleasure or dominance, but of virtue. The four cardinal virtues, wisdom, courage, justice, temperance, are not relics. They are practical tools. They guide decisions, shape behavior, and protect the mind. Wisdom allows discernment. When to act, when to remain still. It teaches that cleverness is not the same as wisdom, and knowledge is not the same as understanding. Courage is not loudness or bravado. It is the ability to hold one's ground in silence, to face discomfort without complaint. Justice demands fairness, not just to friends but to adversaries, not just in speech but in thought. Temperance restrains excess. It reminds us that pleasure is not evil, but the pursuit of it without measure is. In daily life, these virtues become a kind of armor, not to defend against the world, but to stand uncorrupted within it. The Stoic faces insult without retaliation, hardship without collapse, loneliness without despair. They do not pretend to be immune to pain, but they refuse to be defined by it. Self-reflection is indispensable. Each evening, the Stoic conducts an audit of the day. Where did I succeed? Where did I falter? What passions tried to rule me, and how did I respond? Not to berate the self, but to train it. Progress is measured not in perfection but in constancy. Anger is seen for what it is, a temporary madness. Marcus Aurelius asked, "How much more grievous are the consequences of anger than the causes of it?" When anger arises, the Stoic doesn't deny it, but dissects it. What expectation was violated? What illusion was clung to? The wise do not give their peace away for free. Gratitude, too, is central. Not for things hoped for, but for what already is. The Stoic thanks the morning for the opportunity to live rightly. They thank hardship for the chance to prove resilience. They thank loss for revealing what truly matters. They simplify not to reject the world, but to be free from being owned by it. Clothes, titles, luxury, approval, these are indifferent. Not evil, not good. Only the use of them matters. A Stoic may have wealth or none at all, but they do not let their self-worth be tied to possessions. Fame is seen as fleeting wind. The opinions of others are not facts. They are judgments, often formed in ignorance, sometimes in malice, rarely with understanding. The Stoic listens with openness, but anchors their worth in self-knowledge. They are not reclusive, but they are inwardly autonomous. Even in crowds, the Stoic walks alone, not in pride, but in self-governance. They are part of society, contributing, serving, loving, but never surrendering their inner compass. They practice premeditatio malorum, the rehearsal of misfortune, not to dwell in fear, but to train the mind. What if I lose my job? What if illness strikes? What if betrayal comes? By imagining loss, the Stoic weakens its sting. By preparing for pain, they disarm it. Death is not ignored, but embraced as a natural boundary. To remember mortality is not morbid, it is liberating. Memento mori, remember you must die, is not a call to despair, but to urgency. Speak kindly now, act nobly today. Delay nothing that virtue asks. Friendship is cherished, but not clung to possessively. A Stoic loves without chains. They do not seek to own others, only to walk beside them in mutual respect. When a friend departs, by distance or by death, the Stoic grieves, then lets go, and remembers with quiet honor. They avoid flattery and manipulation. Words are weighed, not wasted. Speech, like silence, must serve the good. Lies corrode the soul, even convenient ones. The Stoic speaks truth, kindly when possible, firmly when needed, and always without deceit. Pleasure is not the enemy, but addiction to it is. The Stoic enjoys food, beauty, laughter, even comfort, but does not depend on them. They practice voluntary discomfort, fasting, cold, labor, not for punishment but preparation. If the pleasant is taken, they remain whole. Pain then becomes a teacher. In illness, they learn patience. In betrayal, detachment. In failure, humility. Pain reveals what cannot be shaken, the unbreakable core of character. Emotions are not denied. They are disciplined. A Stoic feels love, grief, hope, disappointment, but does not become those emotions. They observe them, learn from them, and choose response over reaction. They value time more than gold. Each hour is a coin, each day a treasury. Waste not on trivialities, gossip, resentment. The Stoic guards their attention, not as a miser, but as a steward of the sacred. Nature is a teacher. Change, decay, death, renewal, all are part of the same cycle. Why resist what is natural? The Stoic flows with it, acting with reason and surrendering results. Power, for the Stoic, is not control over others, but control over the self. The tyrant is a slave to his passions. The wise person rules their own mind. Humility is constant. The more the Stoic learns, the more they realize how little they know. They don't preach. They practice. They don't boast. They embody. Their strength is quiet, steady, earned. They greet misfortune with composure. This too, they say, was part of the plan. Not fatalism, but alignment with the deeper order of life. What happens may not be chosen, but how one meets it, that is always within reach. In their final moments, the Stoic does not wail. They do not beg for more time. They smile, perhaps, and say, "I have lived, I have learned, I am ready." Their legacy is not in monuments, but in the lives they touched with virtue, in the peace they held amidst storms, in the clarity they offered like a candle in the dark. And so the teaching continues, not on parchment, not in stone, but in each act of courage, each moment of restraint, each breath taken with presence. This is Stoicism, not a philosophy to admire from afar, but a way to live, path walked every day, quietly, simply, steadily. The Stoic begins each day as a clean slate, understanding that yesterday's victories or failures have no power over the present unless granted such authority. What matters is what one chooses now, the present action, the current thought, the lived moment. To live each day as if it were one's last is not a morbid suggestion but a call to full engagement. Not to indulgence, but to intentionality. In the Stoic tradition, life is seen as a loan, not a possession. The body, the breath, the abilities, all are given temporarily. When they are taken back by nature, the wise person does not protest. They thank nature for the time they were allowed to use them and let go. Like a guest who enjoys the hospitality of a home without seeking to own it, the Stoic enjoys life without clinging to it. Solitude is not feared. In fact, the Stoic finds in it a mirror, a companion, and a forge. Alone, the inner voice is heard more clearly. Alone, one can examine motives without interference. The person who can be content in solitude is never truly alone, for they are always in the company of their own reasoned soul. Material poverty is not seen as misfortune. It is an indifferent, neither good nor bad, unless one allows it to poison the soul. Diogenes, who lived with almost nothing, was more sovereign than the kings of his time, because his contentment did not depend on wealth, but on wisdom. The Stoic seeks this inner richness. They embrace the rhythm of nature, birth, decay, transformation, as something neutral and necessary. Just as leaves fall in autumn without tragedy, the Stoic accepts loss and change as natural. There is no cry of injustice when the seasons turn. Why should there be when fortunes do? The training of the mind is a daily discipline. One does not become Stoic by reading, but by practicing. When an insult is heard, the first impulse is often to react. but practice teaches pause. In that pause, the Stoic applies judgment. Is this worth my peace? Does this harm my virtue? Does this reveal something in me that I must refine? Social roles are approached with seriousness, not vanity. One may be a parent, a worker, a citizen, a neighbor. Each role carries duties. The Stoic fulfills these not for applause, but because it is right. They ask, what would the just person do here? And act accordingly, even if no one is watching. The opinions of the crowd are neither sought nor feared. Fashions of thought, trends of outrage, popular errors, these are constant waves. The Stoic does not build a home on such shifting tides. They root themselves in reason, in timeless principles. What the majority praises, the Stoic examines. What the crowd mocks, the Stoic considers. They are not swayed by numbers, only by truth. Delays and obstacles are not seen as setbacks but as opportunities. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "The impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way." The Stoic transforms difficulty into discipline, hardship into growth. The obstacle is not outside the path, it is the path. They do not imagine that virtue requires grandeur. Stoicism is lived in small acts, enduring a long line without complaint, choosing silence over gossip, spending time in reflection rather than noise. These are not signs of weakness, but of inner control. Every external event is a message from nature, not a riddle to decode superstitiously, but a call to respond virtuously. A flat tire is a moment to practice patience. A betrayal is a test of forgiveness. A success is an invitation to remain humble. Life constantly provides the Stoic with material for training. Desires are carefully watched, not suppressed entirely, but pruned and guided. Desire for fame, wealth, approval, these are flame without direction. The Stoic channels desire toward excellence, integrity, and clarity. They know that to want what is outside one's control is to invite perpetual frustration. Resentment is seen as poison drunk by the soul hoping to harm another. The Stoic lets go not because others deserve forgiveness, but because the self deserves peace. What happened, happened. The only question is, what can I learn from it? How can I grow from it? The practice of journaling becomes a private dialogue with the soul. What disturbed me today? What delighted me more than it should have? What did I do that I would be ashamed to have witnessed by a wise person? These questions strip away illusions and reveal the work still needed. There is no retreat from the world, but there is a refusal to be ruled by it. The Stoic participates in family, work, society, but always from an inner stillness. They do not let the noise outside drown the voice within. Engagement, not entanglement. They do not chase pleasure, but they do not flee from it either. A meal is enjoyed fully when it is simple and nourishing. A conversation is a treasure when it is honest and deep. The Stoic savors life not in intensity, but in clarity. They observe how emotions are tied to thoughts and thoughts to judgments. By questioning the initial judgment, is this truly bad? The emotion often dissolves. What is feared may turn out to be harmless. What is desired may reveal itself to be a trap. Power and position are not inherently corrupting, but they are dangerous if pursued for their own sake. The Stoic accepts leadership only if it allows them to serve virtue. They do not bend their values to climb, nor betray their integrity to belong. Silence is honored, not the silence of avoidance, but the silence of strength. When words do not improve understanding or peace, the Stoic withholds them. They speak with care, with purpose, and often with restraint. They prepare for exile, poverty, ridicule, imprisonment, even death, not because they expect them, but because they know that readiness dissolves fear. What is prepared for cannot surprise. What is expected cannot destabilize. To be Stoic is not to be cold, but to be warm without burning. Not to suppress emotion, but to purify it. Love is deeper when not possessive. Compassion is more powerful when not self-indulgent. Joy is more stable when not dependent on circumstance. They study history not merely for knowledge, but for perspective. All things pass. Great empires fall. Famous names fade. What remains? deeds rooted in virtue, words spoken in truth, lives lived with integrity. They understand that most suffering is not from events, but from interpretation. A Stoic reshapes interpretation. Pain becomes endurance, loss becomes detachment, betrayal becomes freedom. The mind is a lens. Clean it and the world is clearer. They approach each person as a mirror. Those who provoke are revealing. Those who teach are gifts. Those who wound are also instructors. No encounter is wasted when viewed through the lens of growth. Time is finite. Attention is precious. The Stoic does not waste it on arguing with fools, chasing temporary highs, or lamenting the uncontrollable. Their energy is invested in what builds character, understanding, peace. The external world is a school. The Stoic is both student and subject. Each lesson is integrated, not stored. Each insight is tested in action, not just in thought. They know that greatness is not in speeches, but in self-mastery. Not in conquest, but in composure. Not in reputation, but in reality. And when the day ends, the Stoic does not wish for more hours, only to have used the given ones well. They sleep as they live, without regret, without grasping, with a heart disciplined and a soul free. Have you ever had one of those moments where everything around you keeps moving? Cars passing, people laughing, the clock ticking, and yet inside you feel like the world just stopped? Maybe it was something someone said. Maybe it was something you lost. Or maybe it was one of those quiet mornings where you stared at the ceiling, wondering what the point of all this is. Not in a dramatic way, just that soft, hollow kind of wondering. I've been there too. We all carry these quiet storms, anxieties about what's to come, regrets about what we've done, and that constant tug-of-war between who we are and who we think we should be. But there's a different way to move through the world. Quieter way. Not in the sense of withdrawing, but in choosing carefully, consciously what deserves your energy and what doesn't. Let's sit with that for a moment. There was a man once, he was told he might die at sea. The ship groaned under the weight of a coming storm, and he sat on deck, hands folded, gazing out into the horizon. A fellow passenger, panicked, came up to him and shouted, "Aren't you afraid? The winds could take us under." He simply replied, "Do I control the wind?" That stillness, that clarity, it's not born of apathy. It's born of knowing the difference between what's within your reach and what never was. How much time do we spend wrestling with things we cannot change? The past, for one. The words we wish we hadn't said. The opportunities we let slip. We revisit them like old wounds, picking at the scab, expecting peace to come from pain. But peace doesn't work that way. There's a quiet strength in learning to let go. Not in some poetic, idealized sense, but in the very real, everyday practice of saying, "This is what I have. This is what I can do. The rest, I leave behind." It's not detachment. It's alignment. You see, most of us live two lives. The one we experience and the one we imagine. The second one is louder. It's filled with what-ifs, with expectations, with invisible audiences. We rehearse arguments that never happen. We chase dreams that aren't ours. We compare ourselves to people who aren't even thinking about us. That imagined life, it's exhausting, and so we forget to notice the simplest things. The way the light touches the wall at 4 p.m., or how deeply we breathe when we're not trying. We miss those small, golden moments because we're busy somewhere else, in a life that isn't real. Let's come back. Let's return to this breath, to this body, to this space where you are right now. Feel the difference? Someone once said that if you want to be unshakable, you must build your peace where no one else can touch it. Not in titles, not in possessions, not in validation, but in your own thoughts, in how you choose to interpret what happens to you. Let's be honest. Life won't spare you hardship. People will disappoint you. Plans will unravel. And some of your deepest hopes may never come to pass. But how you meet those moments, that is yours. There's a still point inside you, untouched by the chaos. And you don't need to find it, you need only stop covering it up. When you wake up tomorrow, something will demand your attention. A notification, problem, a memory, That's the world, always knocking. But before you answer, take a breath. Ask yourself, is this within my power? Or is this just the wind? If it's within your power, act with clarity. Do the thing. No drama, no delay. If it's not, release it. Gently. Don't carry it like armor. Every day gives you 1,000 chances to practice this. When someone cuts you off in traffic. When the email doesn't come. When the scale shows the same number. When you feel ignored or misunderstood. Those are your lessons. Not punishments. Opportunities. Each one whispers. Choose your response. You might wonder, but what about ambition? What about love? Am I supposed to stop caring? Not at all. Love fiercely. Dream boldly. Just don't tie your worth to the outcome. You can plant the seed. You can water it. But the growth, that's nature's domain. You do your part. Then you let go. This is how you become grounded without being hardened. Compassionate without being consumed. Ambitious without being attached. Imagine walking through your day, knowing that no matter what comes, good or bad, you have what you need within you to respond with grace. That's not fantasy. That's discipline. That's daily work. It's in the choice to pause before reacting. In the strength to forgive, not because they deserve it, but because you deserve peace. In the courage to be misunderstood, without scrambling to defend yourself. In the humility to fail and keep going anyway. And in the wisdom to know that none of this is forever. Let's talk about pain. Not the kind that makes you flinch, but the quiet ache of being human. Of loving people who change. Of watching time slip through your fingers. Of craving control in a world that won't give it. That ache, it's a teacher. It reminds you what matters. It strips away the noise. And if you let it, it will point you back to the only thing you ever had, this moment. This breath. This chance to show up, fully and honestly. Even when it hurts. Especially when it hurts. When the world feels heavy, remember this. You've survived your worst days. Not by escaping them, but by meeting them. By staying. And that's the most powerful thing you can do. Stay. Stay with what is real. Stay with what you can control. Stay with the values that define you, not the opinions that distract you. Stay even when it's uncomfortable, because that's where transformation happens. Now, I won't promise you ease. This path is not about avoiding discomfort. It's about not being owned by it. You'll still feel. You'll still stumble. You're human. But with practice, you'll start to notice a shift. Less reacting. More choosing. Less noise. More space. You'll begin to trust yourself, not because you're perfect, but because you've learned how to live with intention. Moment by moment, step by step. And one day you'll look back, not to regret, but to see how far you've come. You'll see a person who learned to carry the world differently, not lighter but wiser. So as we come to the end of this time together, I invite you to reflect. What are you holding onto that's not yours to carry? What would it feel like to let go? What would your day look like if you gave your energy only to what you can shape? Let these questions stay with you, not as problems to solve, but as quiet companions. This isn't about changing everything overnight. It's about showing up each day with calm hands, a clear mind, and a heart grounded in what matters most. And when the winds rise again, as they always do, you'll remember, you don't control the wind, but you do control the sail. There's something quietly radical about learning to want less. Not because life doesn't offer wonders, but because so much of our suffering comes from craving what's just out of reach. A better job, a more flattering mirror, another message, one more sign that we matter. But the moment you need something to feel whole, it owns you. When you want less, you see more. The present opens up. The ordinary becomes enough. The sun on your face, the food on your plate, the sound of your own breath in the quiet of morning. This isn't settling, it's arriving. Now consider this. Most people walk through life like they're owed something, an easier path, a gentler fate. They carry this invisible script in their minds. How people should treat them, how events should unfold, how life should go. But life doesn't read your script. It doesn't apologize. It doesn't ask permission. simply moves. The sooner you stop expecting fairness, the freer you become. Because the idea of fairness is based on comparison, and comparison is poison. Keeps you looking sideways when what you need is right in front of you. Choose to respond instead of react. That's where strength lives, not in control over others, but in control over yourself. Sometimes the most courageous thing you can do is to not act, to sit with the urge, to feel the fire rise in your chest and still not speak, not lash out, not chase, not run. That pause, that sacred space between impulse and response is your power. And every time you choose it, even for a moment, you're rewriting your nature. It's not about suppressing emotion. It's about understanding its source. What need lies beneath the anger? What fear hides behind the frustration? When you meet those feelings with honesty, not judgment, they soften. They pass, like waves that break and return to the sea. You are not your emotions. You are the ocean holding them. Discipline often gets a bad reputation. Sounds rigid, harsh, joyless. But real discipline is an act of love. It's saying, I respect myself too much to indulge every fleeting craving. It's choosing your future over your mood, your values over your urges. You brush your teeth every day, not because it's exciting, but because it matters. So too with your mind. Discipline is waking up early, not to impress anyone, but to meet yourself. It's saying no, not to punish yourself, but to honor what's truly important. It's the quiet decision to do the hard thing when no one's watching because you promised yourself you would. In that promise, there is freedom. There will be times when you feel alone, not because no one loves you, but because you're growing, because you're seeing things more clearly, and that clarity can feel like distance. Let it. Solitude isn't loneliness. It's communion with yourself. And in that space, the noise fades. You remember who you are, beneath the roles, beneath the opinions, beneath the need to be anything other than present. The world will offer distractions. Trends, drama, applause. They are loud but shallow. Depth is quiet. Stay with the quiet. You may wonder at times why people act the way they do, why they betray, blame, deceive, or harm. But the Stoic sees clearly. People act according to what they believe will bring them peace or power or relief, even if they're wrong, even if they're lost. You don't need to excuse them, but you also don't need to carry their mistakes. What others do is their burden. What you do in response is your freedom. There's nothing wrong with anger. It's natural, but when it controls you, it distorts your sight. You act from a place of heat, not wisdom, and then you're left picking up the pieces. The Stoic breathes through the heat, waits, watches, not because they're weak, but because they're choosing peace over dominance, stillness over noise. You can speak your truth without shouting. You can set boundaries without cruelty. You can walk away without resentment. That's strength. Think of death often, not to dwell in fear, but to remember that time is not guaranteed, that the people you love are temporary, that your story has an end, and you don't get to know when. This thought isn't morbid. It's liberating. It sharpens the present, makes you bolder in your choices, more grateful in your routines. When you truly feel the weight of mortality, you stop wasting time on things that don't matter. You stop living for someday and start living for now. There is honor in simplicity, waking up with the sunrise, eating slowly, saying thank you, letting others speak without needing to be right. This isn't a lesser life. It's a clearer one. One where peace is not found in possessions, but in presence. The Stoic life is a quiet revolution in a world obsessed with more. It's choosing what is enough. It's choosing you. You don't need a title to be important. You don't need applause to have value. You don't need to win every argument, prove every point, or be liked by every person. True confidence is being rooted in your values, not in how others see you. They will misunderstand you. They will doubt you. They may leave. Let them. Hold your ground, not with anger, but with calm, because who you are does not depend on them. Hardship reveals character. When everything is easy, anyone can smile. But when your plans fall apart, when the person leaves, when the dream fades, who are you then? That's the test. And in those moments, you're given a gift, the chance to rebuild yourself, not on shifting sands, but on stone. Every challenge is a mirror. It shows you where you're strong and where you still have work to do. Don't avoid the test. Step into it. There's a story about a man who lost everything. His wealth, his position, even his health. And yet, he stood tall, looked to the sky and said, "You may take what you will, but you cannot take me." That's what it means to be unbreakable. Not to avoid pain, but to rise within it. To know that nothing external can truly ruin you, unless you let it. This is the essence of the inner citadel. A fortress built not of walls, but of wisdom. And you are the builder. Let others chase status. Let others seek approval. You seek truth. Not the kind shouted from stages or printed in books, but the kind you find in silence, in stillness, in the breath between thoughts. Truth is not a destination. It's a way of walking, a way of being that honors integrity over image, essence over ego. Walk that path even when it's hard, especially when it's hard, and you will not regret it, because the reward is peace. Every morning, life gives you a question. Who will you be today? Not yesterday, not tomorrow, today. Will you be led by fear or guided by reason? Will you react or will you reflect? Will you follow the crowd or walk your own quiet path? You don't need to answer aloud. Your actions will speak for you, and in time, your life will become the answer. You are here now, and you have all that you need, the breath, the moment, the power to choose. No one can take that from you. Not fate, not failure, not even fear. So walk slowly, speak wisely, love deeply, let go often. And when the storms come again, as they always do, you'll remember, not every wind must be fought. Some must be faced with stillness, with courage, with the quiet strength of a soul that has learned how to live. There's a strange comfort in realizing you are not owed understanding. People will misinterpret you. They'll see your stillness as coldness, your calm as indifference, your distance as arrogance. Let them. What matters is not what they see, but what you are. You do not need to explain your peace to those who only understand noise. You do not need to prove your path to those walking a different one. When you learn to stop performing for the world, you begin to live for yourself. That's where real freedom begins. Time is the most expensive thing you own. And yet, it's the thing most people give away without thought. Hours traded for worry, days lost to scrolling, weeks sacrificed to resentment. But time is not refundable. Every day is a currency. You get to choose what to spend it on. Choose wisely. Do not waste today in the shadow of yesterday. Do not mortgage your peace to please others. Do not spend your time chasing what won't matter when your eyes close for the last time. Invest it instead in what nourishes. Quiet moments, honest effort, meaningful connection, inner work. Spend your time like your life depends on it, because it does. You will be tested by delay, by watching others succeed before you, by waiting while the world keeps moving, by planting seeds that seem to take forever to grow. Be patient. The Stoic does not rush what needs time. You do not dig up the roots to see if the tree is growing. You water it. You trust the seasons. You endure the winter, and you let the fruit come in its time. There is no glory in haste, only in persistence. Every slow step taken with care is better than running in circles. Let your words be few and your meaning deep. Speak only when it improves the silence. In every conversation, ask yourself, is this necessary? Is this kind? Is this true? Gossip is easy. Criticism is cheap. Outrage is addictive. But wisdom listens. It asks more than it answers. It seeks understanding over victory. There's more strength in saying nothing than in saying something to be heard. Choose your words the way a craftsman chooses his tools, with intention. Do not attach your peace to outcomes. You may work hard and still not be recognized. You may love deeply and still not be loved in return. You may do everything right and still not win. But the Stoic doesn't live for reward. He lives for right action. He does what must be done because it is just, not because it is guaranteed. Detachment does not mean you stop caring. It means you care without being owned by the result. You become the kind of person whose peace isn't shaken by fortune or failure. There is dignity in doing what's right, even when no one sees, especially then, because the quiet victories, the ones no one claps for, are the foundation of character. The moment you return the extra change, the decision to speak truth when a lie would be easier, the way you carry yourself when the room is filled with noise and ego, these are the things that shape the soul. The world may never know what you choose in silence, but you will, and that knowing is sacred. Gratitude is not passive. It's an active seeing. It's choosing to look at your life and notice what's still whole, still beautiful, still yours. Even on the hardest days, there is something to hold on to. The breath in your lungs, the light in the sky, the chance to begin again. Gratitude doesn't mean ignoring pain. It means refusing to let it blind you. It's the discipline of turning toward what is, rather than chasing what could have been. And in that turn, something shifts. You find abundance not in having more, but in needing less. Let go of control. Control is an illusion. You can shape your actions, but not their results. You can prepare your words, but not how they're received. You can care deeply, but not dictate what others do with that care. Suffering grows in the gap between what we want to control and what we actually can. The Stoic narrows that gap. He focuses on the inner world, on perception, on thought, on choice. The outer world will move as it will. You move within it not as a victim but as a witness. You release what is not yours to carry. There is no shame in fear. Fear is part of being human, but what matters is what you do with it. Do you let it guide you, or do you walk through it with steady steps? Courage isn't the absence of fear, it's the mastery of it. The Stoic walks into the fire not because he feels invincible, but because he knows that peace lies on the other side of discomfort. Face what you fear. Speak what you avoid. Dare to fail, to look foolish, to be misunderstood. These are not weaknesses. They are the work. Be wary of anger dressed as justice. Sometimes we convince ourselves we are fighting for what's right, when really we're just feeding the fire. True justice is not loud. It's firm, clear, patient. It does not seek revenge. It seeks order. It does not seek punishment. It seeks restoration. The Stoic knows that the mind clouded by rage sees only part of the truth. Step back, cool the blood, then act. Not from vengeance, but from virtue. That is justice. Let go of the fantasy that life should be easy, that you are meant to glide through days untouched by hardship. Life is not meant to be easy. It is meant to be meaningful. And meaning often arises through struggle, through loss, through failure. The Stoic sees pain not as punishment, but as material. Raw stone from which to carve wisdom. Let your suffering shape you, not into bitterness, but into depth. Not into despair, but into clarity. Every blow life gives is also a chisel. Let it sculpt you into something unshakable. Success is not in reaching the summit. It's in the way you walk the mountain. Did you climb with integrity? Did you help others on the path? Did you stay true when the winds pushed hard? You may never reach the top the way you imagined. But if you walked well, you've already succeeded. The Stoic does not measure life by trophies. He measures it by the soul's quiet unfolding. And in that unfolding, he finds peace. This moment is enough, not because it's perfect, but because it's yours. Let it be what it is. Let yourself be what you are. And in that stillness, listen. What you're seeking is not far away. It's already within you, waiting, watching, ready. There will be moments when you feel the pull to escape, through distraction, through pleasure, through noise. But escape is not freedom. It's delay. You can silence the discomfort for a while, through consumption, through stimulation, through avoidance. But it waits. It waits for the quiet. It waits when you close your eyes, when you put the phone down, when the world grows still. The Stoic does not run from what aches inside. He sits with it. He breathes with it. He lets it speak. Because only what is faced can be transformed. What is avoided persists. Your worth is not up for debate. It does not shift with praise. It does not shrink with criticism. The Stoic does not build his identity on applause, nor does he tear it down at the sound of blame. What you are is not dependent on external opinion. What you are is revealed in solitude, in how you act when no one's watching, in how you carry yourself when the world forgets your name. Do not seek yourself in reflections from others. Seek yourself in your own gaze, in the mirror of quiet integrity. Hardships will visit you, and when they do, you'll be tempted to ask, "Why me?" But the Stoic asks instead, "How will I meet this?" Not with victimhood, not with despair, but with presence. Life is not cruel. It is indifferent. It does not plot against you. It simply unfolds. Your power lies not in rewriting the script, but in how you perform it. You can cry, you can fall, you can scream in silence. But then stand, rise, and respond. That's where strength is born. Do not wait for ideal conditions to live rightly. The perfect moment may never come. You may never have full clarity, full confidence, full comfort. And yet you are alive now, breathing now, capable now. The Stoic acts in the fog. He moves even when the way is unclear. He does not stall his life waiting for the stars to align. He becomes the alignment through steady thought, through right effort, through inner resolve. Make today enough. Make this breath the beginning. Jealousy is a thief. It robs you of your attention. It turns your eyes toward someone else's path while yours goes untended. Comparison is the enemy of contentment. There will always be those ahead of you, richer, stronger, more admired. Let them go. Their journey is not yours. What matters is not how far others have gone, but how far you've come from who you used to be. The Stoic tends his own garden. He cultivates, he waters, he grows without looking over the fence, because peace is found in presence, not competition. Let silence become your teacher. Not every question demands an answer. Not every insult deserves a response. The Stoic does not argue to win. He listens to understand. When you resist the urge to react, you begin to see. You see what lies beneath the surface of words. You see the pain in anger, the fear behind control, the sadness inside judgment. And when you see clearly, you respond wisely, or you do not respond at all. That is not weakness. That is strength under control. Not all storms come to destroy you. Some come to clear the way, to remove what is weak, to reveal what is hidden, to test what you claim to believe. You say you're calm. Let the storm prove it. You say you're patient. Let the delay confirm it. You say you're kind. Let the irritation reveal it. Every disruption is a mirror. It reflects back the truth of your inner world. The Stoic welcomes the storm, because he knows the wind cannot shake what is rooted. There will be losses. People you love will leave. Doors you cherished will close. Dreams will dissolve. And grief will try to take up residence in your chest. Let it flow through you like a wave. But do not drown. Do not cling to what has passed. The Stoic honors what was, without becoming a prisoner of it. He mourns, but he does not resist. He accepts, but he does not collapse. Because in the impermanence of all things, he finds his anchor in presence, in values, in now. Comfort is seductive, promises safety, but often it delivers stagnation. Growth requires friction. The Stoic does not avoid discomfort, he seeks it. He chooses the harder path when it's the right one. He enters the cold water. He speaks the difficult truth. He confronts the thing he fears, because he knows comfort may feel good now, but only challenge refines character, and character is the only true wealth. Forgive not because they deserve it, but because you deserve peace. Resentment is a slow poison. It does not hurt the one who wronged you, it corrodes you. The Stoic does not carry the weight of bitterness. He lets it fall. Forgiveness is not forgetting. It's remembering without rage. It's releasing the hope that the past could be different. It's choosing to heal instead of reopen the wound again and again. It is the quiet rebellion of the free. There is beauty in restraint. You don't need to indulge every desire. You don't need to follow every urge. To want is human. To rule over want is divine. The Stoic practices temperance, not because he rejects pleasure, but because he refuses to be ruled by it. He eats but not to escape. He rests but not in laziness. He enjoys but he does not depend. Freedom begins the moment you no longer obey every craving. Self-control is not repression, it is liberation. Fame is fleeting. Praise is fickle. Fortune is unstable. But virtue is immortal. It lives beyond the grave. It echoes in the lives you've touched, in the wrongs you've made right, in the choices you've made when no one was looking. The Stoic does not chase legacy. He lives it quietly, consistently, authentically, not for history books, not for headlines, but because it's right, and that is enough. You do not need more to begin. You do not need to fix everything before you live fully. You do not need to wait for healing to act with purpose. All you need is what you already carry: the breath in your lungs, the steadiness in your heart, and the quiet fire in your soul that knows you are ready. Begin now, and let the rest unfold. You were not promised ease. You were not guaranteed a life free of trial, but you were given something greater: the capacity to endure, to adapt, to choose how you meet what comes. It is not the event that defines you, it is your response. You may not command the wind, but you can adjust your sail. Every moment is a choice, and within that choice lies your freedom. Time is not a river that carries you helplessly forward. Time is clay. You shape it with attention. You mold it with presence. You waste it when you forget what matters. The Stoic treats each hour as sacred. He does not squander his day in regret over the past or anxiety about the future. He knows that this hour, this breath, is life. He moves with intention, not urgency. He does not chase time, he lives it. When you are insulted, you are offered a gift. A moment to see your ego flare. A chance to recognize your pride, your need for approval, your hunger to be seen a certain way. The Stoic does not take the insult personally. He hears the words, but he listens deeper, and often what he hears is pain, the other's pain, leaking through their voice. He need not defend himself, truth defends itself. He need not retaliate, dignity is its own answer. The mind, left untrained, will wander. It will loop in worry. It will cling to imagined fears. But you are not your thoughts. You are the observer. You are the still point. The Stoic brings his mind home, not with force, but with practice. He returns to what he controls. He releases the future, for it has not arrived. He releases the past, for it cannot be changed. He lives in the clarity of now, the only place action exists, the only place peace is possible. Power is not loud. It is not the voice that shouts the longest. It is not the fist that strikes first. True power is quiet. It's the strength to walk away from chaos without the need to dominate it. It's the courage to stay composed when others lose control. It's the presence to act from principle, not impulse. The Stoic does not perform his power. He lives it, in calm words, in measured action, in unwavering alignment. Nature does not hurry. It unfolds. The seed does not become a tree overnight. The moon waxes and wanes, indifferent to our pace. The Stoic learns from nature. He stops measuring himself against the speed of others. He does not rush transformation. He does not panic in delay. Growth happens slowly, often invisibly. But every small choice, each honest effort, is a thread in the tapestry. The Stoic walks steadily and trusts the path. Pleasure is not the enemy, but addiction to pleasure is slavery. The Stoic does not reject joy, he redefines it. He finds joy in virtue, not in vice. In the quiet after a task done well. In the clarity of a mind undisturbed by guilt. In the strength of a body and spirit aligned. He does not chase sensation. He cultivates meaning. And from that meaning, a deeper, lasting joy emerges. When you are tired, rest. But do not confuse rest with surrender. Even rest can be deliberate. Even stillness can be strong. The Stoic does not burn himself out to prove his worth. He respects rhythm. He listens to his body, but he does not use fatigue as an excuse to abandon his path. He pauses to breathe, to reflect, to realign. Then he returns with presence, with clarity, with resolve. You will be misunderstood. That is not a failure. That is a fact of life. Not all will see you clearly. Not all will value your truth. The Stoic does not dilute himself to fit another's lens. He remains authentic, even if it invites judgment. He chooses honesty over popularity. He accepts the loneliness that sometimes comes with integrity, because to lose yourself for acceptance is the greatest loss of all. Control is an illusion except in one place, your inner world. The Stoic releases his grip on what he cannot hold. He does not try to bend the world to his will. He bends himself. He adapts. He surrenders not in weakness, but in wisdom. He does not force life to match his expectations. He aligns his expectations to reality, and in that alignment he finds peace. Death is not the enemy. It is the natural end of a natural cycle. It is not a punishment. It is a teacher. The Stoic walks beside death, not in fear, but in awareness. He lets it sharpen his days. He lets it remind him, nothing is promised. No one is owed tomorrow. So today he speaks kindly. Today he lives truthfully. Today he forgives, he creates, he chooses with care. Because today is all he truly has. Wealth is not measured in coins, not in titles, not in square footage or digital likes. Wealth is measured in autonomy, in knowing that your joy is not rented from things, in waking up with nothing to prove, in choosing who you are moment by moment without external permission. The Stoic is rich in silence, rich in patience, rich in values that cannot be stolen. He owns himself, and that is the greatest wealth of all. Justice is not always served by systems, but it must always live in you. You may not fix the world, but you can refuse to become what you despise. You can be the honesty you wish to see. You can speak the truth without venom. You can hold boundaries without hate. The Stoic lives justice, not for reward, not for praise, but because to do otherwise would betray himself. Do not be afraid to begin again. You are not bound by yesterday. Each sunrise is permission. The Stoic does not chain himself to his past self. He evolves. He corrects. He releases the shame that serves no purpose, and he holds onto the lesson. Growth is not linear, but every step, forward or back, contains insight. Nothing is wasted. You are not behind. You are exactly where you need to be to practice, to test your strength, to refine your clarity, to apply your values not in comfort, but in complexity. This moment is not a mistake. It is your dojo, your proving ground, your invitation. The Stoic accepts. He steps in. He does the work, quietly, gently, deeply, and in that work he is free. The world will tempt you to scatter your attention, to multitask your way into exhaustion, to confuse motion with meaning. But there is a difference between doing much and doing what matters. The Stoic is not afraid to be deliberate. He trims the unnecessary. He says no without guilt. He does not chase every impulse that sparkles like gold. He knows that a life divided cannot go deep. So he simplifies, he focuses, and in doing so, he sharpens the blade of his presence. There will be moments when emotion rises like a storm, when the heart beats faster, the hands tremble, the voice shakes. Anger, sadness, fear. None of these are wrong, but they are not the guide. The Stoic does not suppress emotion. He listens to it. He observes it without drowning in it. And then, with clarity, he chooses his response. Not because he is cold, but because he is centered. He refuses to be ruled by what flickers and fades. He moves from what endures. Fame is a shadow, a reflection in water. Chase it and you may reach nothing. Hold it and you may lose yourself. The Stoic does not trade authenticity for applause. He does not bend his values to fit a trend. He is not swayed by opinion, nor broken by silence. He does not live to be known. He lives to be aligned. And if the world never applauds but he remains in integrity, he has won. There is no shame in beginning. There is no weakness in learning. The Stoic does not pretend to know what he does not. He does not hide behind pride. He asks. He studies. He starts from the ground without complaint. Because he understands, the wise were once beginners too. True strength is not in pretending to be finished. It is in the courage to start, again and again until the roots grow deep. You cannot force others to grow. You cannot compel someone to see what they are not yet ready to see. The Stoic loves without attachment. He helps without rescuing. He offers truth without expecting agreement. He respects the pace of others, even when it hurts, because control ends at his own skin. And love, to be real, must leave room for freedom, even the freedom to walk a longer path. Pain is part of life, but suffering is often resistance, a refusal to accept what is. The Stoic does not glamorize pain, but he does not flee from it either. He examines it. He listens. He asks, "What is this here to teach me?" And then he grows through it, not around it. He does not waste time wishing things were easier. He becomes someone stronger, not hard, not bitter, stronger in clarity, stronger in courage. When you make a mistake, and you will, the temptation is to bury it, to justify it, to blame someone else. But the Stoic looks straight at the error. He does not run. He does not self-flagellate. He learns, quickly, quietly. He corrects the course and moves on. Shame is not his home. Growth is. Each mistake becomes a step. Each misstep, a compass. He welcomes the discomfort of honesty, because that discomfort is how we rise. Envy is a thief. Takes joy from your hands and plants it in someone else's garden. It tells you, you are not enough until you are them. But the Stoic sees through this lie. He honors his own path. He celebrates the success of others without comparing. Because someone else's light does not dim his own. There is room for many stars in the sky, and none are required to copy each other. There will be noise, opinions, criticisms, people projecting their fears, their wounds, their unresolved voices onto you. The Stoic listens but filters. He asks, "Is this useful? Is this true?" If not, he lets it pass through him like wind through a tree. Not every voice deserves a seat at your table. Not every comment deserves a response. Sometimes the greatest wisdom is silence. You are not late. You are not behind. You are not too broken to begin again. The Stoic does not carry the weight of timelines imposed by the world. He walks his own step by step. He does not measure progress in speed, but in alignment. He asks only, "Am I living today in accordance with who I aspire to be?" That is the compass, and that is enough. Sometimes peace is not soft. Sometimes it is fierce. To stay calm when provoked. To hold your values in chaos. To choose restraint when anger calls. These are acts of quiet defiance. The Stoic does not confuse peace with weakness. He knows. It takes strength to remain rooted while storms pass. It takes strength to forgive. To release what is not yours to hold. To walk away when everything in you screams to fight. That is not surrender. That is mastery. You will lose things, people, places, versions of yourself. But loss is not the end. It is transition. The Stoic mourns what passes, but he does not cling. He holds what he loves with gratitude, not ownership. And when it must go, he releases with grace. Not because it doesn't matter, but because he knows nothing real can be taken from the soul. Love remains. Character remains. What was lived fully is never truly lost. Not all days will be clear. Not all choices will feel easy. But the Stoic rises anyway. He shows up not because he feels like it, but because it's who he is. He does not wait for motivation. He moves with discipline, because motivation is fickle. Discipline is stable. And over time, that stability becomes freedom. Each day is a new scroll, blank and waiting. Each thought, a brushstroke. Each action, a sentence. What will you write? What will you paint? not in theory but in practice, not in promise but in presence. The Stoic does not aim for perfection. He aims for alignment, and in that quiet pursuit, over years and seasons, he becomes not just a reader of wisdom, but a living embodiment of it. When you find yourself waiting for things to be perfect before you act, pause. The Stoic does not wait for perfect conditions. He knows that perfection is an illusion dressed in delay. If the seed waited for the perfect season, it would never grow. If the sailor waited for perfect winds, he would never leave the shore. So the Stoic moves not recklessly, but with intention. He acts in the now because the now is all that truly exists. The moment is his canvas, and he paints even if the brush is trembling. Let others be loud. Let them race and shout and demand. The Stoic knows that not everything requires a reaction. Sometimes your power is in stillness, in watching, in choosing not to engage, because attention is currency, and not every cause is worth your coin. He chooses where he places his focus, like a sculptor selecting the stone. Because whatever you give your attention to, you feed, and he feeds only what he wishes to grow. Regret is a shadow that tries to rewrite the past. But the Stoic does not bargain with yesterday. He acknowledges it, learns from it, and then releases it like smoke into the sky. The past is a lesson, not a sentence. He refuses to chain his present to what can no longer be changed. Instead, he sharpens his awareness here and now, because the only place he can act, the only place he is alive, is this very moment. When the future presses on your chest like a weight, remember this: anticipation is not control. Worry is not preparation. The Stoic prepares through reason, not through panic. He does not try to predict every outcome, nor fix every unknown. He builds his character so that whatever comes, he meets it ready, not with dread, but with poise. Because he knows that the future cannot be managed, only met, and it is best met with a steady mind. Some days will feel heavy, not because something is wrong, but because you are growing. And growth is a quiet, invisible work. The Stoic honors this. He does not demand constant progress. He does not mistake stillness for failure. He lets himself be human without indulgence. He knows rain nourishes the soil even when the sun does not shine, and roots often grow deepest in silence. The desire to be right can poison the well of wisdom. The Stoic does not cling to his own opinion as if it were sacred. He holds beliefs loosely enough to revise them, firm enough to live by them, soft enough to question them. He welcomes correction without ego, because truth is not his possession, it's his pursuit. And pride has no place in a mind that seeks to grow. Your environment whispers to you constantly. The voices you hear, the stories you consume, the spaces you occupy, all of them shape you. The Stoic curates his surroundings as he would tend a garden. He removes weeds. He seeks nourishment. He chooses what enters his mind as carefully as what enters his body. Because his peace is not accidental. It is cultivated, day by day, with quiet intention. Comfort can seduce the soul into sleep. Ease is not always your ally. The Stoic understands that resistance strengthens. He does not seek hardship, but he does not avoid it either. He sees discomfort as a teacher, and when life challenges him, he leans into the fire, not to suffer, but to forge. Because the sword is not shaped in softness. It is shaped in heat and pressure and repetition. So he welcomes difficulty, not with joy, but with respect. There is power in presence, in looking someone in the eyes and truly listening, in setting down the phone, in walking slowly, in breathing deeply. The Stoic does not let life rush past him. He lives deeply, not just quickly. He finds wealth not in quantity, but in quality of thought, of action, of connection. Because a life skimmed is a life missed. But a life fully felt, even in the smallest details, is a life well lived. Forgiveness is not weakness. It is not forgetting. It is strength unclenched. The Stoic forgives not because others deserve it, but because he deserves peace. He does not allow old wounds to dictate his present. He understands that to carry anger is to drink poison and expect another to fall. So he releases, not because it was okay, but because he will not live in chains. Freedom begins in the heart. Time is not money, it is life. It is the most valuable thing you have, and the Stoic guards it fiercely. He is not available to every demand. He does not apologize for saying no, because every yes is a trade, and he will not trade the finite for the trivial. He measures his hours not by activity, but by alignment, and he spends them with care, like a craftsman using rare wood. You are not your thoughts. You are the observer of them. The Stoic watches the stream of his mind like a monk watches the flame. He notices without judgment. He corrects without self-punishment. He understands. The mind will wander. The key is not to control every thought, but to choose which ones to follow. And in that choosing, he becomes free. Some people will misunderstand you. They will mock your quiet, misread your stillness, challenge your calm. Let them. The Stoic does not live for image. He lives for depth. He knows that truth often walks alone before it is recognized. He does not dilute his principles to be liked, because peace within is worth more than approval without. In every difficulty, there is a choice, to react or to respond. The Stoic pauses. He lets the wave pass. He breathes, and then he responds not from fear but from clarity. That space between stimulus and action is sacred. It is where character is revealed, and it is in that space that he shapes his life. Joy is not forbidden. It is not contrary to wisdom, but it is rooted not in excess, but in appreciation. The Stoic finds joy in the ordinary, a warm sun, a clean table, a kind word. He does not chase ecstasy, he embraces contentment. And in that, he discovers a joy deeper than pleasure, a joy that cannot be taken by circumstance, because it is born from within. There are no small acts. Every choice plants a seed. Every word leaves a trace. The Stoic knows, how you do anything is how you do everything. So he brings care into the little moments. He picks up the trash no one sees. He keeps promises made in silence. Because character is not built in grand gestures. It is forged in the quiet, invisible spaces of a life well lived. The Stoic knows that life is not owed to him. He expects nothing, but is grateful for everything. Entitlement is foreign to his mind. When good things come, he receives them with humility, not possession. When they leave, he lets them go without bitterness. Because he was never their owner, only their guest. Gratitude is not a feeling he waits for. It is a posture he practices. Each breath is a gift, each moment a flicker of fortune. And so he does not waste his time asking, "Why me?" but lives instead in silent awe that he is here at all. We often speak to ourselves more cruelly than we would ever dare speak to a friend. The Stoic notices this. He catches the voice that condemns, the voice that belittles, and he does not obey it. He replaces it with truth, not flattery, with discipline, not self-hatred. He knows that strength is not born from shame. It's born from alignment of words and actions, of goals and values. He holds himself accountable, but not abusively. He corrects, but does not crush, because growth requires encouragement as much as effort. Reputation is a shadow, not the substance. The Stoic does not spend his life chasing admiration, because to be admired for what you are not is to live a lie. He would rather be misunderstood for his principles than praised for a persona. He does not contort himself to fit the opinions of the crowd. The applause of the unwise is not a reward, it is a warning. And so he builds his identity not in the echo of others, but in the silence of inner truth. Death is not a subject he avoids. He contemplates it not morbidly but clearly, because to remember death is to awaken life. To realize that all things end is to treasure them more. He does not fear death. He prepares for it. He sharpens his soul, knowing that legacy is not wealth or fame, but virtue left behind. He wants his days to mean something not to the world but to his own conscience. So he lives with death beside him not as a threat, but as a compass. It reminds him what matters, what lasts, what to let go. There will be people who wrong you, not once, not twice, but enough to make you question the goodness of others. The Stoic sees this as inevitable. He does not grow cynical. He grows wise. He knows that every human carries wounds, fears, and blindness. And while he does not excuse harm, he does not carry hatred. Because hatred burns the vessel that holds it. He sets boundaries not as revenge but as clarity. He forgives not for their sake, but for his own peace. He lets go not to forget but to be free. The Stoic does not envy. He may see wealth, power, beauty in others, but he does not covet. Because he knows, to envy is to abandon your own path. It is to water another man's garden while your own withers. Instead, he focuses on what is his to cultivate: his mind, his habits, his choices. He admires excellence, not with resentment, but with inspiration. He is too busy becoming to be bitter. Fear is a voice, one that often lies. The Stoic hears it, but does not believe it. He examines it, asks it questions, and if the fear is rational, he prepares. If not, he releases it, because fear unchallenged becomes a master, but fear inspected becomes a guide. He does not seek to be fearless, but courageous. Fearless men often act recklessly. Courageous men act with their eyes open. Happiness is not found in things, but in clarity. Clarity about what you value. Clarity about what you can control. Clarity about who you are when the world stops watching. The Stoic removes the noise, not to become empty, but to hear what truly matters. He asks himself, what is enough? And when he answers honestly, he finds he needs far less than he once believed. That simplicity is not lack, but space. Space to breathe, to think, to be. You will fail. You will make mistakes. You will fall short of your own standards. The Stoic expects this. He does not treat failure as identity, but as feedback. He does not dramatize his missteps. He corrects course. He reflects, and then he moves on. Lingering in guilt is a luxury he cannot afford, because every moment wasted in self-pity is stolen from growth. The world will tempt you to multitask every moment, to scroll, to check, to bounce from one thing to the next. But the Stoic resists fragmentation. He does one thing at a time, and he does it well. Because presence is not passive, it is power. He does not see focus as limitation, but as liberation. To give something your full attention is to honor it. And he honors his time by giving it wholly, not in fragments. He does not argue endlessly. He knows when a conversation has turned from discovery into ego. He does not need to win debates. He needs to live wisely, and so he picks silence over sparring, stillness over superiority, because the truth is not always loud, and peace is a more valuable prize than being right. Change will come, uninvited, unannounced. The Stoic adapts, not because he lacks values, but because he is not brittle. He is like water, flowing around obstacles, carving his path over time. He adjusts not to please, but to persist. His core remains steady. His methods evolve, because he understands stubbornness is not strength. It is fear wearing the mask of principle. He honors the body not with vanity, but with stewardship. He feeds it with care, moves it with purpose, rests it without shame, because the body is not a billboard, it is a vessel, and how he treats it reflects how he treats life itself. With respect, with restraint, with reverence. Ambition is not denied, but it is questioned. Why do you want what you want? Who does it serve? At what cost? The Stoic dreams, but he dreams wisely. He does not chase goals to fill a void. He builds goals from inner alignment, and if they come, he celebrates. If they don't, he remains unmoved, because ambition untethered becomes addiction, but ambition rooted in wisdom becomes direction. The seasons turn, friends leave, fortunes shift. The Stoic is not surprised. He does not curse impermanence. He bows to it, because nothing in this world was made to last forever. Not even joy, not even pain. And so he holds lightly, loves deeply, releases gracefully. He participates in life without clinging to it. and that, paradoxically, is what gives him peace. You don't need everything to make sense. You don't need the full picture to take the next step. The Stoic walks by reason, not by guarantees. He accepts uncertainty, not with apathy, but with resolve. He does what he can with what he has where he is, and leaves the rest to the unfolding of time. Because life is not a problem to be solved. It's a path to be walked. And each step, taken in virtue, is its own reward. The Stoic does not confuse urgency with importance. He sees the frantic pace of the world and refuses to match it. Because rushing is not progress, it is panic disguised as purpose. He chooses to slow down, to act deliberately, to be decisive without being hurried. He knows that what matters most is rarely urgent, and what's urgent is rarely what truly matters. So he aligns his actions not with noise, but with values. Not with pressure, but with wisdom. He understands the difference between pain and suffering. Pain is inevitable, a scraped knee, a loss, a betrayal. But suffering, that's the story we tell ourselves about the pain, the interpretation, the resistance, the judgment. The Stoic feels pain fully, but he does not extend it with fiction. He does not say, "This should not have happened." He says, "It has. Now, what is my role in responding to it?" That shift alone dissolves so much unnecessary torment. He does not romanticize the past. Memories may visit, but he does not live in them. He does not wear nostalgia as an escape from the present. Because to glorify the past is to diminish the gift of now. And the Stoic knows, now is the only time that can be touched. So he lives in it, works in it, loves in it, accepting the past with serenity, facing the future with readiness, and holding fast to this moment, the only one truly his. There will always be opinions, praise and criticism, judgment and misunderstanding. The Stoic learns not to anchor his peace in these changing winds. He examines criticism carefully, takes what is useful, discards what is not. And praise? He lets it pass through him like air. Because to rely on applause is to hand your happiness to strangers. So he keeps his compass internal. He asks, not do they approve? But, was that right? That question, quiet, honest, steady, is the one he follows. He does not demand fairness from the universe. He gives it to others. Life may not always be just, but he can be. He treats others with integrity even when they do not return it. Because how he behaves is not determined by circumstance, but by character. He does the right thing even when it costs, even when no one sees, even when it would be easier not to. Because virtue is not a performance, it is a foundation. It is who he is when comfort, convenience, and recognition fall away. He sees power for what it is, a test. Power exposes more than it grants. It reveals the soul beneath the mask. So the Stoic does not crave power for its own sake. If it comes, he carries it humbly. If it does not, he remains whole. Because true power is not command over others, it is command over oneself. To be unshaken by insult. To choose discipline over indulgence. To remain generous while surrounded by greed. That is power the world cannot corrupt. The Stoic is not easily offended. Because he knows, to be offended is often to take things personally that are not personal at all. He pauses before reacting, examines the insult, asks, is it true? If yes, he learns. If not, he lets it go. He doesn't demand that others walk on eggshells. He strengthens his own skin, because life is too short to be wounded by every careless word. And dignity is not given by others, it is guarded from within. He reflects each day, not with obsession, not with guilt, but with clarity. He asks, did I act with wisdom, with courage, with justice, with temperance? Not to punish himself, but to stay awake, to realign, because the examined day builds the examined life. And the examined life is not an easy one, but it is the only one worth living. The Stoic sees adversity as a forge. Not every hardship is a blessing in disguise, but every hardship reveals something. A weakness to strengthen, a value to clarify, a lesson to embody. He does not chase pain. But when it comes, he looks it in the eye, and he asks, what can I practice here? Patience? Detachment? Resilience? Compassion? There is always something to be refined. Adversity is not the enemy. It is the mentor that never flatters. He seeks solitude, not isolation, but space, because noise clouds judgment, and only in stillness can he hear what matters. He takes time to be alone with his thoughts, to write, to reflect, to walk in silence, because in a world of constant input, the Stoic knows that clarity comes from emptiness. And emptiness is not a void, it is the ground from which wisdom rises. He does not bargain with life. If I do this, then I deserve that. The Stoic knows the world does not work on transaction, it moves by nature, and nature is not personal. So he acts not for reward, but because it is right. If results come, he is grateful. If they do not, he is still grounded, because his peace is in the doing, not in the outcome. He observes the desires that pull at him. Some are natural: food, warmth, connection. Others are endless: status, admiration, excess. He does not demonize desire, but he questions it. Where did it come from? What does it cost? Will it free me or bind me? And slowly he shapes a simpler life, not through denial but through discernment, because the fewer cravings he obeys, the more freedom he gains. The Stoic prepares not out of fear, but responsibility. He does not assume things will go wrong, but he's ready if they do. He thinks ahead, saves for hardship, trains his mind before the trial comes. He fortifies himself while the skies are clear, because when the storm arrives, and it always does, he wants to be calm, not caught off guard. This is not pessimism. This is care, and care is strength wisely applied. The Stoic is kind, not because the world is kind to him, but because cruelty adds nothing to his life. He chooses gentleness, a steady word instead of a sharp one, an open hand instead of a closed fist. He sees that every person carries burdens unseen, so he tries where he can to ease the load, and where he cannot, he does not add to it, because dignity is not a reward for kindness received, it is the soil from which kindness grows. He watches time closely, not with anxiety but with reverence, because time is not something he spends, it's something he stewards. He does not waste hours in resentment. He does not give days to distraction. He lives with the awareness that each morning is a page that will not be written again. And so he writes it well. He shows up fully. He chooses meaning over comfort, purpose over ease. Not every day will be grand, but each can be honest. Nothing the Stoic does is for show. His life is lived in alignment, not in spectacle. His peace is quiet. His strength is invisible. His courage is not noise, it is endurance. And that is why he is free, because he has chosen to live not by impulse, nor opinion, but by principle. And that choice, made again and again, moment after moment, is the shaping of a soul no circumstance can break. The Stoic sees death not as a dark shadow to be feared, but as a natural event to be understood. He wakes each day with its presence in mind, not to be morbid, but to be urgent in how he lives. To waste time becomes impossible when you remember it is borrowed. And in knowing that the end is certain, the Stoic is freed from the illusion of endless tomorrows. He does not fear death. He fears not having lived with meaning before it comes. He does not cling to people, not out of coldness, but out of love without chains. The Stoic treasures relationships deeply, but not possessively. He understands that those we care about are with us for a time, not forever. So he loves fully now without the need to control or trap. He lets others be free, even when that freedom takes them elsewhere. Because love that suffocates is not love. It's fear wearing its mask. He learns the art of doing less, not from laziness but from wisdom. The Stoic removes the unnecessary. He sharpens his efforts to the essential. He doesn't chase every goal, respond to every call, or join every movement. He chooses, intentionally, and through that choice, he preserves his energy for what aligns with his deeper values. There is great strength in restraint, in leaving space, in not filling every moment. He welcomes silence, not only the absence of sound, but the silence between thoughts. In that space, he observes the mind's movement, the urges, the judgments, the fears. He watches them come. He watches them go. He is not his anger. He is not his craving. He is not even his anxiety. He is the space behind those things. And in returning to that space, he finds clarity again and again. The Stoic does not debate what is out of his control. He does not rage at the weather. He does not fume at traffic. He does not dwell on why others didn't act differently. He accepts what is, not passively, not with defeat, but with the understanding that resistance wastes life, that peace lies in directing energy toward what can be changed, what can be chosen, what can be lived. When misfortune strikes, the Stoic leans into it like a sailor into the wind. He doesn't collapse. He doesn't blame. He steadies himself and asks, how can I respond nobly to this? How can I make this part of my training? He sees hardship not as punishment, but as sharpening. He does not ask to be spared the weight. He asks to be strong enough to carry it. He lets go of entitlement. He does not assume that life owes him ease, fairness, or reward. He moves through the world with humility, not demand, because expectation breeds resentment, and gratitude grows where entitlement dies. So instead of saying, why me? He says, why not me? What now? What can I do? This shift changes everything. He practices joy, but not the joy of escape. Not the kind that depends on outcome, applause, or luck. The Stoic cultivates joy in simplicity, in the warmth of sunlight, in the taste of food, in the quiet of breath. He does not wait for life to be perfect before smiling, because he knows perfection never comes, only moments do. And moments, when seen rightly, contain enough wonder to soften even the hardest day. He does not define himself by success, nor does he define himself by failure. He sees both as feedback, not identity. If he wins, he reflects. If he loses, he reflects. But he never lets either dictate his worth, because the Stoic measures life not by outcome, but by virtue. Not by what he has achieved, but by how he achieved it. Was he honest? Was he brave? Did he keep his word? These are the real markers of a well-lived day. He welcomes correction. To be wrong is not a threat to him, it is an opportunity, an invitation to refine, to grow. He does not defend every belief out of pride. He listens, and when truth shows itself, he follows it, even if it costs him comfort, even if it costs him certainty, because the Stoic is not loyal to being right. He is loyal to becoming better. He separates his identity from his role. He may be a parent, a leader, an artist, a worker, but he knows these are roles, not the whole of him. If one is lost, he is not lost. If one changes, he adapts, because who he is does not depend on title. It depends on character, and character travels with him no matter the circumstance. He does not exaggerate his troubles. He does not make pain bigger through storytelling. He does not rehearse offenses, overthink slights, or nurse old wounds. He asks, what exactly happened? What is the truth beneath the noise? And in answering that, he often finds the pain was smaller than his mind made it. That healing begins with accuracy. That truth deflates suffering. He practices anonymity in his good deeds. The Stoic helps quietly. He serves without seeking credit. He uplifts without broadcasting, because the value of kindness does not increase with applause. It increases with intention. To do good for the sake of good. To love without performance. This is where the soul finds its highest nourishment. He guards his inner citadel, that place inside that cannot be touched by insult, loss, or fate. It is his inner fortress, not made of walls but of values. He returns to it when the world is loud, when he feels shaken, disappointed, or betrayed. And there, he reminds himself of who he is, of what matters, of what endures. He finds contentment not in having everything, but in needing less. Not because he rejects wealth, but because he recognizes that abundance of things does not equal abundance of peace. He can enjoy what he has without fearing its loss, without being owned by it, because real wealth is being able to walk away. Real richness is found in freedom. He treats obstacles as pathways. The delay becomes patience. The insult becomes tolerance. The illness becomes acceptance, not because he likes pain, but because he refuses to let it break his spirit. He molds adversity into virtue, and when the world says, "This should stop you," the Stoic replies, "This is how I continue." The Stoic doesn't rush his conclusions. He lets things unfold. He observes before deciding. He listens before speaking. He reflects before acting, because impulse is not clarity, and wisdom is never loud. So he waits, and in the waiting he sees more than others do, and he acts with a power born of patience. He never forgets how little he knows. Even after years of study, practice, discipline, he keeps the beginner's mind. He walks through the world asking, "What more is there to understand? What can I unlearn? What part of myself still resists growth?" This humility is not weakness. It is the engine of lifelong transformation. And when the day ends, the Stoic lays down his thoughts, not with regret, not with false pride, but with gentle honesty. What was done well, he notes. What must be improved, he vows. He sleeps not because the world is perfect, but because he knows he gave it his effort. And tomorrow he will begin again, calm, clear, steady. As always, there is a quiet power in accepting the flow of time, not resisting the passage of years but embracing it as part of the story. The Stoic does not grieve the loss of youth or fear the approach of old age. Instead, he welcomes each season of life, knowing that every stage offers its own lessons, its own opportunities for growth. To lament aging is to fight against nature itself, and to fight nature is to invite suffering. Instead, the Stoic says, "I am here now. This moment is mine." He learns to find peace in the inevitability of change, allowing time to sculpt his character rather than erode it. The Stoic's mind is like a garden that must be tended daily. He watches the thoughts that take root, knowing not all deserve to grow. Negative thoughts, resentment, envy, despair, are weeds. He pulls them out before they choke his peace. But the seeds of gratitude, patience, courage, and kindness, these he nurtures with care. He waters them with reflection, feeds them with practice. Over time, this garden becomes a sanctuary. He understands that what the mind cultivates becomes reality. To guard the mind is to guard life itself. He learns that true freedom is found in the mastery of desire. The world offers countless temptations, distractions, and false promises of happiness. But the Stoic holds steady. He knows that giving in to every impulse only leads to bondage. Bondage to fleeting pleasures, to opinions, to outcomes beyond his control. So he chooses discipline over indulgence. He trains his desires as a gardener prunes a wild vine, guiding, shaping, sometimes cutting away. In this way, he becomes free not because the world changes, but because his relationship to it does. In moments of pain, the Stoic meets himself with compassion, but not self-pity. He recognizes suffering as part of the human condition, a universal thread that binds us all. Yet, he refuses to be consumed by it. He holds his pain like a traveler carries a heavy pack, not as a burden to define him, but as a weight to be managed with strength and dignity. And through this, he finds resilience, not by escaping suffering, but by embracing it with clear eyes and a steady heart. He never confuses external success with internal worth. A promotion, a compliment, or material gain might bring fleeting pleasure, but they do not shape his soul. His sense of value is anchored deeper in how he treats others, how he acts when no one watches, how faithfully he lives according to his principles. This anchoring protects him from the storms of fortune, allowing him to remain steady even when the world seems to crumble. He sees anger as a signal, not a solution. When rage arises, the Stoic pauses. He asks, "What is this anger telling me? Is it justified? Will acting on it bring clarity or chaos?" Often, he discovers anger is a mask for fear or disappointment. By recognizing this, he disarms the emotion. He chooses response over reaction, and in that choice lies his power. The Stoic values honesty, not only in speech but in thought and intention. He does not hide behind excuses, distort facts, or deceive, even when falsehoods might seem easier or safer. He understands that truth is the foundation of trust and the bedrock of a tranquil mind. To live honestly is to live openly, without fear of shadows or masks. He embraces solitude without loneliness. Time alone is not a punishment but a gift, a chance to connect with the self beneath roles, distractions, and noise. In solitude, he reflects, he listens, he returns to the source of his strength. This solitude is a wellspring that replenishes his spirit, preparing him to engage with the world with renewed clarity and calm. He remembers that no one is perfect. He approaches others with patience, knowing that everyone wrestles with their own struggles, fears, and flaws. He extends grace not as weakness but as wisdom, because holding rigid judgments only narrows the heart. And a heart that widens embraces life more fully. The Stoic nurtures a sense of wonder. Though the mind is disciplined, it is not closed. He marvels at the ordinary, the way sunlight dances on leaves, the rhythm of breath, the laughter of a child. This wonder is not naive but profound. It reminds him of the mystery beneath the surface of life. And in that mystery, he finds humility and joy. He keeps the company of those who challenge him, not to break his spirit, but to sharpen it. Friends who provoke reflection, who ask difficult questions, who hold mirrors up to his soul. He avoids shallow praise and easy agreement, because growth blooms in the presence of challenge, not comfort. He practices forgiveness not to forget but to free. He does not carry the chains of grudges or bitterness. Forgiving others releases him from their hold, allowing peace to return. He understands that forgiveness is a gift to himself first, a reclaiming of his own calm. He learns that humility is strength cloaked in softness. It is the willingness to admit ignorance, to ask for help, to listen deeply. Humility does not diminish him. It opens him to truth and connection. It grounds him in reality, not ego. He understands the rhythm of effort and rest. Just as the body needs sleep to heal, the mind needs moments of stillness to renew. He does not glorify constant striving. Instead, he honors balance, knowing that rest is part of wisdom. The Stoic treasures integrity. He keeps his promises, not because others watch, but because his word is a reflection of himself. Integrity is the silent agreement between who he is inside and how he acts outside. It is the thread that weaves his life into a coherent whole. He cultivates patience with the unfolding of events. Not everything can or should be rushed. He waits without anxiety, knowing that timing is beyond his control. In this waiting, he finds a calm strength, a trust in the process of life. He values simplicity, not as deprivation but as clarity. The clutter of unnecessary possessions, thoughts, and desires only clouds the mind. He strips away the excess to reveal what truly matters. In simplicity, he finds freedom. He approaches each day as a chance to practice virtue anew. No matter past failures or achievements, today is fresh soil. He plants seeds of courage, wisdom, and kindness, knowing they will grow in time. This daily commitment transforms his life step by step. He remains open to change, not rigid in his views or habits. Flexibility is a sign of strength, not weakness. He bends with circumstance, adapting without losing core values. This adaptability is his shield against suffering. He embraces the interconnectedness of all things. Recognizing that his actions ripple beyond himself, he acts with responsibility and care. He knows that to harm another is ultimately to harm himself. So he lives with kindness and justice at the center. He trusts in the process of effort, not in immediate results. Success, failure, recognition, these are often beyond control. But effort is always within reach. By committing fully to the present task, he finds satisfaction, regardless of outcome. The Stoic does not seek to control the uncontrollable. He surrenders to what he cannot change, not out of resignation but wisdom. This surrender is liberation, a release from needless struggle. He chooses to see obstacles as opportunities in disguise. Every difficulty contains a lesson, a chance to grow stronger and wiser. He asks not why me, but what now? And in this question, he finds his path forward. He remembers that life is fleeting and fragile. This awareness deepens his appreciation. He does not postpone living, thinking a better time will come. He lives fully now, in gratitude and presence. In this way, the Stoic walks the world, steady, clear, and free, not because life is easy, but because he has learned to meet it as it is. And in meeting life with courage and wisdom, he discovers peace, a peace that no circumstance can steal. There's a quiet grace in embracing what you can control and letting go of what you cannot. It's a lesson that runs deeper than mere acceptance. It's about realigning your energy toward what truly matters, the part of your experience shaped by your choices, your actions, your mind. The external world, with all its chaos and unpredictability, is not yours to govern. But your response to it, your judgments, your will, is the domain where freedom lives. This freedom is not something granted by fortune. It's forged in the silent forge of daily discipline, in the way you decide to face discomfort, uncertainty, and disappointment. It's the space between stimulus and response, where you meet yourself with clarity and calm rather than reaction and turmoil. Cultivating this space means stepping out of the role of victim and stepping into the role of the responsible agent of your life. Consider how often we measure our happiness by how events unfold. Successes, failures, praise, criticism. The Stoic reminds us that this approach is fragile, like building a house on sand. Instead, true contentment comes from the soil beneath, the soil of virtue, reason, and intention. When your peace is rooted here, no storm can uproot you. And what is virtue but living in accordance with nature, not nature as the wild outside, but the nature of human reason and social being? To live virtuously is to act with wisdom, justice, courage, and moderation, not as abstract ideals but as practical guides for everyday decisions. When you face a difficult conversation, act justly. When fear whispers in your ear, call upon courage. When desire pulls too hard, remind yourself of moderation. This is not about perfection or rigid rules. It's about progress and presence. Each day offers countless moments to practice. When you choose patience over anger, kindness over judgment, honesty over convenience, each choice builds a stronger foundation, a character less swayed by circumstance. Pause here for a moment and reflect on how often your mind is pulled into regret over the past or anxiety about the future. The Stoic teaches that the past is gone, fixed and unchangeable, and the future is unknown, beyond your immediate reach. What remains is the present moment, the only space where life truly happens. By focusing your attention here, you reclaim the power to act effectively and peacefully. Imagine your mind as a clear sky, with passing clouds of thought and emotion. You don't need to chase each cloud or be swept away by storms. Instead, watch them pass without attachment or aversion. This detachment is not coldness but clarity. It allows you to respond with reason, not impulse. Another profound insight is the understanding of your role in the greater whole. You are a part of a vast, interconnected system, and your actions ripple outward. This awareness invites humility, responsibility, and compassion. You are not isolated. Your choices affect others, and theirs affect you. Recognizing this web calls you to live thoughtfully, with regard for the common good, even as you care for your own inner well-being. In this web, relationships become a vital practice ground for virtue. Difficult people, challenging situations, betrayals, each tests your patience, your tolerance, your capacity to maintain your values under pressure. These moments are not obstacles to your peace but invitations to deepen it. To respond with anger or bitterness is easy. To respond with understanding and calm is strength. In confronting loss, whether of possessions, status, or loved ones, the Stoic offers a path through grief that does not numb or deny but embraces reality without illusion. Grief is natural. Attachment to things as if they were permanent is the source of much suffering. By internalizing the impermanence of all things, you prepare your heart to endure loss with dignity and to cherish what you have while you have it. Consider also the power of mental rehearsals, a technique the Stoics used to prepare for hardship. By imagining possible difficulties ahead of time, you build resilience and reduce fear. You don't invite misery, you build strength. This readiness is not pessimism but wisdom, a way to meet life's challenges without surprise or despair. You also learn that fame, wealth, and pleasure are indifferent in the grand scheme. They may be preferred or dispreferred, but they are not good or bad in themselves. Your happiness does not depend on their presence or absence, but on how you use them and what you make of your inner self. This shifts your focus from chasing externals to cultivating internals. In moments when your desires threaten to overwhelm, remember that you are not your impulses. You have the power to observe, to question, to choose. This self-mastery is the cornerstone of freedom. No one can take this from you unless you surrender it. The Stoic journey is a continuous practice of returning to what truly matters, the harmony between reason and emotion, the alignment of action and principle, the commitment to growth and resilience. It is not about escaping life but engaging with it fully, without illusion, with courage and grace. Finally, the Stoic accepts that life is a cycle: birth, growth, decay, and death. This cycle is natural and universal. By facing mortality openly, you dissolve the fear that so often shadows existence. You come to see each day as precious, each breath as a gift. This awareness sharpens your focus, intensifies your gratitude, and deepens your peace. This is not a distant ideal but a living path. In the ordinary moments, waiting in line, facing criticism, encountering loss, there is the chance to practice Stoic wisdom. With patience and courage, with reflection and resolve, you build a life unshaken by fortune, rich with meaning, steady in the face of change. So breathe in this moment. Feel the weight and lightness of your presence. The rest is in your hands. There is a quiet power in understanding that the world does not owe you fairness or justice. This realization is not meant to breed bitterness but to awaken a profound kind of freedom. Because if the world is indifferent, then your peace cannot depend on the world's whims. It must arise from within, from your own judgments and the values you cultivate. When something happens that seems unfair or hurtful, it's tempting to let anger or resentment take root. Yet, the Stoic invites you to pause and ask, what is within my control here? Your feelings, your interpretations, your responses, that is where your power lies. The actions or words of others, the uncontrollable circumstances, these are outside your realm. To waste energy on them is to surrender your peace. Imagine a ship in a storm, tossed by waves beyond its making. The sailor cannot command the sea but can adjust the sails, steady the rudder, and navigate with skill and calm. This is how you must meet life's tempests. You cannot always control the events, but you can steer your mind. This steering requires constant practice. It means observing your thoughts without immediate judgment, learning to distinguish between what is helpful and what is harmful. For example, worry about the future often arises from imagining outcomes that have not happened and may never happen. This is wasted energy, better conserved for present action. In moments of frustration or despair, recall that every situation offers an opportunity for virtue. A difficulty is a chance to show patience, a slight, an invitation to kindness, failure, a teacher of humility. When you recognize these moments as part of your training, you transform obstacles into steps on your path. The Stoic life is not about suppressing emotion but about mastering it. Feelings come and go like clouds across the sky. You don't deny their presence. You simply don't allow them to dictate your direction. This subtle but profound distinction is what keeps you balanced. Consider also the power of perspective. Much suffering comes from a narrow view focused only on the self or immediate desires. Expanding your vision to include the vastness of time and the interconnectedness of all things brings a calming distance. Problems shrink, and your place in the world becomes clearer. In this wider view, what troubles you today will be a faint memory tomorrow, and what feels urgent now will fade. This knowledge can soften anxiety and foster patience. It also humbles pride, reminding you that life is larger than any single success or failure. In relationships, Stoicism encourages you to meet others with understanding, recognizing that everyone acts according to their nature and knowledge. When someone harms you, it is often out of ignorance or pain, not malice. This awareness softens resentment and opens space for compassion. At the same time, it teaches firm boundaries, knowing what you can accept without losing your integrity. You are responsible for your character, not for controlling others. Letting go of the desire to change people frees you to focus on your own growth. Gratitude is another quiet strength of the Stoic path. Rather than longing for what is missing, cultivate appreciation for what you have, the breath you take, the loved ones near, the chance to act with purpose. This attitude shifts your mind from scarcity to abundance, from despair to hope. Even in hardship, gratitude can be found. The Stoics remind us that suffering can deepen wisdom and compassion. It humbles the proud and awakens the soul to life's preciousness. This does not mean seeking pain but recognizing its potential meaning when it arises. The Stoic also practices detachment from material things, understanding that possessions and status are fleeting and do not define true worth. This does not require renouncing all comforts but seeing them as tools, not treasures. When you rely less on externals for happiness, you become more resilient. Death, the great equalizer, is met not with fear but with acceptance. Knowing that life is finite encourages you to live fully and authentically. Each day is a gift and a responsibility. This perspective dissolves procrastination and regret, urging you to act now with courage and integrity. Simplicity in thought and action is another teaching to embrace. Complication breeds confusion and distraction. When you strip away excess desire and needless worry, you reveal the essentials: your values, your intentions, your ability to choose. In moments of temptation, remind yourself of your purpose. Short-lived pleasures often come at the cost of lasting peace. True satisfaction comes from living in alignment with your principles, even when it demands sacrifice. The Stoic path is not easy, but it is rewarding. It requires vigilance against habits of complaint, blame, and distraction. It asks for honesty in self-reflection and commitment to continual improvement. Remember, you are never alone on this journey. The Stoics who walked before you offer their wisdom as companions. Their writings and examples are like lanterns along a dark path, illuminating steps forward. And so, breathe deeply and stand firm. Life's winds will blow, and the ground may shift beneath your feet, but within you lies a steady center, a quiet strength built through reflection, choice, and perseverance. Let this inner citadel be your refuge, your source of courage, and your wellspring of joy. Here, in this place of calm, you meet yourself honestly, live wisely, and face each moment with open eyes and a steadfast heart. There is a profound freedom in learning to live with less attachment to the outcomes we so desperately seek to control. The desire to shape the future or bend events to our will is a natural impulse, yet it often traps us in cycles of anxiety and disappointment. The Stoic teaches us to shift this focus inward, to nurture the part of ourselves that is always within reach: our reason, our virtue, our judgment. When you wake each day, you have before you a canvas untouched. What colors will you choose? What strokes will you make? You cannot command the weather, the actions of others, or the twists of fate. But you can choose how you paint your character on the fabric of time. This act of choice is your true power. Often, we mistake the noise of external events for the essence of life. A missed opportunity, a harsh word, a failed plan. These jostle our minds and threaten to pull us off balance. Yet beneath that noise lies a stillness, a steady ground that no storm can shake. Returning your attention there is a practice worth cultivating daily. The practice begins with observing your thoughts as a quiet witness. When anger rises, pause before letting it sweep you away. When fear whispers its worst stories, listen calmly and respond with reason. This is not suppression but mastery, the gentle steering of your mind back to what is real and what is helpful. There is a saying, don't explain your philosophy, embody it. This means living so authentically that your actions speak more powerfully than your words. It means choosing kindness even when ignored, patience even when pressed, integrity even when it costs. The world may not notice immediately, but this steadfastness shapes your inner world profoundly. In the face of uncertainty, remind yourself that all things change. Nothing is permanent, neither success nor failure, neither joy nor sorrow. This truth is not a source of despair, but a call to appreciate the present moment fully. When you let go of clinging to what is fleeting, you open to what is enduring. Your character, your wisdom, your calm. Consider the nature of desire itself. Desire often pulls us toward what we do not have, creating a restless hunger that cannot be satisfied. Stoicism invites you to reflect on whether these desires align with what truly matters. Are they tied to your values, or are they distractions? By discerning carefully, you conserve energy and deepen contentment. There is also strength in embracing discomfort rather than avoiding it. Life's challenges are unavoidable. What matters is your attitude toward them. When you meet difficulty with courage and grace, you transform suffering into growth. Each trial becomes a lesson in resilience, a step toward greater wisdom. Forgiveness, too, is a quiet power. Holding grudges binds you to past pain and robs you of peace. Recognizing that others act from their own struggles and ignorance allows you to release bitterness. Forgiveness does not mean excusing harm, but freeing yourself from its chains. When you face temptation to judge harshly or speak harshly, pause and consider, what would the person you respect most do here? This moment of reflection can prevent needless conflict and deepen your understanding. It also nurtures humility, reminding you that you too are imperfect and learning. The Stoic life embraces humility as a foundation. Pride blinds and isolates. Humility opens and connects. When you admit your mistakes and accept your limitations, you become open to learning and to the support of others. This openness strengthens your inner resolve rather than weakening it. In your relationships, strive to see others as fellow travelers, each on their own path, each with struggles unseen. This perspective fosters patience and kindness. It also reminds you that control over others is an illusion. Influence comes through example and gentle persuasion, not force. The practice of self-discipline is a quiet revolution. It is not about harshness, but about honoring your highest self. Each time you resist a harmful impulse, you strengthen your ability to choose what truly benefits you and those around you. This builds a deep sense of freedom. Gratitude is not just a fleeting feeling, but a habit that reshapes your view of the world. Begin and end each day by noting something you appreciate. Over time, this trains your mind to notice abundance rather than scarcity, to find joy in what is rather than longing for what is not. In moments of loss, grief, or change, allow yourself to feel deeply but without losing perspective. The pain is real, and it deserves acknowledgement. Yet, by remembering the transient nature of all things, you hold space for healing and acceptance. Life's rhythm includes both holding on and letting go. The Stoic approach to ambition is measured. It recognizes that striving for excellence is noble, but that attachment to outcomes breeds suffering. Pursue your goals with dedication, but temper desire with acceptance of whatever results come. This balance allows you to act with clarity and peace. Simplicity in life is a source of strength. Reducing clutter, mental, emotional, physical, frees space for what matters. It clarifies priorities and reduces distraction. This simplicity nurtures calm and focus, enabling you to respond thoughtfully rather than react impulsively. Every day offers opportunities to practice these teachings. Whether in moments of calm or chaos, you can return to your inner center. There, you find a well of patience, wisdom, and strength that nothing external can diminish. So as you move through your days, remember this: your mind is a garden. What you choose to nurture, whether fears, judgments, or virtues, will grow. Tend it with care, and you cultivate a life of meaning, resilience, and quiet joy. Imagine for a moment the pace at which your thoughts move, relentless, often chaotic, tumbling like leaves in a gust of wind. Now, consider the possibility that beneath that swirling storm, there exists a calm reservoir, deep and still. The Stoic invites us to dive into that stillness, to become acquainted with the part of ourselves that is unshaken by circumstance. This is not a retreat from life, but a meeting place with reality as it is, unfiltered and clear. When frustration surfaces, perhaps at a delay, a disappointment, or a change you did not foresee, pause. Allow yourself a breath. Feel the tension, but do not surrender to it. Instead, ask, what can I control here? The answer may be small, but it is yours. Your judgment, your attitude, your next action, these are always within your reach. Let that thought root you. It's natural to seek comfort and avoid pain. Yet, consider how often the pursuit of comfort leads us into chains of dependency on approval, possessions, or outcomes. The Stoics teach a different path. Welcome discomfort as a teacher. When you lean into discomfort, it loses its power to disrupt. You begin to see it as a moment, not a master. Reflect on the idea that many things you desire are not truly needed. Desire often disguises itself as necessity. It urges us toward excess, toward what is fleeting and superficial. But fulfillment arises not from accumulation but from appreciation. To cultivate this, practice looking at what you have with fresh eyes, as if seeing for the first time. This simple shift reveals richness where you once saw scarcity. When faced with anger, that hot fire that clouds reason and judgment, the Stoics' counsel is to delay response. Anger thrives in immediacy. By pausing, you give space for reason to reassert itself. Consider the cause of your anger. Is it within your power to change? If not, why surrender your peace? If yes, act with purpose, not passion. There is a profound dignity in accepting that some things will go beyond your control. The seasons change, people act according to their nature, and fate unfolds as it will. Resisting these truths only breeds suffering. Acceptance here is not resignation but a serene acknowledgement of life's flow. In accepting, you conserve strength to focus where it matters. Imagine your mind as a fortress. Every thought and impulse is a visitor seeking entrance. You are the gatekeeper, deciding who may enter and who must wait. This vigilance is a practice, daily, patient, and gentle. Over time, it builds resilience and clarity, a sanctuary within where you can rest undisturbed. In relationships, the Stoic way is to recognize the autonomy of others. You cannot control their opinions or actions, only your own responses. When disappointment arises from others' behavior, return to your own center. Ask, what virtue can I embody here? Patience, kindness, or perhaps quiet strength? By focusing inward, you regain agency. Consider too the practice of reflection each evening. Review the day not with harsh judgment but with a compassionate eye. What did you do well? Where did you stumble? What can you learn? This habit sharpens self-awareness and nurtures growth without the weight of self-recrimination. In moments of success, be mindful not to become attached. Triumphs are as transient as clouds. Celebrate quietly, then return to your work. Let gratitude guide you, not pride. This keeps you grounded, ready for the inevitable ebb that follows flow. The Stoics valued simplicity, not as an aesthetic but as a discipline of focus. In a world overflowing with distractions, to live simply is to reclaim your attention. This means choosing what truly serves your values and gently releasing the rest. It is a daily practice of discernment and choice. When faced with criticism, pause before reacting. Consider the source and intent. Is there truth that can serve your improvement, or is it mere noise? By not taking offense, you protect your peace and open the door to growth. Remember, others' judgments are reflections of their own perspectives, not your essence. Time is the most precious resource you have. How often is it squandered in worries about things that may never happen or regrets over things long past? The present moment is all you possess. To live fully here is the art of presence. Each breath, each step, each conversation is an opportunity to practice awareness and choice. Death, often feared, is simply a natural part of life's cycle. To meditate on mortality is not morbid but freeing. It reminds you that life is finite, that every moment counts. This awareness sharpens your focus on what truly matters: love, integrity, courage, the lasting imprint of your character. The Stoic invites you to be a gardener of your mind and heart. Remove the weeds of fear, envy, and anger. Cultivate seeds of wisdom, patience, and joy. This work requires diligence but yields a harvest of peace. Every day you have countless choices: to complain or to accept, to blame or to understand, to resist or to adapt. The path of Stoicism is to choose wisely, with calm deliberation. Not because life will be easy, but because you seek to meet life with grace and strength. As you continue on this path, you may find yourself less swayed by external events and more anchored in your own reasoned judgment. This does not mean indifference to the world, but rather engagement from a place of stability. Your actions become deliberate, your emotions balanced, your mind clear. In this way, Stoicism is not an abstract theory but a living practice, a daily conversation with yourself about who you want to be amid the ever-changing tides of life. It is an invitation to live not as a victim of circumstance but as a steward of your own soul. Let this truth settle quietly within you. In the stillness that follows, you find a power unlike any other. The power to live fully, wisely, and well. There is a subtle power in learning to greet each morning as if it were new, because in a very real sense, it is. The past, with all its pains and triumphs, is gone. The future, with its uncertainties, is yet to come. What remains is this moment, crisp and untouched, an opportunity to practice the art of living well. How will you meet this day? With impatience? With openness? With a heart willing to accept whatever arises? You might notice that much of your unrest comes not from events themselves but from your interpretations, the stories your mind tells about what is happening. A sudden change at work, a difficult conversation, a delay in plans, each is neutral at first. Your mind layers meaning upon it, and there your peace may begin to unravel. The Stoic invites you to step back from these stories, to watch them without being swept away. In doing so, you reclaim your calm. At times, life will confront you with what feels like injustice, situations where fairness seems absent and your efforts appear unrewarded. The temptation is to react with bitterness or despair. Yet, the Stoic reminds us that justice, as we see it, is often a limited perspective. The cosmos operates on principles far beyond our control or full understanding. Instead of railing against the perceived injustice, direct your energy toward your own virtue. Be honest, be kind, not for reward or recognition, but because these qualities nourish your soul. When you face failure, it can sting deeply. It shakes your confidence and clouds your vision. But failure is not a verdict on your worth. It is feedback on a single attempt. Each failure carries the seed of wisdom if you are willing to look for it. Ask yourself, what did I learn? How can I improve? This is the practice of resilience, a central thread woven through Stoic teaching. Consider also the idea of impermanence. Nothing in this world is fixed or eternal. Relationships, possessions, status, all pass through your life like visitors, here for a while, then gone. Holding on tightly only breeds suffering. Instead, appreciate these gifts in the moment and release them when the time comes. This does not diminish their value. Rather, it deepens your gratitude. Think about your mind as a workshop where you craft your character. Each choice, each action, is like a stroke of a brush on a canvas. The picture you paint is your life. Are you painting with care, with intention? Or are you reacting, careless of the image you create? The Stoic path is one of conscious creation. In conversations and relationships, it's easy to be drawn into drama and conflict. But there is a quieter, stronger way. Listen fully before responding. Seek to understand, not to win. Speak with clarity, but without harshness. These moments of restraint build bridges rather than walls. The Stoics teach that your value does not depend on external validation. This is a profound freedom. When you know your worth comes from within, you are less vulnerable to the whims of praise or criticism. Your inner compass remains steady, guiding you through turbulent seas. Life will challenge you with pain, physical, emotional, or both. You cannot always avoid pain, but you can control your response to it. Pain loses its grip when met with acceptance and courage. This does not mean you do not seek relief or healing, but rather that you refuse to let pain define you. Practice humility, not as a diminishment of self, but as a recognition of your place in the vast order of things. There is wisdom in acknowledging that you do not have all the answers, that others may teach you, and that the world is bigger than your perspective. Humility opens the door to growth and connection. Every day offers an opportunity to practice gratitude, not as a forced cheerfulness, but as a deep appreciation for life's simple gifts. The warmth of sunlight, the breath in your lungs, the kindness of a stranger. Gratitude softens the heart and expands your capacity for joy. When distractions pull you away from what matters, gently bring your focus back. This is not failure but practice. The mind, like a muscle, grows stronger through effort and repetition. Over time, your ability to remain present will transform how you experience life. Fear often paralyzes us. Fear of loss, of rejection, of the unknown. The Stoic invites you to examine your fears closely. What is the worst that can happen? Often, the reality is less frightening than the imagination suggests. By facing fear with reason, you diminish its hold. Remember that anger, envy, and greed are responses that cloud your judgment and weaken your spirit. Each time you feel these arise, notice them without judgment. Ask yourself what underlying need or belief fuels them. This awareness weakens their power and gives you the choice to respond differently. The Stoics emphasize the importance of living according to nature, not in the sense of wilderness, but in alignment with your true human nature, which is rational and social. This means cultivating reason, acting with justice, and contributing to the community around you. Your life gains meaning through these connections. When setbacks come, do not see them as roadblocks but as invitations to deepen your practice. The Stoic approach is not to seek a life without challenges, but to develop the inner strength to meet challenges with equanimity. In moments of uncertainty, when the future seems unclear, remember that you carry within you the tools to navigate whatever comes. Your mind, your values, your choices, these are your anchors. Hold fast to them. The practice of Stoicism is ultimately about freedom. Freedom from the tyranny of uncontrolled emotions, from the burden of false desires, from the fear of change and loss. This freedom allows you to engage with life fully, with courage and joy. As you move through your day, remind yourself that each moment is a chance to practice wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance. These are not abstract virtues but practical guides to living well. Let your life be a reflection of these teachings, not in grand gestures, but in small, consistent acts of integrity and kindness. In this way, you craft not just a life of external success, but a life rich in meaning and peace. A life that, when looked back upon, reveals a soul that met the world with strength and grace. There is something deeply calming about embracing the moment as it is, without demanding it conform to your desires or expectations. You might find yourself caught in the tension between what you want and what actually is, and it can feel exhausting. The Stoic approach invites a gentle, steady release of this tension. Imagine your mind as a calm lake, disturbed not by the natural ripple of life, but by the storms of your own judgments and attachments. What if you simply let the ripples come and go, without trying to still the water by force? This openness to reality, free of unnecessary resistance, is where peace begins. When you notice yourself caught in frustration or impatience, pause and ask, what part of this is truly within my control? Often, the answer reveals a small space where your effort matters and a vast expanse where it does not. Your power lies in how you respond, not in the external circumstances themselves. This distinction is like a lighthouse guiding you away from wasted energy and toward calm effectiveness. Consider the people you encounter each day. Each carries their own burdens, fears, and hopes, just as you do. When someone acts in a way that jars or hurts you, it is tempting to take it personally, to let anger or resentment grow. But what if you saw their actions as the unfolding of their own story, shaped by experiences and struggles you may never fully know? This perspective can soften your heart and free you from needless suffering. Respond with patience and kindness, not because others always deserve it, but because you deserve the peace that comes from compassion. There is profound strength in accepting your limits. You cannot control the opinions of others, the twists of fate, or the passage of time. You can only cultivate your own character, your own judgments, your own actions. This acceptance is not defeat. It is the foundation of true freedom. When you stop fighting what cannot be changed, you redirect your energy into what can be nurtured and shaped. You might notice the way desires pull you toward things. Status, approval, comfort. Promising happiness but often delivering restlessness. The Stoic teaches that desires, when unchecked, become chains. True contentment grows from desiring what is within your power and from appreciating the simplicity of what you already have. This shift from craving external things to nurturing internal qualities rewires how you experience satisfaction. In the face of loss, whether of possessions, relationships, or health, there is a natural grief that arises. Rather than denying or suppressing this grief, the Stoic encourages you to face it honestly, to honor it as a part of life's flow. At the same time, remember that loss does not erase what once was. Memories, lessons, and love remain in your heart. This balanced approach allows grief to transform from a source of suffering into a testament to life's richness. When you find your mind restless with worry about the future, remind yourself that the future is not yet here. It is a landscape of possibilities, many beyond your influence. What matters most is your commitment to act rightly in the present, moment by moment. The future will unfold from the seeds you plant today. Your judgments create much of your experience. Two people can face the same event and feel entirely different things about it. This power to frame experience is a gift. Train your mind to see challenges as opportunities for growth, setbacks as lessons, and difficulties as invitations to practice virtue. Over time, this habit transforms not just your perspective but your reality. In moments of success or praise, be mindful not to become attached or prideful. These moments are fleeting, and when you cling to them, you set yourself up for disappointment. Instead, welcome success as a chance to serve others better, to deepen your humility, and to keep your focus steady on what truly matters. The practice of self-examination is invaluable. At the end of each day, reflect quietly on your thoughts, words, and actions. Where did you act with wisdom? Where did you stumble? This gentle scrutiny is not self-criticism but a tool for continuous improvement, like tuning a fine instrument. Your life becomes a work of art shaped by your attentive care. Remember, your time is limited. The hours you have will never return. This truth invites a kind of urgency, not frantic but purposeful. Live intentionally. Choose activities and relationships that align with your values. Let go of distractions that dissipate your energy. In doing so, you honor the precious gift of your existence. The Stoic mind embraces adversity as a forge for strength. When hardship strikes, you are called not to despair but to stand firm, to cultivate courage and resilience. This is not about denial but about facing reality with clarity and resolve. Every challenge met with grace is a testament to your inner freedom. Compassion toward others is not a weakness but a profound strength. Seeing others through the lens of shared humanity dissolves the barriers that separate. It is in giving kindness without expectation that your own soul expands. Your passions, when harnessed wisely, can fuel your purpose. Yet unchecked passion can consume you, leading to impulsiveness or suffering. Learn to observe your emotions without being controlled by them. This mastery frees you to act in accordance with reason and integrity. Every moment offers a chance to practice the art of presence. Whether washing dishes, walking, or listening, be fully there. This presence roots you in reality and enhances the depth and quality of your experience. You may encounter people who challenge your patience or test your kindness. See these encounters as opportunities to practice equanimity. How you respond reveals your character far more than their actions. The world is ever-changing, and clinging to permanence invites pain. Instead, welcome change as a natural part of life's rhythm. Adapt with flexibility and grace, finding stability not in external conditions but within yourself. There is a profound peace in letting go of the need to be understood or approved by others. When your self-worth rests within, external opinions lose their power to disturb you. The practice of gratitude is a daily balm. Find moments to appreciate the breath that fills your lungs, the warmth of sunlight, the kindness offered or received. This habit grounds you and nurtures contentment. Your mind is your sanctuary. Guard it against toxic thoughts and negativity. Fill it instead with reflection, inspiration, and wisdom. This inner environment shapes your experience more than external events. In times of uncertainty or difficulty, remember that you have faced challenges before and emerged stronger. Trust in your ability to endure and to grow. Practice silence and solitude. In quiet moments, you reconnect with your true self, away from noise and distraction. This connection strengthens your clarity and purpose. Be mindful of the stories you tell yourself about the world and your place in it. Are they truthful? Are they helpful? Let go of narratives that cause suffering or limit your potential. Choose your companions wisely. Surround yourself with those who uplift, challenge, and inspire you toward your highest self. The path of virtue is not a straight line but a journey with twists and turns. Be patient with yourself and persistent in your practice. In all things, seek harmony within yourself, with others, and with the world. This harmony is the essence of living well. There is beauty in simplicity. Complexity often breeds confusion and stress. Returning to simple truths, kindness, honesty, courage, grounds you and clarifies your path. Remember that wisdom is practical. It is not knowledge for its own sake, but the skill of living skillfully. The art of Stoicism is ultimately about becoming the master of your own soul, the captain of your own fate, not through control of the external, but through mastery of the internal. This journey is lifelong, rich, and deeply rewarding. Imagine for a moment the profound freedom that comes from knowing that no matter what happens outside, you possess a sanctuary within yourself, a place untouched by chaos, a refuge where your mind remains steady and unshaken. This inner citadel is not built from walls or bricks, but from your own reasoned choice to welcome whatever life sends your way without resistance, without judgment. Consider the people you see rushing through their days, weighed down by worries, regrets, and endless desires. Many of us become prisoners of our own expectations, shackled by the need for things to be different than they are. Yet, what if freedom lies precisely in accepting life as it unfolds, with its imperfections and unpredictability? This is not passive surrender, but an active engagement with reality, standing firmly within it, moving gracefully through it. When feelings of anger arise, notice their birth within you, not as commands you must obey, but as sensations passing through your mind. You are not anger, you are the one observing it. By stepping back and watching without immediately reacting, you create a space for wise choice instead of impulsive reaction. This pause is a powerful tool. It turns chaos into clarity. Reflect on the fact that much of human suffering is caused not by the events themselves, but by the stories we tell ourselves about those events. We interpret, we judge, we add layers of meaning that often amplify pain. The Stoic teaches us to question these stories gently. Are they true? Are they necessary? Could there be another way to see this? This inquiry softens the sharp edges of suffering. In relationships, it's easy to feel hurt or disappointed when others don't meet our expectations. Yet, if you remind yourself that every person is imperfect, shaped by their own experiences and limitations, it becomes easier to accept them as they are. Love, then, becomes not a demand but a choice to see the good, to forgive, to extend patience. Think about your ambitions and desires. It is natural to want to improve your circumstances, to grow, to achieve. But sometimes, the pursuit of what lies beyond today blinds you to the richness of the present moment. There is a subtle joy in working diligently while remaining content with what already is. This balance between effort and acceptance is at the heart of a fulfilled life. You may encounter obstacles that seem insurmountable. Instead of viewing them as punishments or unfair burdens, see them as opportunities to develop qualities such as resilience, creativity, and patience. Every difficulty carries within it the seed of growth, if only you are willing to nurture it. Notice how often your mind flits to worries about what others think. The opinions of others can feel like heavy chains binding you to insecurity or fear. Yet, those opinions are out of your control. The only judgment truly within your power is your own. Make that judgment fair, kind, and grounded in reason. When faced with a choice, pause to consider what the wisest action might be. Not the easiest, not the most gratifying in the moment, but the one aligned with integrity, courage, and kindness. Acting in this way builds a character that no circumstance can diminish. Reflect on impermanence. Everything you cherish, every moment, every person is transient. This awareness is not meant to cause despair, but to heighten appreciation. To know that life is fleeting is to cherish it more deeply, to live each day with intention and gratitude. In moments of uncertainty or fear, anchor yourself in what is known, your capacity to reason, to choose, to endure. These are your constants, your compass in a shifting world. Remember that true wealth is found not in possessions but in self-mastery. The more you cultivate wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance within, the richer your life becomes, regardless of external fortune. When distractions or anxieties arise, gently bring your focus back to the present task. Attention is a muscle. The more you train it, the stronger it grows. This practice grounds you in reality and frees you from the turmoil of scattered thoughts. Life often presents moments where your values will be tested. These are your opportunities to demonstrate who you truly are. Let your actions reflect your principles, even when it is difficult or unpopular. This consistency is the foundation of genuine peace. Take time to appreciate the small things: warmth of sunlight, the sound of birds, the smile of a stranger. These moments are the fabric of life, and noticing them cultivates joy and mindfulness. Be patient with yourself. Growth is a process, not a destination. There will be setbacks, moments of doubt, and times when old habits pull you back. Treat yourself with the same compassion you offer others. When feeling overwhelmed, remind yourself of the Stoic distinction between what is within your power and what is not. Release the weight of things beyond your control and place your energy where it can have effect. Your thoughts, your actions, your attitudes. Practice generosity, not just of possessions, but of time, attention, and kindness. Giving enriches both the giver and receiver and fosters a sense of connection beyond self. Consider how the mind can become a garden where either weeds or flowers grow. Cultivate thoughts that nourish wisdom, courage, and tranquility. Pull out the weeds of anger, envy, and fear before they take root. In every challenge, look for the lesson. Even suffering can teach resilience, empathy, or gratitude. This perspective transforms adversity into a path of growth. Remember that silence and stillness are powerful. They offer clarity amidst noise, help you reconnect with your deeper self, and prepare you to face the world with calmness. As you move through your day, keep a steady rhythm of reflection and action. Reflect on your choices, learn from them, then step forward with renewed intention. In your relationships, practice listening deeply without immediate judgment or interruption. This openness fosters understanding and connection. Understand that your time is finite. Each day is a gift to be spent with care. Avoid procrastination and distractions that pull you from what truly matters. Maintain humility. Recognize that no one has all the answers and that wisdom grows through questioning and learning. When emotions surge, treat them as passing visitors rather than permanent residents. Observe without being swept away. Choose your battles wisely. Not every conflict demands your energy. Sometimes peace is the greater victory. Live simply. Complexity often breeds confusion and stress. Focus on what is essential and meaningful. See every human being as a fellow traveler on this journey. Compassion connects and heals. Face death not with fear but as a natural part of life's cycle. This acceptance brings peace and heightens appreciation for the present. Remind yourself that happiness is not found in external goods or fleeting pleasures but in the cultivation of virtue and wisdom. Be present to your breath. It is an anchor in turbulent moments. When anger arises, pause and imagine the consequences of acting on it. Often, restraint leads to better outcomes. Let go of grudges and resentment. Carrying them is like drinking poison and expecting others to suffer. Celebrate progress, no matter how small. Growth is made of many tiny steps. Embrace curiosity about yourself and the world. This openness fosters continuous learning and humility. When confronted with criticism, consider it thoughtfully, but do not let it disturb your inner peace. Practice gratitude daily. It shifts the mind from scarcity to abundance. Know that you are not your past mistakes or failures. Each moment offers a fresh start. Act with integrity even when no one is watching. Your character is your true wealth. Cultivate joy in simple pleasures. A meal shared, a kind word, a moment of quiet. When overwhelmed by complexity, return to basics. Breath, presence, and intention. Trust in your ability to endure. Strength grows through facing difficulties with courage. Release the need for external validation. Your worth is inherent and independent. Reflect often on the impermanence of life. This awareness inspires urgency and appreciation. Approach life with equanimity, neither elated by success nor crushed by failure. Accept that you will never control everything. Peace lies in mastering what you can. Practice kindness relentlessly. It transforms both giver and receiver. Maintain curiosity and wonder. These keep the mind vibrant and open. In every challenge, seek the lesson, the opportunity to grow. Find contentment in the here and now. The future is shaped by the present moment. Your mind is the forge of your experience. Shape it with care and wisdom. In all things, choose virtue. It is the only true good and the path to tranquility. This journey is continuous, and every day offers new chances to practice and embody these truths. Let this be your quiet guide, your companion in the unfolding moments of your life. Have you ever noticed how quiet it is? Just before something breaks? Not outside, the world is always making noise. I mean inside, that still moment, right before your heart cracks from disappointment. Right before anger floods your chest like a storm surge. There's a silence there, a breath. It's small, fragile, but if you catch it, if you pay attention, you'll realize it's not emptiness. It's power. That breath is the space where your life can change. You see, most people don't notice it. They go from trigger to reaction without a pause. Someone says something cruel and they snap back. The day doesn't go as planned, and frustration takes the wheel. Loss shows up, and grief consumes every corner of the soul. But that breath right before the break, that's where everything you need lives. Strength, clarity, peace. It's not that life stops being hard. It's that you stop letting it toss you around. I want to talk to you not as a guru, not as a teacher, not even as a voice that knows better, but as someone who's been there, in the chaos, in the struggle to hold it together, in the mornings that begin with heaviness before your feet even touch the floor. And I want to share something, not to explain, not to lecture, but to walk with you through a way of living that doesn't require you to control the world, only yourself. There was a man, his name doesn't matter, but he lost everything. His job, his reputation, even the people he thought would stand by him. And in the middle of all that, someone asked him how he was doing. He said, "I am as I have always been, only the world has changed its opinion of me." That answer stayed with me, because it came from somewhere unshakable. That's what we're looking for, isn't it? Something unshakable, not perfection, not eternal joy, but the ability to stand in the middle of a storm and remain grounded. So let me ask you something. What do you believe is truly yours? Not your house, not your job, not even your relationships, because as much as we love and hold on to people, they have their own paths, and they are not ours to keep. What's really yours is how you respond, what you choose to carry, what you let go of. You don't get to decide what happens to you, but you do decide what it means. Pause there for a moment. Let that settle, because that one truth, that your interpretation, not your circumstance, determines your peace, that changes everything. Let me tell you a story. There was a woman who woke up every day fearing what would go wrong. She'd check her phone the moment she opened her eyes, her chest already tight with the day's imagined disasters. She'd rush, worry, control, because she believed that if she didn't stay on top of everything, it would all fall apart. But the more she tried to control, the more exhausted she became. Life wasn't kinder for her vigilance. It just kept being life. Then one day, she sat quietly with a question. What if I accepted that I can't control anything outside of me? What if I only took responsibility for the part one can actually guide? My thoughts, my actions, my choices. It was terrifying and freeing. She didn't stop caring. She stopped clinging. And that's where peace began. Now, think about your own life. That thing that's been bothering you, the person who keeps letting you down, the fear that keeps resurfacing, the plan that keeps falling through. Ask yourself, what part of this is within my control? And if it's not, can I let it be? Not because you're giving up, but because you're choosing peace over struggle, stillness over noise. It's not weakness to let go. It's strength. The kind of strength that's not loud or forceful, but deeply, quietly rooted. Like an oak tree that doesn't fear the wind. Let's go deeper. Have you ever considered how much time we spend trying to rewrite the past? Regret is sneaky like that. It tells you, you should have known better. You should have done differently. You should have seen it coming. But the truth is, you didn't. And that's okay. You knew what you knew then. You acted with the tools you had. And punishing yourself now doesn't undo anything. It only poisons the present. So what if, just for today, you forgave yourself? What if you looked back and said, I did what I could, and now I choose peace? That's not denial. That's wisdom, because dragging the past with you into every moment doesn't honor it. It haunts you, and you deserve to live free. Here's another thought. We often think that strength is about being unaffected, cold, detached. But real strength is not the absence of feeling. It's feeling deeply and not being ruled by it. Let me say that again. Feeling deeply and not being ruled by it. You're allowed to be sad, angry, confused, but you don't have to act from those places. You can let the wave pass, observe it, breathe through it, and then choose your response. Imagine that. The next time you're overwhelmed, instead of reacting, you pause. You notice your breath. You ask, is this worth my peace? Because peace is something you protect, not something you wait to be handed. And sometimes, protecting your peace means walking away from a fight that your ego wants to win, but your soul knows will cost too much. It means saying no when guilt wants you to say yes. It means letting someone be wrong about you, because proving them wrong would only drag you down with them. You don't need to attend every argument you're invited to. Your silence can be louder than your defense. Let's sit with that a moment. Now, I want to talk about desire, the kind that says, I'll be happy when I get the job, when they love me back, when I lose the weight, when things finally go my way. But happiness that depends on something external is a happiness forever at risk. Because those things change. They move. They leave. And what are you left with? You. Just you. So maybe the question isn't, how do I get what I want? But can I want less and appreciate more? That doesn't mean settling. It means seeing clearly. You can have ambition and still be content in the process. You can have goals and not base your self-worth on achieving them. You can wake up grateful for what you have and still work for what you hope for. That's balance. And in that balance, there's a kind of joy that can't be shaken. Let's speak now of time. It's funny how we treat it like a bank account that never runs out. We procrastinate on what matters. We argue over what won't. We postpone love, joy, forgiveness because we think we have all the time in the world. But you don't. None of us do. That doesn't mean living in fear. It means living in presence. Being here, fully. When you listen, really listen. When you eat, taste your food. When you love, give yourself. Don't waste your life waiting for it to feel perfect. Don't spend your days numbed out, distracted, scrolling past the moments that make life real. Because the truth is, this is it. This breath, this moment, this day. You are not promised another. Let's pause there. And when you come back to yourself, when you exhale, think about this. What would it mean to live from the inside out? To stop measuring your worth by things that can be taken. To stop being at the mercy of what happens and start being in command of how you move through it. That's the quiet revolution. Not one you post about, not one you need applause for, but the one you live day by day in how you carry yourself, in how you treat others, in how you choose peace over chaos, meaning over noise, depth over distraction. And if you forget, that's okay. Come back. Every moment is a return. Every breath is a beginning. And you are stronger than you think. You don't need the world to bend in your favor. You only need to remember that what matters most has always been within you. The calm, the clarity, the courage. It's all there, waiting in that small, silent breath before the break. That space where your life can change. You wake up, and the day has already begun without your permission. The world, in all its relentless rhythm, is already moving. Messages waiting, people needing. The noise starts early. But before you pick up the phone, before you check the clock, there's a small chance to return to yourself. To remember something that modern life has taught you to forget. You are not your obligations. You are not your inbox. You are not the sum of what others expect from you. In that moment, before the rush, lies a choice. Not a dramatic one. Not a life-altering crossroads. Just a simple decision. Will I carry myself today? Or will I be carried by everything around me? There's a quiet power in starting the day by reclaiming your mind. Let others rush. Let others panic. You begin with stillness. Because when you begin with stillness, you're less likely to be owned by the day. You're less likely to be pulled in every direction by forces that do not care for your peace. The ancient ones knew this, not because they had more time, but because they understood time differently. They understood that time was not what passed on the clock, but what passed through you. And so they taught the value of early preparation, not of tasks, but of soul. They spoke of equanimity, a state not of indifference, but of serenity. A mind that is steady not because it has no waves, but because it no longer fears the sea. You step out into the world, and the world pushes back. Someone cuts you off. Someone speaks to you with contempt. Someone ignores your efforts. You do not flinch. Why? Because you no longer depend on their behavior to determine your inner climate. You've trained for this, not in grand gestures, but in the small daily act of choosing not to hand over your peace. That's the real discipline, not in restraining your outer life, but in mastering your inner reactions. There's a kind of silence, even in action, a kind of presence that speaks louder than retaliation. You learn to observe more than you react. You learn that anger often wears the mask of importance, that people get angry not because they are strong, but because they are afraid of losing something: control, status, respect. But what if you have nothing to lose? What if your sense of self no longer depends on being seen in a certain way? Then you are free, not immune to pain, but immune to being controlled by it. Let's speak of loss, because life will take from you. People you love will leave. Circumstances will shift. Health will falter. Money will come and go. And the mind will cry, unfair. The heart will ache, why me? But fairness is not guaranteed in life. What is guaranteed is the opportunity to rise in how you meet what comes. There is dignity in suffering well. There is strength in choosing not to curse the world for being what it is. Loss, when met with composure, becomes something sacred. Teaches you what matters. Teaches you to let go of what never did. It draws out of you a patience that comfort never could. There's a kind of maturity that can only be earned through grief. Not the kind of grief that makes you bitter, but the kind that makes you quiet, watchful, and wise. In those moments, you learn to let sorrow pass through you without it defining you. Because grief is not your identity. It is your companion for a time. Walk with it. Do not resist it, but do not make a home for it either. Now let us talk about opinion. So much of your unrest comes not from reality, but from perception. You think someone dislikes you, and that thought takes root. You imagine judgment in a glance, and it blooms into anxiety. You interpret silence as rejection, and the mind spins 1,000 stories. But what if you stopped assigning meaning? What if silence was just silence? What if a frown was just a frown? Most of what disturbs you is not the event, but the meaning you assign to it. So the practice becomes this: see things as they are, not worse than they are. You begin to filter your thoughts, not to suppress them, but to challenge their power. You ask, not aloud, not for approval, but within, is this useful? Because not all thoughts deserve your attention. Not all fears need to be fed. And not every reaction needs to be released into the world. Let's turn now to ambition. Ambition is not the enemy, but unexamined ambition is. The endless striving, the need to be seen, to be recognized, to be applauded. These things can trap you. You climb and climb and climb, only to discover the mountain never ends. So you pause. You ask yourself, not what do I want, but why do I want it? If the answer brings you closer to inner peace, to contribution, to truth, keep climbing. If the answer exposes a hunger for validation, for ego, for escape, then be still. Better to walk slowly in the right direction than to run quickly toward emptiness. You learn to value alignment over achievement. Not to reject success, but to define it differently. Success becomes waking up with integrity, speaking with honesty, treating people with gentleness, sleeping without regret. And that success no one can take from you. Now let's speak of pain. Pain is unavoidable. You will be hurt, physically, emotionally, psychologically, but suffering, that's something else. Suffering is the resistance to what is. Suffering is wanting things to be different and refusing to accept that they are not. So the Stoic doesn't aim to avoid pain. They aim to meet it cleanly, to let it be what it is, no more, no less. There's a discipline in not adding extra layers to your wounds. There's a grace in letting pain pass through without building a story around it. And once it passes, you're still here, lighter, clearer, wiser. Let's return to the idea of control, because this is where your freedom lives. So much energy is wasted trying to bend life to your liking. You fight against people's nature, against timing, against impermanence. But what if you stopped fighting? What if, instead, you channeled all that energy into yourself, into your thoughts, into your actions, into your response? Then you become powerful, not in domination, but in sovereignty. You become a calm center in a spinning world, a lighthouse that doesn't chase ships, but stands firm, offering its light. And sometimes that light is enough. Sometimes your peace becomes a mirror for others to find their own. So you don't preach, you live. You embody the values you believe in. You become proof that another way is possible. And quietly, the world around you begins to shift. Not because you demanded it, but because you became the example. You start to notice beauty in small things. The way the wind moves through leaves. The warmth of your breath in cold air. The soft voice of someone saying thank you. These are not small. These are moments the anxious mind misses. And the Stoic learns to slow down, not as a rebellion against speed, but as a return to presence. In presence, there is wisdom. In presence, there is gratitude. Not because everything is perfect, but because you are awake enough to see that life, even in its imperfection, is still full. You stop waiting for extraordinary moments, and you realize ordinary moments are the miracle. And that, in the end, is where the teachings point us not to becoming superhuman, but to becoming deeply human. To feeling without being ruled, to caring without clinging, to striving without losing our soul, to living truly living, in each moment just as it is. You've probably noticed, the world rarely waits for you to be ready. It doesn't pause when your mind is full or your heart is tired. The sun rises, the deadlines come, people ask things of you. Life continues, unapologetically, but within that constancy there is space. Not the space outside you, but the space within. That space is what the Stoics return to again and again. A quiet chamber within the soul, untouched by fortune or failure, unmoved by praise or insult. A space that belongs only to you. That's where your peace lives. Not in what you control, but in how you relate to what you can't. They spoke often of fate, not to surrender to it passively, but to meet it wisely. What is beyond you is not your concern. The wind may shift, the storm may come, the people around you may break their promises, forget your name, or betray your trust. Still, you remain steady, not because you don't feel, but because you've learned to let the wave pass through without pulling you under. There is power in understanding that your inner state is not hostage to outer events. The market can crash, the deal can fall through, the job can disappear, but your character, that's yours to build, shape, and protect. You carry it into every room, into every relationship, into every hardship. You can lose everything except your choice of how to meet the loss. And that is where your true wealth lies. When others argue, you do not need to match their volume. When others panic, you do not need to adopt their fear. When others lie, you do not need to bend the truth. Your peace is not a reaction. It's a stance. It is the choice to live by values rather than moods. It is restraint when provoked. It is clarity in confusion. It is compassion even when none is returned. And sometimes, peace means walking away. Not in anger, not in pride, but in quiet resolve. Knowing that not every battle is yours to fight. You are not here to win arguments. You are here to live a life that needs no defense. A Stoic looks at time not as something to be spent, but something to be honored. You wake, that is a gift. You breathe, another gift. You speak, move, think. Each moment, a chance to shape your life with intention. And yet, how often is time traded for distraction? How often do we scroll, drift, delay, waiting for some better moment to begin living fully? There is no later. There is only now, unclaimed or embraced. So the question is not, how much time do I have? But rather, what am I doing with the time I've been given? And the answer is always being written, choice by choice, in the quiet minutes that no one sees. They taught us not to fear death, not because it doesn't matter, but because it reminds us that life does, that we are not promised a long future, that each sunrise could be the last. And so we do not delay our gratitude. We do not postpone forgiveness. We do not store up our love, waiting for the right conditions to express it. We live, now. We speak with care, now. We let go of petty grievances, now. Because the graveyard is full of people who thought they had more time. You may wonder, how can I stay calm in a world this chaotic? And the answer is, you don't need the world to be calm. You only need to stop feeding the chaos inside. That's the discipline. Not forcing life to meet your expectations, but meeting life as it is, with a steady gaze and a ready heart. When someone disappoints you, you remind yourself, people act according to their understanding. You don't excuse the behavior, but you also don't make it a source of poison in your veins. You choose to learn from the pain, not carry it. When things don't go your way, you remind yourself, the universe does not revolve around my preferences. And from that, you find peace not in getting what you want, but in wanting less of what you don't control. The Stoics warned us against chasing pleasure for its own sake. Not because pleasure is wrong, but because dependency is. They knew that whatever owns your pleasure owns you. So they practiced simplicity. They tested themselves with discomfort, not to suffer, but to remain free. To be able to say, if I lose this, I will not lose myself. The warm bed, the delicious meal, the soft words of praise. Yes, enjoy them, but do not be mastered by them. If comfort makes you weak, then it was never your friend. If loss makes you crumble, then your roots were too shallow. So you train in the small moments. You say no when you could say yes. You sit with the urge rather than obey it. You endure a little hunger, a little cold, a little silence. And in doing so, you remind yourself, I am not fragile. I do not require ideal conditions. I am strong because I no longer fear discomfort, envy, comparison, resentment. These are poisons we drink hoping someone else will suffer. And yet we sip them every day. We see someone else's success and call it unfair. We see someone else's beauty and feel less whole. But another's light does not diminish yours. Their joy is not your loss. Their path is not your competition. You have your own course to walk, and it requires your full attention. So when envy rises, pause. Return to yourself. Remember all that you once wanted that you now have. And if that doesn't humble you, you are not seeing clearly. Gratitude is not weakness. It is vision. It reminds you of what you carry, so you stop grasping at what you don't. You're going to make mistakes, say the wrong thing, forget what matters, lash out when you meant to be gentle. The Stoic way is not about perfection. It's about returning. returning to your principles even after you've wandered from them, apologizing without shame, learning without defensiveness, improving not for applause but because you refuse to remain blind. Progress is not linear, it's messy, but if you commit to returning again and again, you are already walking the noble path. Not everyone will understand you. That's okay. Some will mock your calmness. Some will call your restraint weakness. Some will test your limits just to see you break. But that is not your concern. You are not here to be understood by everyone. You are here to be faithful to your values. And sometimes, silence is the loudest answer. Sometimes, leaving is the clearest statement. Sometimes, peace costs your pride but buys your soul. And that is a trade worth making every single time. The Stoic doesn't live in fantasy. They don't wait for a perfect world, or a perfect partner, or a perfect future. They work with what is, and they make it enough. They plant where they stand. They serve with what they have. They love, not because it's always easy, but because it's always right. And when the day ends, they do not count wins or losses. They ask only, did I live with honor today? And then they rest without guilt, without regret. Because peace is not found in control. It's found in the quiet dignity of living truthfully, moment by moment, no matter what life brings. And knowing quietly, simply, that this is enough. There is a kind of courage the world rarely notices. It isn't loud. It doesn't wave flags. It doesn't seek recognition. It's the courage to remain gentle when the world rewards aggression. To choose patience when your instincts scream for immediate reaction. To hold your ground, not with fists, but with a quiet spine. This is the Stoic's bravery. Not the conquest of others, but the mastery of self. Because when you can hold your inner fire without letting it consume you, you've already won the greater battle. The ancient Stoics understood something that still eludes many today. Anger feels powerful, but it's really just pain wearing armor. And what we call strength is often just the absence of self-control. You can shout, you can strike, you can insult. But if you do not govern yourself, what are you really mastering? Let others be ruled by impulse. Let them live like ships tossed by every gust of wind. Your job is to build an anchor. When frustration rises, stop. Notice it like a flame flickering to life. And ask, not who caused this, but what in me is reacting? That shift alone can change your whole day. Because the moment you stop blaming others for your emotions, you begin to reclaim your power. Life is going to be unfair. People will get what they didn't earn. Others will lose what they deserve to keep. The Stoics never promised justice in the outer world. Only the possibility of justice within. You do what's right. Not because you will be rewarded, but because doing what's right is the reward. Integrity is not a currency. It's a condition of the soul. If you're always watching for repayment, applause, acknowledgement, you've already sold your peace to something outside of you. The Stoic walks quietly, upright. They help even when no one sees. They speak the truth even when it costs them. They let others take credit, if that's what fate brings. Because they're not building a resume, they're building a life they won't be ashamed of. People will misunderstand you. They will judge you unfairly. They will tell themselves stories about your intentions, your motives, your heart. You cannot stop this, but you can stop needing to correct them. Your reputation is not your responsibility. Your character is. And if the two are ever at odds, choose your character every time. Because time has a way of revealing truth. But even if it doesn't, what matters is that you know the truth. That you sleep with a clear conscience. That you choose peace over performance. That you would rather be quiet and just than praised and false. There's a common illusion that the Stoic life is emotionless. That calm means coldness. That strength means indifference. But Stoicism was never about feeling less. It was about feeling with wisdom. Not drowning in emotion, but not denying it either. The Stoic feels deeply, but chooses response over reaction. They feel fear, but act with courage. They feel pain, but stay open to life. And they feel love, yes, love, more powerfully than most. Because they love without attachment. They love without trying to possess. They love knowing everything can change in a moment. and still give their whole heart. That is not detachment. That is maturity. There will be losses. This is certain. Loved ones will pass. Dreams will fade. Things you thought were forever will end. Grief is not weakness. What matters is not whether you grieve, but how you carry your grief. Do not rush to move on. But also, do not build a house in sorrow. Feel it, hold it, then fold it gently and carry it in your pocket. Let it remind you, everything is borrowed, which makes now, this moment, this breath, precious beyond measure. Do not wait to speak kindness. Do not hoard your affection. Do not assume there will be time. Give freely, live simply, and when the moment comes to say goodbye, let it find you grateful, not bitter. So much of suffering comes not from what happens, but from how tightly we cling, to how it should have gone, to what they should have done, to who we should be by now. The Stoic learns to open their hands, to let go, not with despair, but with grace, not because they've given up, but because they've woken up to the truth that nothing stays, not pain, not pleasure, not even the self you were yesterday. So why fight the current? Why resist the nature of things? You can float, not in laziness, but in deep alignment. You do your part, you give your best, and then you release the result. That's not passivity. That's wisdom. Discipline is often mistaken for punishment, but the Stoic sees it differently. Discipline is an act of love. You rise early not to impress, but to prepare your mind. You eat with moderation not to punish your body, but to respect it. You speak with intention, not to control others, but to honor your own word. You make your bed even when no one will see. You keep your promises even when no one will check. These aren't grand gestures, but they shape you. Day by day, silently, they carve strength into your bones. Because how you do the small things is how you'll do everything. There's a temptation to believe we need more knowledge, more tools, more confidence. But the Stoic reminds us, you already have enough. Right now, within you, exists the strength to endure what's coming, the patience to wait, the clarity to decide, the courage to act. You don't need a new life. You need a new lens. One that stops saying, why me? And starts saying, what now? One that sees obstacles not as enemies, but as teachers. One that asks, not how do I escape this, but what part of me is being invited to grow? That shift is everything. Because once you stop running, you start transforming. Some people will harm you, sometimes by accident, sometimes with intention. The Stoic does not deny this, but they refuse to let harm define them. They don't replay the insult 100 times. They don't rehearse revenge in their minds. They heal quietly and move on. Why? Because to dwell in resentment is to be hurt twice. And the second wound is self-inflicted. So forgive not to excuse but to free yourself. To say, I will not carry this any longer. I choose peace over poison. You can't control what they did, but you can choose not to let it shape who you become. We live in a world that confuses noise for truth, popularity for wisdom, but the Stoic trains in silence. Not because they have nothing to say, but because they value what's said with care. Before they speak, they pause. Before they judge, they ask. Before they decide, they reflect. This pause, that breath between impulse and action, is sacred. In that pause lives your freedom. So much is gained by not rushing. So much is protected by silence. Let others speak first. Let others race. You can wait, because you are not here to win attention. You are here to live with intention, and that changes everything. Peace doesn't come when the world is quiet. Peace comes when your mind is quiet regardless of what the world is doing. The Stoic doesn't chase calm in their surroundings. They build it inside, because they've learned that waiting for life to settle down is like waiting for the sea to stay still forever. The waves will always come. The storms will always return. So rather than wishing for stillness, they learn how to sail. They practice becoming the eye of the storm, not untouched by chaos, but unmoved by it. They don't wait for perfect conditions. They create presence in imperfect ones. That is where peace lives. not out there, in here. It's easy to live well when things are going your way. The real test comes when they aren't. When someone takes what's yours. When a door you were counting on slams shut. When life puts a hand on your chest and says, "Not this time." In those moments, entitlement screams. Frustration rises. But the Stoic knows these moments are sacred. They're not punishments. They're proving grounds. When something is taken, what remains is your response. You can curse the world, or you can step forward with quiet dignity. You can collapse, or you can become more disciplined. You can let it harden you, or you can let it deepen you. The situation doesn't decide that. You do. We chase success. We chase recognition. We chase control. But few chase sufficiency. The Stoic practices being enough. Not because they've given up, but because they've woken up to a deeper truth. You do not need more to be complete. You need less of what clouds your clarity. You do not need to own the world. You need to own your choices. You do not need to be praised. You need to respect yourself when no one's watching. The world may never give you what you want, but the Stoic find satisfaction in what they already have, and strength in what they're willing to endure. You can't hold joy with clenched fists. The tighter you grip life, the more it slips through your fingers. The Stoic loosens their grasp, not out of carelessness, but out of reverence. They know that everything is temporary, every sunrise, every laugh, every embrace. So instead of fearing loss, they lean into presence. They drink from the moment as if it were their last cup. They look someone in the eyes and listen fully, not while waiting to speak, but to understand. They stop hurrying. They stop multitasking, because they know, when you finally learn how to be, you realize that joy is not hidden. It was always here. You were just too distracted to notice. It's tempting to measure your worth by your productivity. To think that unless you're doing, achieving, performing, you're falling behind. But the Stoic rejects this race. They understand that being busy is not the same as being effective. That motion is not the same as meaning. They make room for stillness, for silence, for reflection, because they know insight doesn't scream. It whispers, and if you never stop running, you'll never hear it. So take time to sit, to walk, to breathe, not to escape life, but to return to it with clearer eyes and a steadier heart. Life is short, not in a frightening way, in a clarifying one. Knowing that time is limited sharpens your focus. It makes the petty arguments seem even smaller. It makes the quiet moments feel golden. The Stoic does not fear death. They let it remind them how to live. They say no to things that waste their time. They say yes to what nourishes their spirit. They don't delay the important conversations. They don't postpone gratitude. They live in a way that when the end comes today or decades from now, they'll be able to say, "I lived, fully, honestly, gratefully," and that is enough. You will be tempted to imitate others, to compare, to compete, to measure your life by someone else's path. The Stoic sees this trap and steps around it, because they know comparison is the thief of peace. No one else has your exact circumstances. No one else carries your same challenges, your same strengths. So the only measure that matters is, did you act with courage when it was hard? Did you hold your values when they were tested? Did you treat people with kindness, even when it went unnoticed? That's the only scoreboard worth checking. The rest is noise. Pain will come. No life is free of it. But suffering, that lingering bitterness, that mental resistance, often comes from thinking pain shouldn't happen. The Stoic accepts pain as part of the deal. They don't sugarcoat it, but they don't inflate it either. They greet it with openness, because they've trained themselves to ask, what is this pain asking of me? Is it telling me to let go, to slow down, to heal something long ignored? Pain can be a messenger, and the Stoic listens, not because they enjoy pain, but because they'd rather grow through it than be destroyed by it. You don't have to have an opinion on everything. You don't have to respond to every comment. You don't have to be in every conversation. The Stoic knows silence is not weakness. It's power. To choose when to speak and when not to choose what to engage with and what to let pass by. They guard their attention like it's treasure because it is, and they refuse to hand it over to things that don't matter. When provoked, they stay grounded. When insulted, they stay calm, because they understand what you react to owns you, and what you observe without attachment you are free from. Not everything that feels good is good. Not everything that feels hard is harmful. The Stoic looks beyond feelings to values, to principles, to character. They don't chase comfort for its own sake. They seek growth even when it hurts. They know some pleasures leave you empty, some challenges fill you with strength. So they train themselves to distinguish the two, to choose the delayed reward over the quick fix, to choose honesty over flattery, to choose what is right, not what is easy, because they know how you live today becomes who you are tomorrow. There's no prize for being the most outraged, no trophy for being constantly offended. The Stoic doesn't chase indignation. They chase understanding. They know judgment is easy, empathy is harder. They see someone acting poorly and ask, what pain might they be carrying? They hear a harsh word and wonder, what storm are they walking through? This isn't weakness. It's a deeper kind of strength. It's refusing to mirror cruelty. It's breaking the cycle of blame. It's becoming not a reflection of the world, but a light within it. You will be underestimated. You will be overlooked. People will project their fears onto you. That is not your concern. The Stoic doesn't build their identity on how others see them. They build it on who they choose to be, and they return to that choice daily, not with drama, not with declarations, but with consistency, with quiet acts of courage, with daily acts of decency, because the goal is not to be impressive. It's to be real, solid, reliable, true. And when you live that way long enough, no misunderstanding can unmake you. You are not your thoughts. You are the awareness behind them. Thoughts will rise, some helpful, some unkind, some absurd. The Stoic doesn't cling to them, doesn't fight them, doesn't fear them. They watch them, they examine them. They ask, is this true? Is this useful? Is this aligned with who I want to be? If not, they let it pass. Because not every thought deserves your attention. Not every emotion needs a story. You can feel something and still choose not to act on it. You can observe something and still remain unchanged. And in that gap is freedom. To live well is not to avoid difficulty. It's to become the kind of person who faces difficulty with clarity, calm, and heart. That's the Stoic life. Not flashy, not popular, but unshakable, rooted in values, guided by reason, powered by love. And day by day, it shapes a soul that can walk through any fire and remain whole. A soul that chooses peace over pride, action over complaint, wisdom over impulse. That kind of soul leaves a mark, not in monuments, but in the lives it quietly touches, in the people it quietly helps, in the example it quietly becomes. A quiet mind is a powerful one. The Stoic understands that clarity is not something you wait for, it's something you cultivate, day by day through disciplined thought, through watching your impulses without following them, through letting noise pass without becoming it. Most of the chaos in life doesn't come from the world itself. It comes from our minds reacting to it, spinning, dramatizing, attaching. But once you begin to see this, you realize something profound. Peace is not found in controlling what happens. Peace is found in controlling how you interpret it. You don't need to chase certainty. You need to get better at navigating uncertainty with steadiness. The Stoic doesn't demand guarantees from life. They meet uncertainty with preparation, not panic, with character, not control. They prepare their mind like a soldier prepares their armor, not hoping to never face adversity, but knowing that when it arrives, they'll be ready, not just to endure it, but to grow stronger from it. The opinions of others are not your responsibility. You can speak with care, act with integrity, and still be misunderstood, still be criticized, still be doubted. The Stoic accepts this reality without bitterness, because they understand that trying to control how you're perceived is a trap with no exit. A life lived for approval is a life owned by others. They focus instead on the only part that's theirs, their actions. Did I act with justice? Did I respond with kindness? Did I remain true to my values? If yes, then there is nothing more to be done. Let others speak. Let them assume. Let them cheer or scoff. You don't need to defend the truth. You need only to live it. Loss will visit your life. The Stoic doesn't resist this truth. They reflect on it daily, not to become numb, but to become awake. Memento mori. Remember that you, and everything you hold dear, is mortal. This isn't morbid. It's clarifying. It brings urgency to your presence. It reminds you not to sleepwalk through your days. It teaches you not to postpone love, not to withhold kindness, not to carry grudges into tomorrow. Each goodbye might be the last. Each sunrise might be the final one. So live accordingly. Say what matters. Let go of what doesn't. And in every fleeting moment, be fully here. You can't outrun yourself. No matter where you go, no matter how much you distract, the person you are will follow. The Stoic knows this. They stop blaming the environment. They stop waiting for external change. They turn inward, not to escape the world, but to anchor themselves in it. Self-awareness isn't a luxury. It's survival. They ask difficult questions. Where am I lying to myself? What am I avoiding? What parts of me need strengthening? They aren't afraid to confront their flaws, because they know a person who doesn't examine themselves will eventually be ruled by what they ignore. But a person who faces their shadows with honesty, that's someone who becomes free. Not every battle is yours to fight. The Stoic chooses their struggles carefully. They don't exhaust themselves trying to win arguments that don't matter. They don't rush into every conflict just to prove a point. They ask, does this serve a higher purpose? Or is it just my ego looking for a stage? Discipline isn't just about action. It's about restraint. The ability to say, this doesn't need my energy. The courage to walk away from chaos that doesn't belong to you. Not out of weakness, but out of strength. Because your peace is too valuable to trade for every provocation that passes your way. There's a kind of richness that has nothing to do with money. It's the richness of character, of wisdom, of inner stability. The Stoic doesn't chase luxury. They chase virtue. They understand that the good life isn't about acquiring more. It's about needing less. A man who needs little is free. A person who rests in their values is unshakable. They don't envy the glitter of others. They don't feel small because of status. They see through the illusion, because they know fortune can be taken in a day, but character, that's built over a lifetime. And once you have it, no one can take it from you. Forgiveness is not for them. It's for you. The Stoic knows that holding on to resentment is like drinking poison and expecting the other person to suffer. They don't excuse cruelty. They don't forget harm, but they release the emotional grip of it, because they value their own peace more than the illusion of revenge. To forgive is to refuse to carry the weight of someone else's wrongdoing. It's to say, you do not get to live rent-free in my mind. And in that release, you make space for something far more powerful. Clarity, strength, and healing. Gratitude is not about ignoring hardship. It's about refusing to let hardship blind you to what's still good. The Stoic trains their mind to see clearly, not just the pain, but the beauty too. They appreciate the small things. A kind word, a quiet evening, the breath in their lungs. Not because life is perfect, but because they choose to notice what remains, not only what's missing. And over time, this practice changes them. It makes them less reactive, less entitled, more grounded, not because everything goes right, but because they've learned to see the light even when the sky is heavy. Solitude is a teacher few seek, but the Stoic welcomes it. In solitude, they meet their thoughts without distraction. They hear the stories they tell themselves, the fears that whisper when no one else is around. They don't run, they sit, they listen, and in that stillness, they refine their inner world. They become less needy of others' approval, less afraid of silence, more connected to what truly matters. Solitude doesn't make them lonely, it makes them whole, because when you learn to be with yourself, you become a companion worth keeping. Anger often feels powerful, but it blinds. It makes you a servant to your emotions. The Stoic doesn't deny anger. They observe it, and then they question it. Is this anger justified? Or is it pride in disguise? Will this reaction make the situation better or worse? They don't suppress their feelings. They refine them. Anger, when left unexamined, becomes destruction. Anger, when channeled with wisdom, becomes justice. The difference is awareness, and the Stoic works daily to sharpen that awareness. The future is uncertain. The past is gone. Only the present belongs to you, and even that only moment by moment. The Stoic lives with this awareness, not with fear, but with reverence. They don't waste today worrying about tomorrow. They prepare, but they don't obsess. They reflect, but they don't dwell. They act not hurriedly, but with presence, because they understand each breath is a gift. Each sunrise is a new beginning, and the more fully you inhabit the now, the more fully you shape your life. You don't need to be extraordinary to live wisely. You don't need a perfect plan. You just need the courage to start with what you have where you are. The Stoic embraces simplicity. They do the next right thing. They honor their word. They keep their promises, especially the ones they make to themselves. They fall. They get up. They fall again. They get up again. Not because they're superhuman, but because they've decided that virtue is worth it. Because they've understood that the quiet pursuit of integrity is the most radical act of all. And in that, there is strength. Not loud, not flashy, but steady, timeless, enduring, like the mountain that remains long after the storm has passed. Growth often disguises itself as discomfort. The Stoic doesn't flee from this. They welcome it not because they enjoy pain, but because they've learned to see pain as the threshold to deeper understanding. When the familiar collapses, when certainty dissolves, when life offers no easy answer, the Stoic does not crumble. They stand still in the rubble of their expectations and ask, what is this moment trying to teach me? Hardship strips away illusions. It peels back the layers of who we think we are, revealing something far more real underneath. Something forged by experience, tempered by adversity, and resilient not in spite of life's trials, but because of them. Pain is not your enemy. Your response to pain is the test. Not whether you suffer, but whether you become bitter or better. Comparison is a thief that rarely comes alone. It brings jealousy, doubt, pride, insecurity, all dressed up as ambition. The Stoic disengages from this game, not because they lack drive, but because they recognize the foolishness of measuring their life by someone else's path. They understand, no one walks your road but you. No one carries your burdens, dreams your dreams, or hears the voice inside your head when everything else falls silent. And so they turn inward. They ask, am I better than I was yesterday? Did I live today in alignment with my principles? They don't need to outrun others. They only need to outgrow who they used to be. You don't need more time. You need more intention. The Stoic doesn't treat their days as endless. They treat them as finite, precious. Each hour, a coin that once spent, cannot be earned back. They ask, constantly, is this worth my time? Not in terms of productivity or status, but in terms of meaning. Does this conversation elevate me? Does this task align with my purpose? Does this moment reflect the life I want to live? The clock is always ticking. The Stoic wastes none of it on distraction disguised as duty. Silence is not emptiness. It's a space for wisdom to rise. The Stoic becomes a student of silence. They speak less, observe more. They resist the impulse to fill every gap with opinion. In silence, they find clarity. They realize that not every emotion needs to be voiced. Not every thought needs to be tweeted. Not every disagreement needs a counterargument. They learn to hold space for others, for reflection, for restraint. Because silence, when chosen, is not weakness. It's power held steady. Expectations are the seeds of suffering. The Stoic lowers their expectations, not of life's beauty, but of life's predictability. They don't demand that people act a certain way. They don't expect events to unfold according to their script. They live with openness, not entitlement. So when disappointment comes, and it will, they are not thrown. They are ready. This doesn't mean they're cynical. It means they're free. Free from the chains of should. Free to meet life exactly as it is, without collapsing under the weight of how it was supposed to be. Power is not about control. It's about mastery of the self. The Stoic isn't trying to dominate others. They're trying to command their own impulses, the urge to snap back, the hunger for validation, the thirst for more. They confront these quietly, persistently, and without drama, because they know the greatest victories are invisible. They happen in moments when no one is watching, when you choose restraint over reaction, purpose over pleasure, peace over pride. That's real power, and no one can take it from you. You will be misunderstood. It's part of walking your path. The Stoic doesn't pause to explain every step. They don't beg to be seen or validated. They speak when it's needed. They act when it's right. And when people question their motives, misread their silence, or project their own insecurities, they don't chase after clarity, because they understand. Not everyone is meant to understand you. Some people will only see what they're ready to see. That's not your burden. Your burden is to remain aligned with your values, regardless of the noise. Success to a Stoic isn't a destination. It's a manner of being. It's waking up each day and choosing to live with integrity. It's showing up for your responsibilities, even when you don't feel like it. It's keeping your word, especially when it's inconvenient. It's doing your work not for applause, but because it is good to do good work. This success isn't loud. It doesn't need trophies. It lives in the quiet moments, when you choose discipline over ease, honesty over comfort, growth over stagnation. That kind of success cannot be stolen, can only be lived. You are not your thoughts. The Stoic watches their mind like a sky watches passing clouds. They know thoughts come and go. Some are helpful, some are not. Some are born of fear or fatigue or old wounds. But none of them are you. So they don't grab onto every thought. They don't let a single emotion hijack their entire day. They observe, they breathe, they return to center. This practice creates space between stimulus and response, between reaction and reflection. In that space, you reclaim yourself. You don't need ideal conditions to start living with purpose. The Stoic doesn't wait for motivation. They don't wait for the perfect time. They act, even when it's hard, even when they feel lost or uninspired, because they know clarity comes through movement. Progress comes from effort, not inspiration. And the discipline to begin, even imperfectly, is the only way you ever move forward. So they rise again and again. And in that rising, they become who they were always meant to be. Judgment of others is a mirror. The Stoic recognizes that what irritates you about someone else often reveals something about you. That impatience might point to your own need for control. That envy might reflect your unexamined values. That anger might be a cover for fear or insecurity. So they don't lash out. They look in. They ask, what is this revealing about me? And in that questioning, they grow. Not by correcting others, but by correcting themselves. Nothing external can fulfill you. The Stoic learns this not from reading, but from experience. They chase the goal. They reach it. And still, they feel the same emptiness. Because lasting fulfillment doesn't come from achievement. It comes from alignment. Alignment with your values, your principles, your truth. When your actions reflect who you truly are, not who others want you to be, you feel something deeper than happiness. You feel peace. And peace is the ultimate wealth. Control what you can. Accept what you can't. Know the difference. The Stoic returns to this again and again. Because in every situation, there are two forces. The external and the internal. The external, traffic, illness, delay, rejection, belongs to the world. The internal, your thoughts, your choices, your values, belongs to you. Peace comes from recognizing the boundary between them, from releasing what isn't yours, from owning what is, and from meeting each day with the quiet strength that says, no matter what happens, I will choose who I become. The journey is long, the path is narrow, and no one walks it for you. But the Stoic walks it anyway, not seeking fame, not chasing ease, but because they have seen a deeper truth, that character is not built in comfort, but in challenge, that peace is not found in perfection, but in presence, and that the most courageous thing you can do is to live your values in a world that constantly tempts you to abandon them. So they walk, quiet, focused, steady, and in each step they become free. A Stoic wakes up with death on their mind, not as a morbid fixation, but as a compass pointing to what matters. Memento mori, remember you will die. This is not a reason to despair. It's a reason to live more urgently, to hold your loved ones a little closer, to speak more truthfully, to waste less time. When you carry the awareness of mortality, distractions lose their grip. Petty arguments dissolve, grudges soften, ambitions clarify. You stop putting off what matters, because you understand deeply that tomorrow isn't promised. And today, this breath, this moment, is everything. There is no such thing as the future, only the present moment dressed in imagination. The Stoic doesn't live in someday. They live here, now. They know that what you do today is what your life becomes. You don't suddenly become patient in 5 years. You become patient by choosing not to snap when someone cuts you off. You don't become brave all at once. You become brave by speaking up when your voice shakes. Who you want to be lives inside the decisions you make today. Not tomorrow. Not when it's convenient. This moment is the training ground of character. And each moment that passes unused is gone forever. Emotions are not enemies, but they are not commanders either. A Stoic listens to emotion, but doesn't obey it blindly. When anger flares, they don't suppress it or indulge it. They study it. What value was threatened? What belief lies beneath this feeling? In this way, emotion becomes a messenger, not a master. By observing without judgment, by breathing through the rise of feeling, the Stoic creates a gap wide enough to choose. And that choice is everything. In it lies the difference between reacting like a storm and responding like the sky that holds it. People will hurt you, some by accident, some on purpose. The Stoic does not deny this truth, but they do not let it poison them. They do not repay cruelty with cruelty. Instead, they ask, what would it mean to return insult with patience? What strength would it take to stay kind in the face of contempt? Forgiveness to the Stoic is not forgetting. It is releasing the burden of carrying someone else's darkness in your own chest. To forgive is to unclench the fist around your heart, and in doing so, reclaim your peace. Reputation is fragile. Character is forever. The Stoic is not guided by public opinion. They are not swayed by applause or stung by silence. They do what is right, not what is popular, because they understand that fame can vanish, that admiration is fickle, that 100 voices praising you today can curse you tomorrow. But the quiet voice inside, the one that knows whether you lived with courage, integrity, and truth, that voice stays with you always. And it is the only judge you answer to in the end. Suffering is not always a punishment. Sometimes it's a teacher. The Stoic does not run from pain. They sit with it. They ask, what are you here to show me? In grief, they find the depth of love. In failure, the path to growth. In illness, the clarity of what truly matters. Pain sharpens. Pain humbles. Pain strips away what is unnecessary. And in what remains, the Stoic sees something pure, something unshakable, a core of being that is not afraid to be broken because it knows it can heal. Discipline is a form of self-respect. The Stoic doesn't wait to feel like doing what needs to be done. They do it because they said they would. They train the body, not out of vanity, but because it is the vessel through which virtue is lived. They rise early, not because they enjoy fatigue, but because they value stillness before the world awakens. They keep promises to themselves, not for show, but because self-trust is the foundation of freedom. Discipline is not about punishment. It is about alignment, living in a way that reflects your deepest values. And nothing is more satisfying than becoming the person you promised yourself you'd be. You will lose things. You will lose people. You will lose parts of yourself you thought were permanent. The Stoic grieves, but they do not despair. They accept impermanence as part of nature. All things are lent, not given. Your body, your wealth, your relationships, even your time. So they hold everything with open hands. They love deeply, knowing love includes the risk of loss. They live fully, knowing no moment repeats. This awareness doesn't lead to detachment, it leads to gratitude. Every breath becomes a gift. Every goodbye a chance to say what matters. Every moment, a reminder. Nothing is owed. Everything is enough. You cannot escape yourself. No matter where you go, you carry your mind with you. The Stoic does not seek peace in a change of scenery, but in a change of perspective. They tend to the inner garden. They clear weeds of envy, resentment, vanity. They water the roots of clarity, compassion, and courage, so that wherever they are, amid chaos or calm, they remain whole. Because they know that true freedom is not found in escape, but in self-mastery. Not knowing is not weakness. The Stoic admits ignorance with humility. They say, I don't know without shame, because pretending to know leads to error, because the desire to appear wise often prevents real wisdom. So they ask questions. They listen more than they speak. They change their minds when shown a better way. Knowledge to the Stoic is not a trophy. It is a tool to live better, to do better, to be better. And the path to it begins with the courage to say, I still have more to learn. Time is indifferent. It moves whether you are ready or not. The Stoic doesn't beg for more of it. They use what they have with care. They cut what is trivial. They say no to what distracts. They prioritize presence over pressure. They understand it is not how much time you get that matters, but how much of yourself you give to the time you have. Live now, fully, deliberately, because the days slip through your fingers like water, and no one can hold them for you. Not everything that feels urgent is important. The Stoic does not confuse noise for necessity. They pause. They ask, is this truly worthy of my energy? They are not dragged by trends, headlines, gossip, or panic. They guard their focus like treasure, because what you give your attention to becomes your life. And in a world that pulls in every direction, choosing what not to care about may be the most powerful decision you make. There is no virtue in being busy for the sake of being busy. The Stoic does not chase constant motion. They do what needs to be done, then they rest. They don't confuse exhaustion with excellence. They don't measure worth by how little they sleep or how much they produce. They understand that rest is not laziness. It is preparation. Stillness is not idleness. It is the ground of insight. By slowing down, they see more clearly, and by honoring their limits, they sustain their strength. Adversity reveals you. The Stoic doesn't ask for hardship, but when it comes, they lean in. They see crisis as a mirror. Will I complain or adapt? Will I collapse or rise? Will I curse fate or become who I was meant to be? Difficulty does not destroy the Stoic. It sharpens them. Because they don't avoid life storms, they learn to sail through them, and each time they emerge stronger, wiser, more grounded in what cannot be shaken. There's a kind of courage that never shouts. It doesn't draw attention. It doesn't make speeches. It doesn't even need to win. It's the courage to remain steady when you are criticized unfairly, when things fall apart without warning, when the world seems to ignore your efforts. The Stoic calls this quiet strength. It's the courage to live by principle, not by outcome, to show up again and again, not because it's easy or rewarding, but because it's right. This kind of strength doesn't depend on applause. It doesn't vanish when the world forgets your name, because it never needed recognition to begin with. The mind is a garden. Thoughts are seeds. What you allow to grow, grows. What you feed, flourishes. What you ignore, shrivels. A Stoic is careful with what they water. They do not nourish fear with overthinking. They do not fertilize resentment with rumination. They do not invite self-pity to settle in. Instead, they tend to gratitude. They plant patience. They cultivate humility. Each day they ask, is my mind a place I'd want to live in? And if not, they begin to clean. There is a kind of wisdom in not reacting. Not because you don't care, but because you've learned the cost of impulsiveness. Someone insults you? Pause. You've been here before, and you know that hurt people often try to spread their fire. Why hold the flame they throw at you? You can choose not to pick it up. You can choose to remain cool, clear, composed. This doesn't make you weak. It makes you powerful, because the one who controls themselves is stronger than the one who controls others. You will be misunderstood. You will be judged unfairly. Your intentions will be questioned, your words twisted, your silence criticized. A Stoic learns to live with this. They don't need everyone to get them. They don't beg for clarity where none is offered. They don't chase approval like a thirsty child. They stay centered. They remain kind. They trust that time reveals all things. What matters most is not being seen clearly, but being clear with yourself. Imagine your life as a fire. Some days it blazes, other days it flickers, but each day you must tend it. The Stoic doesn't wait for motivation. They don't hope inspiration strikes. They show up to their life with consistency, like a blacksmith striking the iron. They work, they reflect, they improve, they endure. Progress is not measured in leaps. It is measured in daily returns, quiet repetitions, invisible victories, and over time, these invisible victories become unshakable strength. Not all desires are worth your energy. The Stoic separates what is up to them from what is not. They want peace, not perfection. They want character, not comfort. They want to be free, not indulged. This means letting go of chasing what lies beyond their control. Other people's opinions, fame, wealth, even outcomes. It's not that they don't care. It's that they care more about their response than the result. They care more about their effort than applause. They care more about being just than being praised. When faced with insult, the Stoic doesn't rush to defend their pride. They examine it. Why does this touch me? What fear lives beneath this sting? The world will always offer tests. People who mock, dismiss, belittle. But these are not your real opponents. Your opponent is your reaction, your weakness, your ego. And once you see that, you stop playing their game. You no longer hand over your peace, just because someone else lost theirs. A Stoic's day is not filled with grandeur. It is filled with practice. Waking up early, greeting the morning with silence, setting intentions, meeting frustration with breath, choosing words with care, walking with awareness, listening more than speaking. These things do not look heroic, but they build the kind of person who is. In a world addicted to spectacle, the Stoic values substance, not the noise of performance, but the quiet dignity of discipline. Envy is a form of blindness, keeps you staring at someone else's path, while neglecting your own. A Stoic sees envy for what it is, a misdirection of attention, a failure to appreciate the full picture, a desire for the result without the pain behind it. You see their victory, but not the nights they doubted themselves. You see their wealth, but not the sacrifices they made. The Stoic returns the gaze inward. What is mine to do? Where can I grow today? That is the only comparison that brings peace. Fate is not the enemy. It is the partner you dance with. You do not control what cards you're dealt, only how you play them. The Stoic accepts what comes, not because they like it, but because they know that resistance adds suffering. Life brings joy, accept it. Life brings loss, face it. Life brings delay, wait with grace. Life brings pain, endure with courage. This is not resignation. This is power. To say, I did not choose this, but I will meet it with honor, is to live in freedom no matter the outcome. There are days when nothing seems to move, when effort feels pointless, when meaning hides itself. The Stoic keeps going anyway, because they are not driven by mood, but by mission. They don't need the wind to sail. They row. They don't need applause to act. They move quietly. They don't need perfect conditions to begin. They begin and make the conditions serve them. This steadiness, this refusal to abandon the path, this is what makes them different. And in time, it's what makes them unbreakable. Nature is your guide. Look at the tree. It grows patiently, quietly, slowly. It doesn't rush. It doesn't compare. It doesn't demand. It simply becomes itself, rooted, steady, reaching toward the light. Look at the river. It flows around obstacles. It doesn't argue with rocks. It adapts, it bends, it finds a way. A Stoic lives like this, not by resisting what is, but by aligning with what's real, in harmony with nature, with time, with truth. They don't impose their will on life. They meet life and respond in kind. Some truths are simple but not easy. You can't have growth without discomfort. You can't have wisdom without humility. You can't have peace while clinging to control. You can't be free if you're ruled by impulse. You can't become whole while avoiding pain. The Stoic knows this, and instead of resisting these truths, they embrace them, not because they enjoy suffering, but because they've seen where avoidance leads. They've seen what happens when people run from reality. So they choose the harder path, the one of truth, discipline, courage. Not because it's easy, but because it's right. You're not responsible for the chaos in the world, but you are responsible for how you meet it. And in that space between stimulus and response lies your power. The Stoic stands in that space and builds a life worthy of respect. Not flashy, not loud, but steady and strong, because that's what virtue looks like, because that's what freedom really is. Pain is not your enemy. It is a teacher, one with harsh methods, but honest intentions. A Stoic doesn't seek pain, but when it arrives, they don't flinch. They don't rush to numb it. They don't distract themselves with noise or drown it in shallow pleasures. They sit with it. They breathe with it. They listen to what it has to say, because pain, unlike comfort, forces you to stop pretending. It shows you what truly matters. It strips away the excess. It asks, what are you building that can survive this? And more importantly, who are you becoming in the face of this? Growth without pain is like light without shadow, incomplete. So the Stoic does not curse the wound. They use it as a mirror, a sharpening stone, a gate. Through it, they step closer to clarity. To be still is not to be passive. Stillness is not apathy. It is not detachment from life. It is not silence born of fear. It is not retreat. True stillness is presence, depth, awareness. It is choosing, in a frantic world, not to be pulled into every disturbance, not to answer every demand, not to fight every battle. It's standing in the center of the storm and choosing where your attention goes. When others rush, you observe. When others react, you breathe. When others demand noise, you cultivate silence. This is the power of a calm mind. Not that it avoids difficulty, but that it meets it with groundedness. Stillness is a choice, one that can only be made from within. You will be wrong, often. You will make poor decisions, say things you regret, hurt people without meaning to, fail to live up to your own standards. The Stoic doesn't deny this. They expect it. They even welcome it, because every mistake is an invitation to begin again, wiser, to admit fault without defensiveness, to repair damage without shame, to learn without ego. They know that pride makes poor armor, and that the refusal to be corrected is a path to decay. So they humble themselves before truth. They don't cling to being right. They cling to being better. Most of what you fear will never happen, and most of what does happen will not break you. The Stoic doesn't waste life on imagined catastrophes. They rehearse adversity, not to dwell in dread, but to free themselves from surprise. They say, let me consider the worst, not to invite it, but to strip it of power. If I lose what I love, can I still live honorably? If I fail, can I still rise? If I'm mocked, rejected, misunderstood, can I still walk with dignity? By facing these questions head-on, they lessen fear's grip, because fear is strongest in the unknown. Once named, once held in the light, it begins to shrink. You may not control the future, but you can control your readiness to meet it. Fame is wind, praise is smoke. The Stoic isn't seduced by admiration. They know that what is loved today may be forgotten tomorrow. that crowds are fickle, that reputation is built on perception, not substance. They live for something deeper than applause. They ask, if no one were watching, would I still act this way? Would I still be generous if it brought no recognition? Would I still be just if it cost me influence? Would I still speak the truth if it led to isolation? The Stoic doesn't perform. They live by inner compass, because the approval of others is a shadow. But integrity is a flame, and the flame must be fed, even in solitude. Every argument is an opportunity to practice peace. You do not have to respond to every slight. You do not have to win every debate. You do not have to defend your ego at every turn. The Stoic listens more than they speak. They weigh their words. They ask themselves, is this necessary? Is this kind? Is this useful? Sometimes the wisest answer is silence. Sometimes dignity means walking away, not because you're weak, but because you're no longer enslaved to proving yourself. To those who argue for sport, the Stoic offers no opponent. To those who shout to feel powerful, the Stoic answers with presence. Power is not loud. It is not forceful. True power is restraint. Not all suffering is chosen, but much of it is prolonged. The Stoic observes how we hold onto pain longer than it holds onto us. How we revisit old wounds as if they still define us. How we rehearse offenses long after they've passed. Forgiveness, in Stoicism, is not about denying harm. It's about ending the cycle of harm within yourself. It is saying what happened hurt, but I will not carry it further. I will not build a home out of my grievance. I will not let someone else's behavior shape who I become. Forgiveness is freedom, not for the offender but for you. And the Stoic chooses freedom again and again. Gratitude is not a mood. It is a muscle. You strengthen it by use. The Stoic practices gratitude not only when life is kind, but especially when life is difficult. They give thanks not for suffering but for the strength to bear it. Not for comfort but for clarity. Not for perfection but for presence. Not for what is easy but for what teaches. Each morning, they reflect. What do I have now that I once wished for? What do I still take for granted? And in that reflection, they return to wholeness. Because nothing is too small for gratitude. Not a breath, not a sunrise, not a moment of peace between storms. Life is not owed to you. Each moment is alone. The Stoic remembers this. So they don't postpone living for some future ideal. They don't wait until everything is in order to begin being present. They don't treat today as disposable. They live now, speak now, love now, act now, because the future is not promised, and the past cannot be changed. But the present, this heartbeat, this breath, this second, is the only place where life is real. A Stoic does not waste it. Emotions are not enemies. They are messengers. But the Stoic knows that messages can be misread. That feelings, while powerful, are not always accurate. That desire can lie. That fear can exaggerate. That anger can distort. So they pause. Not to suppress emotion, but to examine it. What is this feeling trying to tell me? Where is it coming from? What story am I telling myself? They let the emotion rise, but they do not let it steer the ship. Because emotion may visit the house, but reason holds the keys. No one can take your peace. They can insult you, challenge you, wrong you, but they cannot dictate your response. That power is yours. The Stoic guards that power like a sacred flame, not because they are indifferent, but because they've learned that reaction gives away control. That outrage often burns more than it illuminates. That revenge never heals. That peace must be chosen again and again. And so they return to breath, to principle, to stillness, because that's where their freedom lives. Not in what happens, but in how they meet it. And this, above all, is the Stoic path. To walk the world not as one who demands it to be kind, but as one who learns how to remain kind, even when the world is not. There is a quiet strength in accepting your limitations. Not the kind that resigns or surrenders, but the kind that acknowledges reality with clear eyes. When you understand what lies within your power and what does not, you cease to waste energy on impossible battles. This clarity is not defeat. It is liberation. You stop grasping at illusions and start engaging fully with what is. Imagine a tree bending with the wind rather than fighting it. The Stoic learns to be that tree, not rigid, not brittle, but resilient and flexible. This flexibility is born from knowing where to stand firm and where to yield. In life, you will face moments when your control ends, and your only choice is how to respond. Meet those moments not with frustration, but with the calm of one who has practiced surrender. Not surrender to failure, but surrender to reality. And in that surrender, find your true power. Desires often mask themselves as needs. We want approval, success, comfort, love. Yet, how many of these are truly essential? The Stoic examines every desire carefully, asking, is this necessary for a good life? Or is it an unnecessary craving, pulling me away from peace? When you learn to distinguish between what you want and what you truly need, you reclaim freedom. No longer are you a slave to fleeting pleasures or societal expectations. Instead, you focus on what builds your character, what fosters wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance. Because a life well lived is not about having everything, but about needing little. Comparison is a thief, steals joy, peace, and self-respect. When you look at others and measure your worth against theirs, you set yourself on a path of endless dissatisfaction. The Stoic turns inward. They measure progress not by the world's standards, but by their own. Every day, every moment is a chance to be better than yesterday, not better than someone else. This inward gaze brings contentment. It dissolves envy. It fuels a quiet confidence that does not seek validation outside. Imagine a garden where each plant grows in its own season, its own way. The Stoic tends their own garden, knowing that it will flourish without comparison. Time is the most precious thing you possess. Yet, it slips away unnoticed, squandered on trivial matters, distractions, or regrets. The Stoic holds time sacred. They remember that once a moment is gone, it cannot be reclaimed. They approach each day with intention, choosing how to spend their hours wisely. Because time, unlike possessions or status, is truly irreplaceable. When you live aware of time's value, small annoyances lose their weight. Petty conflicts fade. You become focused on what matters deeply. Your attention sharpens, and your life gains depth. Anger is often the voice of unmet expectations. When the world does not conform to how we think it should be, irritation rises. The Stoic learns to catch anger early, to recognize its signs before it becomes destructive. They pause, they breathe, they remind themselves, this event is indifferent. How I respond is my choice. Instead of reacting, they reflect. They ask, is this worth my peace? Because anger consumes energy and clouds judgment, and a Stoic chooses clarity over chaos. By transforming anger into calm observation, they keep their mind clear and their spirit steady. You are not your possessions, nor your status, nor your reputation. These things are external, fragile, and often beyond your control. The Stoic roots identity in the soul, your character, your virtues, your reasoned choices. This identity cannot be taken or lost. When you place your worth on external things, you become vulnerable to every shift in fortune. But when you ground yourself internally, you build a fortress. The world may crumble, but inside, you remain whole. This is the source of true security. Challenges are invitations disguised as obstacles. When faced with difficulty, the Stoic does not see a barrier but a test, an opportunity to exercise patience, courage, resilience. The trials of life are like weights for the soul, strengthening it through resistance. The more you embrace challenges, the less you fear them, because each struggle is a lesson in endurance, a step towards wisdom. So instead of turning away from hardship, lean into it with curiosity. Ask, what can this teach me? How can this make me stronger? In this way, adversity becomes a friend, not a foe. Freedom is found not in external circumstances, but in the mastery of yourself. The Stoic understands that no one can enslave your mind unless you allow it. No event, no insult, No loss can imprison your inner freedom without your consent. This freedom is the highest good. It is the power to choose your thoughts, your attitudes, your actions, to rise above fate's whims and remain grounded. And with this freedom comes responsibility. To live deliberately, to act with virtue, to accept what cannot be changed. This is the true measure of a free person. Attachment to outcomes is the root of suffering. When you tie your happiness to success, approval, or material gain, you set yourself up for disappointment. The Stoic cultivates detachment, not indifference, but a balanced love. They care deeply about their actions and intentions, but not about the fruits of their labor. They do their best and then let go. They understand that some things are beyond control. This release lightens the heart. It opens space for peace. You become like a river flowing steadily, unblocked by obstacles, accepting all that comes. Kindness is strength. Gentleness is not weakness. The Stoic embraces compassion as a virtue. They treat others with fairness and understanding, recognizing that everyone is fighting their own battles. Even when wronged, they respond without malice. Because cruelty is a poison that harms the giver more than the receiver. By practicing kindness, the Stoic nurtures their own soul. They build connections, create harmony, and become a force for good in the world. To judge is human. To pause before judgment is wisdom. The Stoic recognizes the habit of rushing to conclusions, fueled by emotion or prejudice. Instead, they practice patience. They withhold harsh judgments until facts are clear. They remind themselves that people act based on their knowledge and experiences, which may be limited. This approach fosters empathy. It dissolves conflict. It opens the door to understanding. In this, you find peace because you are no longer captive to impulsive reactions. Simplicity is a path to clarity. The Stoic strips life of excess, not to deny pleasure, but to avoid distraction. They focus on essentials. By reducing wants, they increase freedom. They free themselves from the endless chase for more. They find contentment in little, a simple meal, a moment of quiet, a clear conscience. In simplicity, there is space. Space for reflection, for gratitude, for peace. Trust your reason, but listen to your heart. Stoicism is not cold logic. It is the harmonious balance between mind and spirit. Reason guides you to what is right and just. The heart reveals what is meaningful and true. Together, they lead you to a life aligned with your nature. Don't suppress your feelings. Don't ignore your intellect. Bring both into dialogue. In this unity, you discover your path. The past is a story told. You can't rewrite it, but you can choose how to remember it. The Stoic doesn't cling to past failures or grievances. They see them as chapters, not the whole book. They learn from history without being trapped by it. Because freedom lies in the present, where every moment offers a new beginning. The future is open, shaped by your actions now. This perspective frees you from regret and worry. It invites you to live fully here and now. Humor is a balm for the soul. The Stoic appreciates laughter not as frivolity, but as perspective. To see life's absurdities without despair. To meet difficulty with lightness. To remember that we are all imperfect beings in a vast, unpredictable world. Laughter connects us to our shared humanity. It softens harshness. It restores balance. Don't take yourself too seriously. Smile at the chaos, and keep moving forward with grace. Each day is a canvas. You are the artist. The Stoic chooses to paint with patience, courage, wisdom, and kindness. Mistakes will happen, brushstrokes may be imperfect, but the masterpiece emerges through persistence, through mindful creation, through living intentionally. So meet each dawn as an opportunity to live with purpose, to act with virtue, to become who you are meant to be. And with each stroke, you move closer to a life well lived. Breathe. Inhale presence. Exhale tension. Return again and again to this simple act. Because no matter the storm outside, this moment of breath is yours. A quiet sanctuary. A reminder of your power to be still. To be here. To be. This is the heart of Stoicism. And in this stillness, all wisdom begins. There's a certain peace that comes from embracing impermanence, the deep understanding that everything you hold dear is, by nature, fleeting. Stones erode, rivers change course, even the mightiest trees eventually fall. To resist this truth is to suffer unnecessary pain. The Stoic, however, looks at impermanence not as a source of fear, but as a teacher of gratitude. Each moment becomes precious precisely because it will not last forever. The smile of a loved one, the warmth of sunlight, the sound of rain, all are treasures because they are transient. This awareness invites you to savor the present, not as a rehearsal for something better to come, but as the fullness of life itself. It softens the grip of attachment and opens your heart to acceptance. Imagine for a moment that your mind is like a garden. Thoughts are the seeds, emotions the weather, and your attention the gardener's hand. What will you choose to cultivate? Will you nourish weeds of anger and resentment, or tend the blooms of compassion and understanding? The Stoic teaches that while you cannot always control which seeds are planted, some thoughts and feelings arise spontaneously. You can control how you respond to them. Will you water them with attention, or pull them out before they take root? Through this mindful tending, the garden of your mind becomes a place of calm and clarity. It offers shelter from the storms of life, a refuge where reason and virtue grow strong. The world is often unpredictable, even chaotic. Plans unravel, people disappoint, events take unexpected turns. Yet, within this flux, the Stoic finds a constant, the ability to choose one's attitude. You cannot dictate the winds, but you can set your sails. This choice, this freedom of inner direction, is the true power you hold. It is the anchor in any storm. By practicing this, you cultivate resilience, not as a brittle endurance, but as a flexible strength that bends and flows without breaking. In this way, challenges become less like punishments and more like invitations to grow. There's a profound humility in recognizing how small we are within the vastness of the cosmos. Our lives are brief flashes in the unfolding of time, yet within this briefness lies the opportunity for greatness, not in fame or fortune, but in the quality of our character. The Stoic invites you to embrace this humility, not as a diminishment but as liberation from ego's tyranny. When you stop striving to be greater than others and instead strive to be better than your past self, you open the door to genuine progress. This perspective frees you from the exhausting race for external validation and grounds you in the quiet dignity of self-improvement. Consider the idea of control again, not just what is in your power, but what you willingly let influence you. Many people hand over their peace to opinions, rumors, or the fleeting moods of those around them. The Stoic holds this as an act of surrender too. Instead, they cultivate an inner fortress where judgments and emotions can be observed, questioned, and if necessary, redirected. This internal sovereignty means that external chaos need not become internal turmoil. You decide what enters your mind, what stays, and what you release. This mastery over attention shapes the quality of your entire experience. Gratitude, often overlooked, is a profound practice in Stoicism. Not a superficial listing of blessings, but a deep appreciation for existence itself. To be alive, to breathe, to have the capacity to choose your response. These are gifts. When you cultivate gratitude, even hardship becomes meaningful. It shifts your gaze from what is lacking to what is present. It quiets the restless mind and fills the heart with contentment. Gratitude is a lens that transforms ordinary moments into extraordinary ones. Patience is not mere waiting. It is a form of strength. It means standing firm without frustration, enduring difficulty without bitterness. The Stoic sees patience as an active virtue, a conscious decision to accept the timing of events beyond one's control. It is the steady flame that keeps burning when the winds howl. Practicing patience deepens your trust in life's unfolding and reduces the suffering caused by resistance. You learn to move with time rather than against it. Judgment clouds perception. When you label people or situations as good or bad, right or wrong, you often limit your understanding. The Stoic teaches to observe without immediate judgment. See things as they are, not as you wish them to be. This clear vision reduces conflict and brings peace. By suspending quick conclusions, you open space for empathy and wisdom. You allow reality to show itself in full complexity, rather than through the narrow lens of bias. True courage is quiet. It does not boast or demand recognition. It is the willingness to face what must be faced, to act rightly even when afraid or uncertain. The Stoic admires this courage, a steadfastness rooted in principle, not impulse. This courage sustains you in moments when giving up seems easier. It is the inner strength that fuels perseverance and integrity. You are part of a larger whole. Each person, each action, is a thread woven into the fabric of existence. The Stoic acknowledges this interconnectedness and acts accordingly. They recognize that what harms others harms themselves, and what benefits others benefits the whole. This perspective encourages responsibility, kindness, and justice. It invites you to live with awareness of your place in the web of life. By doing so, you find meaning beyond yourself. Suffering is inevitable, but misery is optional. Pain may visit the body or mind, but how you meet it shapes your experience. The Stoic teaches that suffering can be a teacher, a path to growth. By facing pain with courage and understanding, you transform it from enemy to ally. This does not mean denying suffering, but embracing it with dignity. It means choosing not to add layers of despair or resentment. Instead, you respond with reasoned acceptance and hope. Control your desires before they control you. The Stoic warns against chasing pleasures that enslave rather than liberate. Excess and indulgence often lead to dependence, disappointment, and distraction from what truly matters. By moderating desires, you free yourself from their grip. This discipline creates space for deeper joys rooted in virtue and meaning. You cultivate satisfaction that does not fade, anchored in the steady foundation of self-mastery. The mind is like a sculptor shaping clay. With every thought, you form the shape of your character. The Stoic practices mindful thought, choosing carefully what to nurture. Negative thoughts, like anger or jealousy, deform the soul. Positive thoughts, like compassion and wisdom, refine it. Through daily effort, you sculpt a life of beauty and strength. Your inner work is the masterpiece. Look upon obstacles as opportunities. When plans are blocked, when difficulties arise, the Stoic sees not defeat but chance. Chance to practice patience, to cultivate creativity, to demonstrate resilience. Obstacles are the raw material of growth. They strip away complacency and push you toward your potential. Embracing obstacles turns hardship into progress, transforms suffering into strength. Simplicity in speech is a virtue. The Stoic values clear, honest communication. Avoiding gossip, exaggeration, and empty words preserves integrity. Speak with purpose, with kindness, with truth. Words shape relationships and self-perception. Choose them as carefully as you choose actions. Death is not to be feared. It is a natural part of life's cycle. The Stoic contemplates mortality not with dread, but with acceptance. This awareness encourages living fully and authentically. It reminds you to value time and to act with purpose. By making peace with death, you liberate yourself from anxiety and grasping. You learn to treasure life, moment by moment. Virtue is its own reward. The Stoic lives by principles, not for applause or reward. Right action is fulfilling in itself. This internal motivation is steady and reliable, unlike fleeting external praise. By aligning with virtue, you build a life of dignity and honor. You rest in the knowledge that you have acted well, regardless of outcome. Practice silence. In the quiet, you hear your true self. The Stoic values moments of stillness to reflect and reset. Silence calms the mind, deepens insight, and strengthens will. Amidst noise and distraction, silence is a refuge. Seek it often. Expect change. Nothing stays the same. By anticipating change, you prepare yourself mentally and emotionally. You become adaptable. This reduces suffering when the inevitable happens. Change becomes part of life's rhythm rather than a disruption. Accepting change is freedom. Your role is to act well, not to control results. The Stoic focuses on effort, not outcome. You plant seeds, water the soil, but cannot command the weather. Do your part fully and with integrity. Let go of attachment to results. This releases anxiety and disappointment. Honor reason as your guide. Emotions are important, but reason directs them toward good. The Stoic nurtures rational thought to navigate life's complexities. By cultivating clear thinking, you make wise choices. Reason helps balance passion with prudence. Let go of complaints. They drain energy and focus from what you can do. Instead, channel attention to action. Complaining keeps you stuck. Acting moves you forward. The Stoic cultivates acceptance coupled with initiative. Live in harmony with nature. This means recognizing your place in the natural order. Acting according to reason, kindness, and justice. Respecting the world around you as part of yourself. Harmony brings peace and balance. Be mindful of beginnings and endings. Each day is a new chance. Each action a fresh start. Each moment an opportunity to reset. Recognize endings as natural transitions, not failures. This mindset fosters hope and renewal. Remember, happiness comes from within, not from possessions, achievements, or external approval. Happiness is a state of mind cultivated by virtue, reason, and acceptance. Seek it inside, and it will endure despite circumstances. In all things, seek moderation. Excess leads to imbalance and suffering. Temperance in desires, speech, and action creates steadiness. This steadiness is the foundation of tranquility. Finally, remember, you are the architect of your soul. Every choice shapes who you are. Live intentionally, live virtuously, live with courage and wisdom. This is the Stoic way. There is a quiet power in embracing what the Stoics call amor fati, the love of fate. This isn't merely resigning yourself to what happens, but deeply welcoming life's twists and turns as necessary parts of your journey. When you meet every moment, every challenge, every joy and sorrow, with acceptance and even gratitude, you transform your experience. You cease resisting the river's current and instead learn to swim with it, finding strength in surrender. This mindset shifts your relationship with difficulty. Instead of seeing hardship as punishment or misfortune, you begin to see it as the very texture of life, the means through which growth and understanding arise. The Stoic soul delights in this harmony with the world's unfolding, recognizing that everything that comes your way has a role in your formation. Consider the way you perceive others. The Stoics remind us that everyone acts according to what they believe to be good. Even when people cause harm or frustration, their actions arise from their own perceptions, fears, and desires. This recognition invites compassion, not pity or indulgence, but an understanding that judgment is often clouded by ignorance or circumstance. When someone wrongs you, instead of reacting with anger or bitterness, pause. See that their misstep is a reflection of their own inner turmoil, not your worth. This detachment from personal offense creates space for patience and forgiveness, freeing you from the burden of resentment. Notice the habit of seeking external approval. In modern life, it's easy to become captive to likes, comments, titles, or applause. Yet, the Stoics warn that such approval is a fragile and unreliable foundation for self-worth. When your value depends on the shifting opinions of others, you live at their mercy. True worth springs from within, from living in alignment with your values and acting with integrity regardless of who watches or praises. This internal compass provides a steady direction, one that no external circumstance can undermine. Your time is your most precious possession. It cannot be earned, saved, or reclaimed once lost. The Stoics teach that to waste time is to waste life itself. Each moment spent in distraction or triviality is a moment you will never regain. This awareness calls you to intentionality. Be mindful of where your attention goes and how you spend your days. Prioritize what truly matters: growth, relationships, purpose, and let go of what merely fills space or numbs discomfort. Reflection is a daily necessity. The Stoics practiced self-examination every evening, reviewing their actions and thoughts. This habit is not self-criticism, but an honest appraisal that leads to learning and improvement. You might ask yourself, did I act with virtue today? Did I allow negative emotions to control me? What can I do differently tomorrow? This practice builds self-awareness and accountability, fostering steady progress without harsh judgment. It's natural to desire comfort, yet true tranquility often lies beyond comfort zones. The Stoics remind us that growth requires discomfort, whether in facing fears, enduring hardships, or challenging old patterns. When you lean into discomfort rather than flee, you build resilience. You discover depths of strength and capacity previously hidden. This willingness to endure is not about seeking suffering, but about embracing reality fully, with courage and grace. Consider the idea of sympathia, the interconnectedness of all things. Nothing exists in isolation. Each action ripples outward, affecting others and the whole. With this in mind, your choices carry weight beyond your immediate experience. Your kindness, honesty, and fairness contribute to the well-being of the community. Living with this awareness nurtures responsibility and empathy, reminding you that your life is part of a greater story. Freedom is often misunderstood as the ability to do whatever one wishes. The Stoics define true freedom as mastery over oneself, freedom from destructive passions, irrational fears, and impulsive desires. This inner freedom is far more valuable and lasting than external liberty. It means acting according to reason, choosing virtue over vice, and maintaining equanimity regardless of circumstance. In this way, you become unshaken by fortune's changing winds. It's helpful to distinguish between what truly belongs to you and what does not. Your opinions, desires, and actions are within your control. Your reputation, health, and possessions are not entirely so. When you cling to things outside your control, you set yourself up for disappointment. By focusing on what you can govern, your mind and behavior, you build a fortress of stability. This clarity brings peace and lessens anxiety. The present moment is all you have. Dwelling on the past or worrying about the future drains your energy and obscures your clarity. The Stoics emphasize living fully in the now, engaging with each experience attentively and intentionally. This presence enriches your life and aligns you with reality as it unfolds. Accept that pain and pleasure are fleeting. Neither defines you. Do not cling to pleasure nor recoil from pain. Both are temporary states passing through your awareness. By holding this perspective, you cultivate balance and avoid being tossed about by emotional tides. Practice humility regularly. No matter your achievements, remember that the world is vast and complex. Your understanding is always partial, your control limited. Humility opens you to learning, to correction, and to deeper wisdom. Keeps arrogance at bay and invites connection. Cherish your reason. It is your greatest tool for navigating life's complexities. Train it through reading, reflection, and dialogue. Use it to question impulses and guide choices. Reason connects you to the universal order and grounds your actions in wisdom. Avoid being a slave to opinion. Public opinion is often fickle and uninformed. Do not surrender your judgment or peace to the crowd's noise. Stand firm in your principles and discernment. This strength guards your integrity and sanity. Remember that all things change and end, including you. This knowledge should not terrify but inspire urgency and appreciation. Live as though today matters because it does. This perspective fuels meaningful action and deep presence. Be generous with others, not only in material ways but in spirit. Offer kindness, patience, and understanding freely. Generosity strengthens bonds and reflects the Stoic ideal of community. It enriches both giver and receiver. Recognize that anger is often a choice. It usually arises from thwarted desires or judgments about what should be. By examining these impulses, you can let anger pass without acting on it. This control preserves peace and relationships. Practice detachment from outcomes. Your responsibility is in your effort, not in the result. Results depend on many factors beyond your influence. This detachment lessens frustration and promotes equanimity. When facing criticism, listen carefully. Consider whether it holds truth. If it does, use it to improve. If not, let it go without offense. This openness leads to growth and resilience. Embrace self-sufficiency. While relationships and community matter, cultivate an inner source of strength and contentment. This does not mean isolation, but rather a solid core that is not shaken by external conditions. Self-sufficiency fosters freedom and confidence. Avoid procrastination. Time lost is never regained. Act with purpose and discipline. This creates momentum and reduces regret. The Stoic values action aligned with reason, not delay born of fear or laziness. See beauty in the ordinary. The world is filled with wonders if you choose to notice. A simple breath, a bird song, a kind smile. Gratitude for these small things nourishes joy and presence. Recognize the power of habit. Your daily routines shape your character. Create habits that reflect your values: honesty, courage, temperance. Over time, these habits become the foundation of your life. Practice forgiveness, both of others and yourself. Holding on to grudges poisons your peace. Forgiveness releases the past and opens space for healing. It is a gift you give yourself more than anyone else. Keep your desires in check. Chasing endless wants leads to dissatisfaction. Learn to be content with enough. Contentment is a cornerstone of tranquility. Value friendship. True friends support your growth and hold you accountable. They provide companionship in life's journey. Nurture these bonds with care and honesty. Accept that you will err. Mistakes are part of learning. Own them, learn, and move forward without shame. This resilience builds wisdom and humility. Avoid envy. Poisons your joy and clouds your vision. Focus on your path and progress. Celebrate others without comparison. Remember, happiness is found not in things but in the way you perceive and respond. This internal locus of control empowers you regardless of circumstance. Seek balance between action and reflection. Act when it is time to act. Pause when it is time to reflect. This harmony leads to wise and effective living. Be present with your emotions, but do not be ruled by them. Observe feelings as they arise, understanding their impermanent nature. Respond with reason rather than reaction. Practice courage in everyday decisions. Small acts of bravery build inner strength. Face discomfort and uncertainty with steady resolve. Finally, live each day as a whole life. Do not compartmentalize virtue, kindness, and reason. Let them flow through every moment, every choice, every interaction. This is the Stoic path, an ongoing, vibrant practice of living well. There is a profound freedom that arises when you let go of the desire to control how others see you. The Stoics teach that your reputation is not truly yours to command. It depends on the judgments and opinions of others, which are often fickle and shallow. By detaching your sense of worth from the approval of strangers or acquaintances, you reclaim your power. Instead of bending to the expectations of the crowd, you orient yourself toward what you can control, your own intentions and actions. This clarity brings peace because you no longer live as a prisoner to public opinion, but as a sovereign of your own mind. In the quiet moments when frustration or disappointment arises, the Stoics would invite you to pause and remember the impermanence of all things. Everything changes: your situation, your feelings, even the people around you. This truth is not meant to instill despair, but to soften the grip of attachment. When you recognize that every joy and every trial is transient, you learn to hold them lightly, savoring the good without clinging and enduring the bad without surrender. This balance nurtures resilience and equanimity. Your mind often races toward the future, imagining what might go wrong or right. Stoicism teaches you to tether yourself to the present moment, where life actually unfolds. The future is a realm of uncertainty and speculation, neither fully yours nor completely knowable. When you focus on what you can do now, what choices, what thoughts, what actions, you cultivate effectiveness and reduce anxiety. The present is a gift, the only place where effort can be made and virtue practiced. Let your attention settle here. Facing obstacles becomes an opportunity to exercise your character rather than a source of bitterness. Each challenge is like a weightlifting session for your soul, difficult but strengthening. Instead of complaining about hardship, Stoicism encourages you to greet it as a necessary condition for growth. By embracing difficulty, you grow in patience, courage, and wisdom. These are not abstract ideals but lived realities shaped through your responses to the trials you encounter. This perspective transforms suffering from something to escape into something to engage with. Consider how you speak to yourself in moments of failure or weakness. The inner dialogue can be harsh and unforgiving or gentle and instructive. The Stoics urge a compassionate self-awareness, not indulgent, but kind enough to acknowledge mistakes without shame or avoidance. This balanced approach allows you to learn and improve without being crippled by guilt. Growth is a process, and your relationship with yourself sets the tone. When anger surfaces, it's often a signal that your expectations have been violated or your sense of justice wounded. Instead of allowing anger to spiral and consume, the Stoics recommend stepping back and questioning. Is this feeling helpful? Does it reflect what is truly within my control? Often, anger arises from wanting things to be different than they are. Recognizing this disconnect opens a space to choose a different response, one rooted in acceptance and reason. Through this practice, you preserve your peace and maintain clarity. The Stoic ideal is not to suppress emotions, but to understand their source and manage their expression wisely. Emotions are natural and provide information, but unexamined, they can lead to impulsive actions. By cultivating mindfulness of your feelings, you create a pause, a moment where you can decide how best to respond. This cultivated awareness is like an inner lighthouse, guiding you through emotional storms. Freedom, as the Stoics see it, begins in the mind. True freedom is freedom from slavery to passions, fears, and external circumstances. You may not always choose what happens, but you can choose your attitude and your response. This inner autonomy is the highest form of liberty, far more secure than any political or social freedom. It anchors you amid chaos and uncertainty. The Stoics highlight the importance of community, not as a source of validation but as a field for practicing virtue. You are part of a larger whole and your actions affect others. This interconnectedness invites you to live with kindness, fairness, and responsibility. Serving others is not a burden but a fulfillment of your nature. In the simple acts of consideration and respect, you participate in the harmony of the cosmos. When confronted with praise, receive it with humility. Praise can be flattering but also misleading. It can inflate the ego or create dependence on approval. A Stoic responds to praise by reflecting on whether the praise is deserved and whether it aligns with true virtue. The goal is not to seek applause but to act rightly regardless of recognition. This steadiness fosters integrity. The fear of death is one of the most common human anxieties. The Stoics advise reflecting on death regularly, not to darken life but to illuminate it. Recognizing the inevitability of death sharpens your appreciation for life's fleeting nature. It reminds you to focus on what truly matters and to live fully in the time you have. This acceptance transforms death from an enemy into a teacher. You may find yourself attached to possessions or status. Stoicism teaches detachment from externals, not because they are evil, but because they are outside your control and can be lost at any moment. True security comes from cultivating inner virtues and wisdom, which no one can take from you. This understanding reduces fear and anxiety about loss. Practice simplicity. The Stoics valued a life free from unnecessary luxury and excess. Simplicity clears the mind and the soul, making space for what is essential. It encourages gratitude for what you have rather than longing for what you lack. This orientation fosters contentment and peace. The power of gratitude is immense. Regularly acknowledging what is good in your life shifts your perspective away from scarcity and complaint toward abundance and appreciation. Gratitude is not naive optimism, but a deliberate practice that deepens your connection to life's richness, even amid difficulties. In moments of decision, ask yourself, what would the wise and virtuous person do? This mental exercise aligns your actions with your highest self. It slows impulsivity and encourages integrity. Over time, this habit strengthens moral character and sharpens judgment. Be aware of your impulses toward pleasure and avoidance of pain. These natural drives can cloud judgment and lead to imbalance. Stoicism encourages moderation and discipline in desires, recognizing that unchecked cravings can lead to suffering. Cultivate self-control as a path to freedom. When you face criticism or misunderstanding, do not react with defensiveness or bitterness. Instead, consider the source and whether the critique holds value. If it does, use it as an opportunity to improve. If not, let it pass without harm to your peace. This stance fosters resilience and maturity. Life will sometimes feel chaotic or unfair. The Stoics teach that you cannot change external events but can change your perception of them. By reframing situations and focusing on your response, you regain power and calm. This mental flexibility is a hallmark of wisdom. Remember, your judgments shape your reality. Two people can experience the same event but interpret it very differently. By examining your beliefs about what is happening, you can transform distress into acceptance, frustration into opportunity. This awareness is liberating. Avoid wasting energy on things beyond your influence, politics, rumors, or other people's choices. Instead, focus your effort on your own growth, your relationships, and your daily conduct. This focus leads to effectiveness and serenity. Keep in mind that greatness lies not in fame or wealth, but in living according to virtue, justice, courage, temperance, and wisdom. These qualities create a life well lived and a legacy that transcends circumstance. When you feel overwhelmed, return to your breath. The simple act of mindful breathing centers your awareness, calms agitation, and reconnects you to the present. This practice grounds you amidst turmoil. Cherish your ability to reason and reflect. These faculties are gifts that allow you to rise above instinct and habit. Nurture them through reading, dialogue, and contemplation. Let go of the need for constant stimulation or distraction. Silence and solitude are not emptiness but spaces where insight and peace grow. Embrace moments of quiet to reconnect with yourself. Act with purpose rather than habit. Too often, life becomes a series of automatic responses. The Stoic encourages waking up to each moment, making conscious choices aligned with your values. Practice kindness without expectation. True generosity flows freely, without calculation or desire for reward. This practice enriches both giver and receiver. Accept that sometimes you will fail to live up to your ideals. This is part of being human. What matters is your commitment to return, learn, and strive again. Remember that your life is a story unfolding moment by moment. You are both author and actor. Choose your narrative with intention and courage. Find joy in doing what is right, not in external achievements or outcomes. This inner delight is steady and unshakable. Lastly, recognize that Stoicism is not about perfection but progress. An ongoing journey of becoming more resilient, wise, and compassionate. Each day offers a new opportunity to practice, to grow, to live fully. In this way, the philosophy becomes not just a set of ideas but a living, breathing way of being. There is a quiet strength in embracing the limits of what you can know. Often, we act as if we must have certainty about everything before moving forward, certainty about outcomes, about others' intentions, about the path ahead. The Stoics invite you to accept that uncertainty is part of life's fabric. Instead of fearing the unknown, treat it as fertile ground for courage and curiosity. When you relinquish the illusion of complete control or knowledge, you open yourself to respond with flexibility and wisdom. This acceptance nurtures a calm readiness rather than restless anxiety. Notice how often the mind clings to stories that make you feel either victim or hero. These narratives, while compelling, can distort your experience and cloud your judgment. Stoicism encourages you to step back from these dramatic tales and see events as they are, simple facts, without exaggeration or blame. This practice of seeing clearly frees you from unnecessary suffering created by your own mental fabrications. It allows you to act from clarity rather than from emotional turmoil. When difficulties arise, consider the opportunity to practice patience. Patience is not passive waiting but active endurance, a willingness to bear discomfort without surrendering your composure or values. In a world that often demands instant gratification and quick fixes, cultivating patience is an act of rebellion and wisdom. It builds your inner reservoir of strength, allowing you to meet life's inevitable challenges without breaking. There is also a profound lesson in humility. Humility is not about devaluing yourself, but about recognizing your place in the vast order of things. It's an acknowledgement that your knowledge, power, and lifespan are limited, This awareness encourages openness to learning, to correction, and to the views of others. Humility softens arrogance and defensiveness, replacing them with receptivity and growth. The Stoics remind you that every moment offers a chance to practice virtue. Even the smallest actions, how you speak to someone, how you handle frustration, how you show kindness, contribute to the quality of your character. There is no act too minor to be meaningful. This perspective shifts your attention from grand achievements to daily habits, making the pursuit of excellence accessible and continuous. In moments of sorrow or loss, the temptation is often to withdraw or become bitter. Stoicism offers a different path, one of acceptance and purposeful grief. To mourn without becoming overwhelmed is to honor what was lost while continuing to live fully. This balance is delicate but vital. It requires presence with your pain and the willingness to let it move through you without defining you. The idea of living according to nature appears often in Stoic thought. This means aligning your life with reason, with the reality of your human condition, and with the larger world around you. Living according to nature is not surrendering to fate passively but acting with integrity and awareness within the circumstances given. It calls you to accept the natural flow of life cycles, including growth, decay, and renewal. When anger or frustration threaten to take hold, remind yourself that these emotions often arise from unmet expectations. By adjusting expectations to align more closely with reality, you reduce the fuel for negative emotions. This doesn't mean lowering your standards, but cultivating realistic acceptance. When you expect less from what is outside your control, you free energy to invest in what you can influence. Consider the power of choice in how you direct your attention. Your mind is like a spotlight, and you decide where it shines. If you dwell on past mistakes, regrets, or worries about the future, you lose connection with the present moment, the only space where life actually happens. Choosing to focus on what you can do now, or appreciating the small joys around you, shifts your experience from anxiety to engagement. The Stoics valued reason as a guide but recognized that reason without empathy can be cold. True wisdom balances logic with compassion. Being reasonable doesn't mean being harsh or detached from others' feelings. It means understanding situations deeply, including emotional dimensions, and responding in a way that serves both truth and kindness. There is also an emphasis on self-sufficiency, not as isolation but as inner resilience. You cultivate a sanctuary within, a place where external upheavals cannot unsettle you completely. This does not mean shutting out relationships or the world, but developing a steadiness that carries you through them. Such resilience allows you to act with calm confidence, regardless of circumstance. Stoicism teaches that happiness is not found in fleeting pleasures but in living a life consistent with your highest values. This form of happiness is stable because it depends on what you can control, your virtues, your choices, rather than on external goods or events that are uncertain and impermanent. The more you anchor your well-being in your own character, the less vulnerable you become to life's ups and downs. When faced with injustice or unfairness, the Stoic approach is to respond with integrity rather than anger or revenge. By maintaining your own virtue, you refuse to be corrupted by the wrongs of others. This does not mean passivity but acting wisely, according to reason and justice, without allowing the offense to disturb your inner peace. Reflect on the interconnectedness of all things. You are part of a vast network of causes and effects, influences and actions. This understanding fosters humility and responsibility. Your choices ripple beyond yourself, affecting others in ways both seen and unseen. Acting with awareness of this interconnectedness invites you to live thoughtfully and with care. There is a practice of premeditatio malorum, or premeditation of evils. This means gently contemplating potential difficulties or losses before they happen. This practice is not morbid but preparatory. It softens the shock when troubles come and makes your mind more adaptable. By mentally rehearsing hardship, you develop courage and composure. Gratitude is another quiet but powerful discipline. The Stoics encourage regularly recognizing the good, your health, your abilities, the kindness of others. Gratitude balances your perspective and guards against entitlement or bitterness. It cultivates joy not dependent on external circumstances but rooted in appreciation. The cultivation of silence is also essential. In a noisy world, silence becomes a refuge for reflection and renewal. It allows you to hear your own thoughts clearly and to distinguish what truly matters. Silence is the soil in which wisdom grows. Remember that your true wealth lies not in material things but in the richness of your mind and soul. Intellectual curiosity, moral courage, and emotional balance are treasures that no external event can take away. Focusing on these inner riches shifts your values and your experience of life. You are encouraged to see every day as a fresh start. Past failures do not define you. Tomorrow offers a new chance to practice virtue. This perspective frees you from the burden of perfection and invites steady, patient progress. There is an invitation to embrace the ordinary as extraordinary. Life's mundane moments, washing dishes, walking, working, are the canvas upon which virtue is painted. When approached with presence and intention, the everyday becomes sacred. In relationships, practice acceptance of others as they are, recognizing that you cannot change them but can influence through your example and kindness. Accepting others does not mean tolerating harm but meeting people with realistic compassion. Recognize the power of your own example. Your integrity, calm, and wisdom influence the world around you more than arguments or force. Living authentically becomes your most persuasive message. When you encounter temptation or distraction, recall that immediate gratification often leads to longer-term regret. Discipline is a form of respect for your future self, a gift of self-care that strengthens freedom rather than restricts it. Keep a journal or mental record of your progress. Reflecting on your thoughts and actions clarifies your growth and highlights areas for improvement. This practice nurtures self-awareness and intentional living. Finally, recognize that Stoicism is a practice, not a destination. Each day brings new challenges and opportunities to embody these teachings. Through patience, courage, and mindful effort, you shape a life of meaning and tranquility. This path, though demanding, leads to a profound freedom, a freedom rooted in the mastery of your own mind and the embrace of life as it is. Life often confronts us with moments where everything seems uncertain, where the ground beneath our feet feels unstable. The Stoics understood this deeply. They teach us to find not the illusion of permanence, but the steadfastness within ourselves. This steadiness is cultivated not by changing the world to suit us, but by changing our responses to it. When chaos appears external, the internal calm you nurture becomes your anchor. Imagine how often your mind races toward judgment of yourself, others, or circumstances. The Stoic path gently redirects this impulse toward understanding. Instead of rushing to label something as good or bad, favorable or unfair, you learn to observe it simply. This pause creates space where reason can enter and guide you to a measured response, free from the distortions of passion. Consider the power of focusing on what truly belongs to you. Your thoughts, your choices, your intentions, these are yours alone. The rest, the opinions of others, events, outcomes, are outside your sphere of control. By training yourself to center your attention on what you can own and shape, you conserve your energy and avoid unnecessary frustration. When setbacks happen, Stoicism invites you to see them as tests of character. Not obstacles meant to stop you, but challenges that reveal your capacity for resilience and virtue. This shift in perspective transforms suffering into a form of growth, where pain becomes a teacher rather than a prison. Think about how easily you let external opinions affect your peace. The Stoics remind us that only our own judgment truly matters. When you detach your sense of worth from approval or criticism, you build an inner fortress that no word or deed can breach. This independence is not isolation but freedom. The idea of nature as a guide is profound. It suggests living in harmony with the rhythms of life, accepting change, aging, and loss as natural processes. Fighting these realities only leads to resistance and suffering. Acceptance, however, opens the way to serenity and deeper appreciation for the time you have. Reflect on the role of desire. Stoicism teaches moderation in wanting, not by extinguishing desire altogether, but by aligning it with what is attainable and good. Excessive craving leads to disappointment. Measured desire fosters contentment. This balance allows you to pursue goals with enthusiasm yet without being enslaved by outcomes. When anger arises, the Stoics advise you to examine its roots carefully. Often, anger is a reaction to perceived injustice or frustration, but it clouds judgment and often causes more harm than good. By cultivating understanding and patience, you defuse anger's power and maintain your clarity. Every interaction with others is an opportunity to practice kindness, patience, and forgiveness. Even when others act unfairly or hurtfully, responding with grace preserves your peace and often softens their resistance. You cannot control their actions, but you can control your response. Silence and solitude are not escapes but necessary conditions for self-reflection and renewal. In moments alone, away from distractions, you come to know yourself more deeply. This self-knowledge is the foundation for living with intention and integrity. There is wisdom in preparing mentally for challenges before they arrive. This mental rehearsal does not invite worry but readiness. By imagining potential difficulties, you lessen their shock and prepare yourself to meet them calmly and wisely. Gratitude is a humble recognition of what is already present. It shifts your focus from scarcity to abundance and opens your heart to joy in the simple and the everyday. Practicing gratitude regularly deepens your experience of life's richness. Humility invites you to acknowledge your limits and to see yourself as part of a larger whole. This perspective fosters openness to learning and softens pride. It connects you to others with compassion rather than competition. In moments of temptation or distraction, remind yourself that true freedom lies in self-mastery. Choosing long-term well-being over short-term pleasure is a form of respect for yourself and your future. The Stoics teach that your character is your true wealth. External possessions can be lost, but integrity, wisdom, and courage endure. Invest your effort in cultivating these qualities daily. When you face uncertainty, focus not on fearing what might happen but on your ability to navigate whatever comes with equanimity. Your response is your power, even when circumstances are beyond control. Practice seeing events objectively, stripping away your judgments and biases. This clarity reveals what is within your power to change and what must be accepted. Remember that life's difficulties are not punishments but opportunities to develop strength and virtue. This mindset transforms hardship from a burden into a chance for meaningful growth. Your time is precious and limited. The Stoics urge you to live intentionally, valuing each moment as an opportunity to practice virtue and live authentically. When confronted with loss, allow yourself to grieve but do not become defined by it. Life moves forward, and so must you, carrying what you have learned and loved in your heart. Accept that the opinions of others are reflections of their own perspectives and not definitive truths about you. This awareness frees you from seeking constant approval. Every action you take can be an expression of your values. Let your deeds align with your highest principles, and you will live with coherence and peace. The world is in constant flux. Resistance to change breeds suffering. Acceptance brings peace. Courage is not the absence of fear, but the decision to act rightly despite fear. Each courageous act strengthens your inner resolve. Let your mind be like a calm lake, reflecting clearly without distortion. When emotions stir, allow them to settle without reacting impulsively. Practice kindness even when it is difficult, for it strengthens your spirit and builds bridges where walls might have stood. Trust that your effort matters more than results. You cannot always control outcomes, but you can control your dedication and integrity. Live simply, focusing on what truly matters, rather than chasing endless desires. When faced with criticism, consider whether it holds truth. So learn from it. If not, let it pass without disturbance. Do not postpone living until conditions are perfect. Begin now with what you have and who you are. In moments of doubt, return to reason and your guiding principles. They are your compass in uncertainty. Accept yourself with all your imperfections, while continuously striving to improve. Know that peace comes not from external circumstances but from mastering your inner world. Each day is a new chance to practice these teachings, to deepen your understanding and embody wisdom. There is a quiet power in choosing how you greet each morning. Before the noise of the day arrives, take a moment to center yourself, to set an intention that aligns with your values. The Stoics remind us that the dawn is not just the start of another day, but a fresh canvas upon which you can paint your actions with purpose and mindfulness. This practice transforms routine into ritual, grounding you in calm strength. Life's unpredictability often tempts us to cling tightly to comfort and certainty. Yet, true freedom comes from embracing uncertainty as a natural rhythm. When you loosen your grip on what you cannot control, you create space for creativity and resilience to emerge. This is not passive resignation, but an active engagement with reality as it is, fluid, unfolding, and beyond our complete command. The notion of preferred indifference in Stoicism teaches a subtlety often overlooked. Some things are neither inherently good nor bad but are preferred because they support a flourishing life. Health, wealth, reputation. These can enhance your experience, but your peace should not depend on them. By placing your well-being beyond their sway, you remain unshaken when they falter. Consider how often your mind wanders to what-if scenarios, spinning worries about the future or regrets about the past. The Stoic path encourages anchoring yourself firmly in the present moment, the only time that truly exists. By cultivating awareness of the here and now, you free yourself from unnecessary suffering and open to genuine engagement with life as it unfolds. When encountering others' faults or missteps, you might feel irritation or judgment. Reflect instead on the shared human condition, the universal struggle with imperfection. This awareness fosters compassion and patience, softening the sharp edges of frustration. After all, each person carries their own burdens and limitations. The practice of premeditatio malorum, or premeditation of evils, is a mental exercise that prepares you to face hardship with equanimity. By envisioning potential difficulties, not to invite fear but to build readiness, you shield yourself from being overwhelmed when challenges arise. This practice strengthens your inner fortress and reminds you that adversity is a natural part of life. Your perceptions color the world you live in. When you change the way you interpret events, you change your experience of them. If you choose to see difficulties as opportunities for growth rather than punishments, your attitude shifts, and with it, your emotional landscape. Time itself is a precious resource, flowing steadily forward, never to return. The Stoics urge you to treat it with reverence. To waste time on trivial worries or petty conflicts is to deny the gift of life. Instead, focus on meaningful actions that reflect your values and bring you closer to the person you aspire to be. Remember that emotions, while natural, need not control you. They are signals to be noticed and understood, but not commands to be obeyed blindly. Cultivate the capacity to observe your feelings with detachment, like a calm observer watching a passing cloud. Freedom lies not in external circumstances, but in the mastery of your inner life. When you cultivate reason and virtue, you become invulnerable to fortune's whims. This freedom is your true estate, impervious to loss or gain. Practice gratitude daily, not as a fleeting thought, but as a deep appreciation for the interconnectedness of life. This practice nurtures humility and joy, reminding you that even the smallest things, breath, sunlight, a kind word, are gifts to be cherished. In moments of conflict, pause before reacting. Let your response arise from wisdom, not impulse. This pause is a powerful tool, allowing you to choose harmony over discord, understanding over anger. Simplicity is a strength, not a limitation. By shedding excess desires and distractions, you clarify your purpose and deepen your contentment. The Stoics teach that a life aligned with nature is one uncluttered by unnecessary wants. The idea of cosmopolitanism, the sense that you are a citizen of the world, invites you to see beyond narrow self-interest. This perspective encourages acting for the common good and recognizing the shared dignity of all people. When you stumble or fall, do not despair. Use failure as a mirror that reflects areas for growth. The Stoic path is one of continual improvement, where each misstep is a lesson and each effort an advancement. Mindfulness of death, memento mori, is not meant to frighten but to awaken. By remembering that life is finite, you heighten your appreciation for each moment and prioritize what truly matters. Let your mind be steady like a rock amidst the waves. Challenges will come and go, but your calm presence can remain unshaken. The practice of forgiveness is an act of liberation. Holding onto resentment binds you to the past. Forgiving frees your spirit and allows you to move forward unburdened. When you set goals, root them in virtue rather than external success. Strive to be kind, wise, just, and courageous. These aims endure beyond circumstances and define your character. Accepting impermanence, the constant flow of change, frees you from clinging to what cannot last. This acceptance is not passive but a deep wisdom that opens you to life's unfolding. The balance of action and acceptance is delicate. Do what is within your power with diligence, and accept what lies beyond with grace. Your reputation is a shadow of your character. Focus on being good rather than being seen as good. Detach yourself from the noise of public opinion. Inner conviction is a stronger foundation than external applause. Practice self-discipline as a form of self-respect. Each choice to act with integrity reinforces your freedom. The present moment is your home. Dwelling there fully is the practice of a fulfilled life. Recognize that external events do not harm you unless you allow your judgment to be disturbed. This insight is a key to emotional resilience. Compassion for yourself and others creates a gentle strength that sustains you through hardship. Embrace challenges as teachers rather than enemies. Each difficulty holds a lesson for those willing to learn. Cultivate a quiet confidence grounded in knowing that your worth is intrinsic, not contingent on circumstance. Practice seeing beyond immediate appearances to the deeper nature of things. This clarity nurtures wisdom. In all things, seek balance between thought and feeling, action and rest, ambition and contentment. Your inner dialogue shapes your reality. Speak to yourself with kindness and reason. Let go of the need to control outcomes. Focus instead on your intentions and efforts. See obstacles not as blockades but as pathways to greater strength. The Stoic life is a continual practice, a gentle, steady cultivation of virtue and peace. Each moment offers a chance to begin anew. There is a subtle freedom in learning to embrace the unexpected without resistance. When life diverges from your plans or desires, notice how natural it is to recoil, to wish things were otherwise. Yet, the Stoics teach us to greet these moments as invitations to grow, not as misfortunes but as the universe's way of calling forth our resilience and grace. Imagine your mind as a garden. What you cultivate within it, thoughts, attitudes, beliefs, will shape the landscape of your inner world. Tending this garden requires vigilance and patience. Negative weeds, like resentment, envy, and impatience, can take root if unattended. But with daily care, nurturing seeds of wisdom, kindness, and courage, your garden flourishes. This metaphor invites a gentle awareness. Your mental environment is yours to shape, one moment at a time. When confronted with criticism or misunderstanding, there is a choice. You can let external judgments wound you, or you can hold fast to your inner integrity. What others say reflects their own perspectives, often clouded by their struggles and biases. Your task is to remain true to your principles, unaffected by the shifting tides of opinion. The Stoics remind us that pain is inevitable, but suffering is optional. Pain touches the body and the mind, but suffering arises when we resist or deny what is. By accepting pain as a natural part of existence, you diminish its power to disrupt your peace. This acceptance is not resignation, but a courageous acknowledgement of reality. Consider the difference between wanting something desperately and desiring it with calm intention. Desperation breeds anxiety. Calm desire is steady and measured. The Stoic approach teaches moderation in all things, not suppression of needs, but a wise regulation that preserves harmony within. Your daily habits, small and often unnoticed, weave the fabric of your character. Each moment presents a choice, to act with virtue or to drift into complacency. Recognizing the significance of these choices empowers you to live deliberately, crafting a life aligned with your deepest values. When facing injustice, it is natural to feel anger or indignation. Yet, the Stoics encourage responding not with reactive fury but with measured justice and understanding. True strength lies in correcting wrongs without losing yourself to bitterness or hatred. Life's impermanence invites us to cherish relationships deeply, rather than taking others for granted. The Stoic perspective encourages presence and gratitude in every interaction. This awareness fosters deeper connections grounded in authenticity and respect. Every challenge you encounter carries a lesson uniquely suited to your growth. Sometimes these lessons are gentle whispers. Other times, they arrive as storms. Welcoming both as teachers rather than punishers shifts your perspective from victimhood to mastery. Your thoughts about events influence your emotions far more than the events themselves. This insight is transformative. By training your mind to interpret situations through a lens of reason and virtue, you can maintain tranquility even amidst chaos. The practice of reflecting on your actions each day is a cornerstone of the Stoic path. Taking time to honestly assess your behavior, where you succeeded, where you faltered, cultivates humility and continuous improvement. This reflection is not self-criticism but a compassionate inquiry aimed at growth. Recognize that desires often mask deeper fears. When you feel restless or unsatisfied, pause to identify what lies beneath. This awareness helps you address root causes rather than chasing fleeting pleasures. Stoicism teaches the importance of focusing on what is within your power, the thoughts you think, the actions you take, while releasing attachment to what you cannot control. This distinction is a source of profound peace. The wise person views life as a journey rather than a destination. Embracing this mindset allows you to find meaning in the process itself, not only in outcomes. Your capacity for kindness is a strength that transforms both your life and the lives of others. Acts of compassion, no matter how small, ripple outward in ways you may never see. Time spent worrying about things that may never happen is time lost from living fully now. The Stoics encourage a disciplined mind that stays rooted in present realities. Facing death with calm acceptance is perhaps the ultimate test of wisdom. By acknowledging mortality, you cultivate urgency to live with purpose and authenticity. Remember that true power lies not in dominating others but in mastering yourself. Self-control is the foundation upon which all other virtues rest. The world is a dynamic place, constantly changing. By embracing change as the natural order, you avoid unnecessary suffering and remain adaptable. Anger is a reaction that clouds judgment and harms the soul. By pausing before responding, you reclaim control and act with clarity. The Stoics practiced a form of mental rehearsal, imagining potential challenges to prepare the mind. This anticipatory calm shields you from shock and promotes steady resolve. Choose your companions wisely, for those you spend time with influence your character. Surround yourself with those who inspire virtue and wisdom. Every moment offers an opportunity to practice gratitude, even amid hardship. Gratitude is not about ignoring difficulties, but about recognizing the good that persists alongside them. When you speak, let your words be thoughtful and measured. Speak to build up rather than tear down, to clarify rather than confuse. Stoic wisdom encourages embracing simplicity, not just in possessions but in desires and expectations. A simple life fosters contentment and reduces distraction. The pursuit of excellence is a lifelong endeavor. Progress, no matter how small, is to be celebrated as evidence of your commitment to growth. Humility is the recognition of your limitations and the openness to learn from all experiences and people. Seek to act with justice, not for recognition but because it aligns with your nature. Justice is a virtue that connects you to the larger community. Your mind is your sanctuary. Protect it from negativity and cultivate thoughts that nourish peace and clarity. In moments of doubt, return to the principles that guide you. These anchors provide stability amid uncertainty. Savor the ordinary moments, the taste of food, the warmth of sunlight, the sound of a friend's voice. These simple experiences ground you in presence. The practice of forgiveness frees you from chains of resentment. It is a gift you give yourself to move forward unburdened. Let your actions be consistent with your values, even when no one is watching. Integrity is the quiet foundation of character. Approach difficulties with curiosity rather than fear. Each challenge reveals new facets of your strength. Do not seek perfection, but strive for progress and earnest effort. The inner dialogue you cultivate shapes your self-worth. Treat yourself with the same kindness you offer others. Detach from the desire for approval. Instead, seek approval from your own conscience. When you feel overwhelmed, focus on the next right action, breaking down large challenges into manageable steps. Let patience be your companion. Change and growth unfold in their own time. Respect the natural order, knowing that everything arises, exists, and passes away in its due course. Practice generosity, sharing your time, attention, and resources without expectation. Recognize that peace comes from within and cannot be bestowed by external circumstances. Every day, recommit to living with intention, wisdom, and compassion. This steady commitment is the path to freedom. In embracing these teachings, you step into a life of quiet strength, undaunted by fate, guided by reason, and rich in meaning. There's a profound quiet that comes with understanding how much of life is beyond your control, and yet, how much still rests in your hands. This paradox is the heart of Stoicism, a kind of peaceful tension that calls you to act with resolve, knowing full well that results are never guaranteed. Imagine standing at the edge of a vast ocean, feeling the power of the waves, but also the calm steadiness of the shore beneath your feet. That steadiness is your reason, your will, your choice to respond rather than react. When life presents a hardship, it can feel like a sudden storm. The impulse is to resist, to fight against the wind and the rain. But what if you lowered your sails instead? What if you adjusted your course not to avoid the storm, but to navigate through it with skill and grace? This is not about surrender. It's about flexibility and wisdom. Sometimes the strongest stance is the one that bends rather than breaks. Look at the moments when frustration wells up inside you, when things don't go your way or others fail to meet your expectations. Those moments are invitations to practice humility, to remember that the world is not obligated to conform to your desires. You can choose to accept what happens without giving away your peace of mind. That choice is your power. Consider your attachments. The things you cling to, possessions, relationships, status, are often the sources of your deepest fears. What if, for a moment, you imagined your life without these anchors? This mental exercise, known as negative visualization, isn't meant to darken your spirit, but to prepare it. It trains you to appreciate what you have more fully and to face loss without being undone. Your judgments shape your experience more than the events themselves. When someone acts unjustly toward you, your mind may race to condemn or retaliate. But pause. See the injustice as an opportunity to practice forgiveness and understanding, not because others deserve it, but because you deserve to remain free from bitterness. The passage of time is relentless. Days slip through your fingers like grains of sand. Stoicism urges you to live as if each moment matters, because it does. Not in frantic busyness, but in mindful presence. When you are fully engaged with whatever you are doing, be it work, conversation, or rest, you honor the fleeting gift of time. There is a difference between wanting and needing. Our modern world blurs these lines, encouraging endless desire. The Stoic way is to distinguish between what sustains your soul and what merely distracts it. This discernment brings clarity and simplicity, freeing you from the tyranny of craving. Pain and pleasure are twins, inseparable in the dance of life. The Stoic doesn't seek to avoid pain at all costs, nor does he chase pleasure blindly. Instead, he observes both with equanimity, understanding their transient nature. By doing so, he remains centered, unshaken by the highs and lows. When you encounter someone who acts with arrogance or cruelty, it is tempting to respond in kind or to withdraw. The Stoics counsel a third way: compassion. Recognize that such behavior arises from ignorance and suffering. Your compassion is not for their approval, but for your own liberation from anger and resentment. Your mind is like a fortress. Guard its gates carefully. Thoughts that disturb your peace are like invaders seeking entry. Cultivate the habit of questioning these thoughts. Are they true? Are they useful? Are they kind? This mental discipline builds resilience and serenity. Freedom is not the absence of constraints, but the mastery of yourself within them. You cannot control the external world, but you can always choose your attitude. This inner freedom is the foundation of true happiness. In moments of decision, do not rush. Consider your principles, the long-term consequences, and your own integrity. This deliberate pause cultivates wisdom and prevents regret. Do not waste energy resisting the inevitable. Instead, focus your strength on what you can shape, the quality of your effort, the kindness of your actions, the clarity of your thoughts. The Stoics saw the universe as an interconnected whole. Your actions affect others, just as theirs affect you. This awareness calls for a life lived in harmony with others, with justice and fairness at its core. Remember that you are a temporary custodian of your body and mind. Treat them with respect, care, and moderation, knowing that neglect harms not just you but those around you. In conversations, listen more than you speak. Listening opens the door to understanding and softens conflicts. It is a practice of humility and generosity. Challenges are not interruptions but essential parts of your path. When you face adversity, ask what virtue it calls forth in you: patience, courage, wisdom, or temperance. When anxiety or fear arise, bring your attention back to the present moment. Worries about the future often distract from the here and now, the only place where action and peace truly exist. Acknowledge your emotions without becoming them. Feel sadness, but do not drown in it. Feel anger, but do not be controlled by it. This mindful distance grants you freedom. Life is fleeting, but your character endures. Build a character that can weather storms and remain luminous in the darkest nights. Do not seek to impress the world. Seek instead to be worthy of your own respect. This inner compass guides you through uncertainty. The more you embrace simplicity, the clearer your purpose becomes. Complexity clouds judgment and burdens the soul. Know that every day offers a chance to begin anew. Past mistakes do not define you unless you allow them to. Each sunrise is a fresh page. Gratitude is a powerful antidote to dissatisfaction. Ingratitude feeds restlessness, while gratitude cultivates contentment. Control your impulses before they control you. Habitual self-restraint strengthens your autonomy. Judge yourself by the effort you put in, not by the outcome. The outcome is often beyond your power. Practice kindness, even when it is not returned. Kindness is a reflection of your own humanity, not a transaction. Cherish the quiet moments, for in stillness the soul speaks most clearly. Let go of the desire to control how others perceive you. Their views are shaped by their own experiences, not by your truth. Recognize the limits of your knowledge and be open to learning from every situation. Celebrate small victories. Progress is a journey of many steps, not a single leap. Live in accordance with nature, which means living with reason, justice, and moderation. Forgive yourself as readily as you forgive others. Self-compassion is the soil where resilience grows. When faced with injustice, act with dignity, not with rage. Your response defines your character. Trust in your capacity to endure and adapt. You have within you a well of strength. Cultivate a mind that is like a clear mirror reflecting reality as it is without distortion. Remember that peace does not come from external conditions but from the harmony within. In every interaction, seek to leave the world a little better than you found it. This path is not easy, but it is deeply rewarding. Each day lived with intention brings you closer to the wise, tranquil life you seek. And so, with each breath, choose to embody these teachings. In the quiet moments and the loud ones, in success and failure alike, be steadfast, be gentle, be wise. This is the practice that turns philosophy into life. The discipline of Stoicism invites the mind to dwell not on what is lacking, but on what is already present. It is a practice of returning again and again to the essence of things. Begin by looking at what something truly is. Strip it of its decoration, its public opinion, its imagined value. Gold is earth transformed, praise is sound, fame is a passing thought in others' minds. What matters is how you use what you have. Stoicism teaches that virtue is sufficient for happiness. Not in the abstract, but in the lived moment, choosing courage over fear, justice over self-interest, moderation over indulgence, and wisdom over ignorance. These four cardinal virtues, courage, justice, temperance, wisdom, form the foundation of the Stoic life. They are not ideals to admire from a distance, but tools to wield daily. Train the mind to approach each challenge with the question, what virtue does this situation require? When someone insults you, it may be patience. When wealth tempts you, it may be moderation. When a friend is in need, it may be justice. The more quickly you identify the required virtue, the more calmly and skillfully you can respond. View each day as a training ground for your character. Life will send trials, some sharp, some subtle, and each is a chance to refine your soul. Do not pray for lighter burdens, but for stronger shoulders. Ask not for an easier life, but for a character fit for any circumstance. Detach yourself from outcomes. Your domain is action, not consequence. Do what is right and let go of what happens next. The archer releases the arrow with care, but once in flight, it belongs to the wind. So too, once you act with wisdom, the result is no longer yours to own. Practice the art of assent. Not every impression deserves your belief. An insult may feel real, but is it truly harmful? A desire may feel urgent, but is it truly necessary? Learn to pause, to challenge, to reject the unworthy thought. Your reason is a gatekeeper. Train it to admit only what serves your better nature. Fate is not your enemy. It is the natural unfolding of causes and effects. What comes to you is not foreign to the universe. It is part of the same order that shaped the stars. Resisting it only brings pain. Accept it and you can work with it. Memento mori. Remember that you must die, not to create fear but to sharpen your focus. Knowing that time is limited, how will you use it? Waste it on trivial complaints, or spend it building the character that outlives your days? Every person you meet is engaged in their own struggle. Even those who wrong you are acting from confusion or pain. Respond not with vengeance, but with clarity. Show them what it means to live with reason. Keep your inner citadel strong. Others may mock, cheat, or abandon you, but if you guard your thoughts and your values, they cannot injure what matters. That is the fortress Stoicism builds. Not walls around your body, but a sanctuary in your soul. Practice voluntary discomfort. Sleep on the floor. Eat a meager meal. Wear simple clothes. These exercises remind you that happiness does not depend on luxury. By confronting mild hardship, you become less fearful of greater ones. Grief may visit, but do not let it take residence. When loss comes, feel it fully, but recognize that it too is part of nature. What was given to you was always on loan. Be thankful you had it at all. Train your desires. Do not desire what lies outside your control, for that leads to slavery. Desire only what depends on your reason, your choices, your virtue. In this way, you free yourself. When anger rises, observe it like a cloud drifting across the mind. Let it pass without acting upon it. Anger is often a mask for pain or fear. Address the root, not the shadow it casts. Practice silence. Not just the absence of speech, but the quieting of the need to be heard, to be right, to be praised. In silence, you hear more. In quiet, wisdom speaks. Do not argue to win, but to uncover truth. A wise person does not fear being corrected, for each correction brings them closer to clarity. Live according to your principles, not according to fashion. Let your actions reflect your values even when no one is watching, especially then. The Stoic does not shun wealth or success, but remains indifferent to them. If they come, use them well. If they go, remain unchanged. True wealth is freedom from need. Learn to observe nature, the seasons, the growth of trees, the decay of time. Nature teaches resilience, cycles, and acceptance without complaint. Align yourself with these rhythms. Bear in mind the Stoic exercise of the view from above. Visualize your life from a high vantage point. Your home, your street, your city, the earth, the stars. From that perspective, many worries dissolve. You are a thread in a grand tapestry. Your duty is to weave your part well. Let your speech be honest, clear, and kind. Words are tools, wield them with care. Idle talk wastes the breath you'll never recover. Fear often arises from imagining future pain. But the future does not exist. When it arrives, It is the present, and you will meet it with the strength you've cultivated. Face now. Deal with now. The future can wait. Keep a journal. Each evening, review your day. What did you do well? Where did you fall short? How can you improve? This daily reflection sharpens your awareness and strengthens your resolve. Live as though you are being watched by the person you most admire, not for their approval but to rise to their level. When criticized unjustly, consider whether there is any truth. If there is, be grateful and grow. If there is not, let it fall away like dust from your robe. Avoid complaining. Complaints are confessions of helplessness. Instead, act. If something can be changed, change it. If it cannot, change your attitude. Every external loss is an invitation to turn inward and strengthen the inner self. When fortune strips you bare, the soul is revealed. Use such times to become more genuine, more whole. Resist distraction. Attention is your most precious resource. Guard it fiercely. Direct it toward worthy pursuits. Philosophy, service, contemplation. Cultivate resilience not by avoiding hardship but by enduring it with honor. Like a muscle, strength is built through resistance. Do not postpone virtue. There is no perfect time to begin being just wise and brave. Begin now wherever you are. Your opinion is not the truth. Hold it lightly. Investigate it. Let it evolve. The wise prefer truth to being right. See pleasure and pain as passing weather. Neither defines you. Do not pursue the one nor flee the other. Walk through both with steadiness. Help others not for reward, but because it is part of your nature. The fig tree bears figs. The good person does good. Learn to say no. Time is limited. Energy is limited. Say no to what distracts, to what inflates the ego, to what erodes your peace. Look not at the fortune of others with envy, but at their character. If it is good, learn from them. If it is shallow, pity them. Be prepared each morning to meet ignorance, rudeness, selfishness. These are part of life. They reflect not on you, but on those who carry them. Recognize the difference between what is urgent and what is important. Do not let urgency crowd out what truly matters. The Stoic path is not about emotional suppression, but emotional discipline. Let emotions arise, acknowledge them, and choose your response. Master the art of letting go. Not all endings are failures. Some are transitions. Grasp lightly, love deeply, release freely. Treat your time as a sacred resource. Waste it not on gossip, on resentment, on regrets. Use it to grow, to serve, to live. What you think you cannot live without, you once lived without. Perspective tempers desire. Strengthen the will daily through small acts of discipline. Rise early. Speak truth. Forgive first. These are the bricks of inner fortitude. Even when the body is weak, the spirit can remain unbroken. True power lies not in strength, but in integrity. Let your death be your advisor. In its shadow, your priorities become clearer, your actions more deliberate, your life more sincere, and so you walk forward, not with fear, but with calm readiness. Not with pride, but with quiet purpose. This is the way of the Stoic. Recollect that everything in the universe is in a state of constant change. Mountains crumble, rivers shift course, empires rise and fall. Even the stars are born and die. This impermanence is not to be feared. It is the rhythm of nature itself. The Stoic mind aligns with this flow, refusing to cling to what must pass. When you embrace transience, you liberate yourself from grief, from greed, from the false belief that anything is truly owned. Practice apatheia, not indifference in the modern sense, but the freedom from unhealthy passions that cloud judgment. You do not eliminate all feeling, but rather refine it. Let reason govern, so that joy is rooted in virtue and pain is transformed into endurance. The Stoic is not a statue, unmoved by the world, but a wise gardener who prunes the wild growth of emotion to let the fruit of character flourish. Do not fear solitude. The Stoic often finds in solitude a sharpening of self-knowledge. When the noise of the crowd is gone, when the masks fall away, you are left with your own thoughts. This is a sacred opportunity. Examine yourself. What do you truly desire? What have you accepted unexamined from others? What do you pretend not to know? Live modestly. Lavishness in clothes, food, or speech distracts from the essence of things. By stripping away excess, you learn to value function over appearance, truth over performance. The less you need, the less you fear. The more you own, the more you risk being owned by your possessions. Simplicity breeds clarity. Speak little but meaningfully. A tongue that runs without restraint breeds gossip, arrogance, and vanity. Let your words be few and your silence wise. The Stoics valued restraint not as a repression but as a refinement, each word carefully chosen, each phrase carrying weight. Hold your friendships to a high standard. Better one companion of integrity than a crowd of flatterers. Do not seek those who agree with you in all things, but those who challenge you to be better. A true friend reflects your character, not your ego. Study death without dread. It is not an enemy, but a natural boundary. Like night follows day, death follows life. The Stoic prepares for it daily, not with gloom, but with calm readiness. To remember death is to remember what is urgent, what is real, what is worth your fleeting hours. Expect no praise for doing what is right. Virtue is its own reward. If applause follows, let it pass. If scorn follows, let it pass. External validation is like the wind, pleasant when it blows your way, but not something you can steer. Do not build your house on the shifting sands of others' opinions. See obstacles as opportunities. The impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way. This principle, so central to Stoicism, reframes every hardship as a training ground. Illness teaches patience. Poverty teaches resourcefulness. Betrayal teaches resilience. The wise do not curse their trials. They use them. Guard your impressions. The first thought is often deceptive. A harsh word may not be meant to wound. A pleasure may be laced with poison. Before reacting, pause. Interrogate the impression. Ask, is it true? Is it necessary? Is it within my power? Through this filter, the mind gains clarity. Do not borrow suffering from tomorrow. The future is a phantom, and anxiety is its shadow. Attend to the present. What task lies before you? What virtue does it require? Let this be your focus. As Seneca wrote, we suffer more in imagination than in reality. Every morning, anticipate the day's difficulties. Someone may be rude, fate may be unkind, desires may stir. Prepare your mind like a soldier preparing for battle, not with bitterness, but with readiness. When the expected hardship arrives, you will meet it not as a surprise, but as an old acquaintance. Do not be seduced by novelty. The Stoic does not chase the new for its own sake. Whether a meal, a gadget, or a philosophy, what matters is not how recent it is, but how true, how useful. The wisdom of the ancients still speaks, if only you listen. Do not strive to control others. You cannot rule their thoughts, their desires, their fate. You can only rule yourself. The tyrant who conquers nations but cannot govern his temper is a slave in disguise. True power is self-mastery. Gratitude is a Stoic practice, not merely feeling thankful, but expressing it through conduct. When you eat, be grateful for nourishment. When you fail, be grateful for the lesson. When you love, be grateful for the connection, no matter how brief. Gratitude transforms routine into ritual. Practice discretion. Not all truths must be spoken. Timing and context matter. Even the wisest insight can become harmful if delivered with arrogance or at the wrong moment. Speak when the words serve peace, understanding, or justice. Live as if the eyes of the wise are upon you. Even when alone, act as though your soul were visible. This creates consistency. No masks, no pretenses, only the steady glow of character in every moment. Time is your most precious possession. It cannot be stored, traded, or reclaimed. Spend it on what uplifts the soul. Avoid those who squander it in trivialities. Choose your companions with care. Their habits shape your own. Do not compare yourself with others. The oak does not envy the pine. Each grows according to its nature. Focus on your own path and let others walk theirs. What matters is progress, not position. Recognize the limits of human understanding. Much is hidden, much is uncertain. Do not pretend to know what you do not. Wisdom begins with humility and ends with serenity. Be wary of flattery. It is a poison sweetened with praise. A flatterer mirrors your ego, not your essence. Seek those who tell you what you need to hear, not what you wish to hear. Accept your fate, but do not submit passively. Stoicism is not fatalism. It is engagement with the world on its terms. You act with resolve, knowing that the outcome belongs to fortune, but the effort belongs to you. Pursue excellence, not perfection. Perfection is an illusion, a mirage that leads to paralysis. Excellence is a habit, a discipline of doing the best with what you have, where you are, again and again. Do not be ruled by public opinion. The crowd is fickle, often wrong, and driven by passions. Stand firm in your principles even when mocked or misunderstood. Truth does not depend on applause. If you lose something external, money, status, health, remind yourself, you did not lose yourself. What is essential is within you and cannot be taken without your consent. Nature does not rush, yet everything is accomplished. Learn to act with patience. Do not confuse stillness with stagnation. Growth often occurs invisibly. Control your appetites. The more you feed them, the more they demand. The Stoic finds pleasure in moderation, joy in restraint. He eats to nourish, speaks to enlighten, rests to renew. Honor your duties, whether great or small, visible or unseen. Each task is a chance to demonstrate character. Fulfill your role not for recognition, but because it is yours. Learn from all things. A child may teach patience. A beggar may teach humility. A storm may teach surrender. The world is a living classroom for those willing to observe. Do not fear being misunderstood. Speak clearly. Act justly. Let time reveal your motives. The judgment of the many is not the measure of worth. Reside in the present. The past is gone, the future uncertain. Only now is real. Let your thoughts, words, and actions arise from this moment, fully lived, fully embraced. And so, walk the path of Stoicism not as a performance, but as a quiet revolution. Each choice, each response, each breath becomes an expression of a mind governed by virtue and a soul aligned with nature.